There it is. Supposed to be the word anything, Donnie, but I was using talking text. What do you want from me, man? You know, even Siri can't figure out what the hell I'm trying to say these days. And look at you, I'm late, dude. I wasn't even gonna go live today. I'm just killing time while my truck's in the shop. What's going on, Donnie? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Let's get the first Dr. Pepper cracked at 8:30 in the morning. We got her here. Let's get her lit. Buck Brown, morning, man. How the hell are you? There's my girl. What's good, homie? Hey, what's going on, brother? Flip Franks, how the hell are you? Long time no talk, no see. You still behaving, misbehaving, carrying on business as usual? You know, just wondering, asking for a friend. You know what it's like. Good morning, Jim. Again, Jim, good morning. Good morning. We got a beautiful day out here. I don't know if like if you look at my glasses right now, I'm looking out I got two windows on the side of my garage, and the sun is right there. And if you look at my glasses right now, you can see that we got a gorgeous, gorgeous day here, man. Gorgeous day. Oh, glad everyone's able to hang out this morning, man. Like I said, I'm just killing time. You know, I thought I got nothing going on today. I got a couple little things I got to take care of in the house here, but I don't have to really take care of it. It's nothing that can't wait till a little later this afternoon. Dar went out the door this morning working again. You know what she's like. She's making me look bad in every way, shape, or form. So she went out the door, and I'm taking care of this. I'm taking care of this. So haven't seen you in Zello. You know what? Zello is. I enjoy Zello. I do. It's cool and it's real. I'm just honestly sick and tired of. There's always that one person or somebody sitting in the background. You know, Joey, there's always somebody sitting in the background recording everything that we're saying. Everything that we're saying in some way or somewhere or another, it's going to show up. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm just tired of that, really. Honestly, I'm just freaking tired of that. I'm just like, why? Like, why? I love hanging out. Look at, I got the shirt on today, for Christ's sake, right? Like, I love the guy and I love hanging out and I love just shooting the shit. But it's just too much that every fucking 9 minutes that somebody else is, checking, checking the audio. And then who cares? It's like, you know what? And I'll be honest with you, it's kind of, sorry, got a new chair. It's kind of not where I want to go. Joey, like my channel took a 360 a while ago, and we've been going down our own little path here. And all of a sudden the channel started growing again, and it's doing quite well. We got a really, really, really good group of people in here hanging out and just shooting the shit and being goofy, having fun and talking trucking, talking titties and beer, whatever we are. Morning, Bob. How the hell are you, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. JB Hunt and I are fighting over a load for $87. They want to pay me $550 for a 100-mile load, and I'm asking $587. Glad to stay home. Got stuff I have to prepare for. I don't know if I'd have parked my truck for $87 there, brother. I don't know. I'd have kind of met him in the middle. Dar is your sugar mama. You're damn right she is, baby. You're damn right she is. If I can take it and get away with it, why wouldn't I? And you know what? You know what? You would too. Don't kid yourself. So a couple of packages went out yesterday. Robert, you got yours, or yours went out yesterday. I think a couple others went out yesterday. I think Dara's going to take care of the rest of them. I think probably tomorrow, being Wednesday. Yeah. Good morning, Bob. Good morning, Dar. Good morning. You say you're saying hello, man, but I can't even read your name. So let's just go with, hey, how the hell are you? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hit the like button, maybe subscribe, take a poke around. Just whatever, for God's sakes, whatever you do, don't listen to Robert. He doesn't know what he's talking about. All right. So Bob came in and said hi, and Bob going out and said bye. There we go. What's going on? MP8, how the hell you doing, bro? Nice to see you as usual. I told you before, brother. Told you before. We're not calling you. We're not calling you we're not calling you that no more. It ain't happening. Going out tomorrow, and then I think, 2 going out tomorrow, and then I think that's everyone. Yeah, I think she's got them all covered. She's got them all covered. Where's my package? You should be able to deliver free of charge to. I don't know. Do we have one for MP8 there? I don't know. You know what? Here's an easier one there, MP8. Instead of where's my package? You should be able to deliver it to Oshawa. How about you get off your ass and come up here and pick it up? If I even owe you one. If I owe you one, come get it, man. Stop in. We'll bring up another chair. Go live. You can tell us everything you know about trucking. Everything you know. I'll just take a break, sit back and hang out. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Shannon. How are you, baby? You doing okay? You still home? Had a girl killing it as usual. Humberto, how are you? Again, it was Humberto's birthday yesterday. Everybody send Humberto $1 million in super chat money. Mind you, if you send it to me first. I'll make sure he gets it. 100%. I'll make sure he gets it. I'll just ding him for a very, very modest 65% mob style kickback. Nothing serious, just the least I could do for a friend. I'd do it for any of you guys, I would, just because that's just how I roll, and I'm pretty good that way. You're going to rip that wall out behind you and take the background you got? No, man. You know what? What do you mean when we leave? No. I can take all of that down and just there's enough pictures of it. I can recreate it or remove. Actually, there's a couple other things I want to add. So I'm going to have to move some shit around. I think though, let's just take it all with us, man. Just need to take down the signs and pack them. Yeah, I know. Just passing by, show some love. If you be loved later, I will pass by again at the SAG. Okay, hey man, thanks for doing that. Appreciate that. Buck Brown saying good morning to Shannon. What'd you think the other day about how my trailer operates? I didn't realize your trailer was a doctor there, Buck. I didn't know it was operating, but I'm very impressed by the fact that it does. That's pretty impressive, bro. Pretty impressive. We got a slow burner this morning. I'm telling you right now, and this is going to be a good stogie. So, yeah, she's doing good. She's doing good. Hey, I don't want money from anyone. Haha, just subscribers. Okay, well then you know what? Go over and throw Humberto a sub. Show him some love. I think he's getting close. I think he's around 800 and something. Actually, let's go find out. Let's go find out what Humberto's at right now. He's at 745. He's got 605 videos. And he says the Wheelburner Express is the best channel he's ever watched in his entire life. Everybody should ignore everybody else and just watch Wheelburner. Oh man, that was really nice of you to say that on the front of your channel here. I really appreciate that, man. That's awesome. No, I'm just fucking with him. No, but he's got 745, so he's 265 away, or sorry, 255 away from 1,000. 255 away from 1,000. We can get them there. We can get them there, I think. Uh, hey, Buck, you see, be back later. LOL. Okay. That was interesting, Buck Brown. Yeah, Humberto. I don't know. It's believe it or not, it is kind of hard for to do this kind of thing when you've got people in the chat having conversations with each other that you don't know nothing about. Like, I don't know what Buck and Shannon and Humberto are talking about right now. For all I know, they could be sitting here going, whatever, right? I don't have a clue. Can I join you for a minute? Well, I don't know. I'm not wearing any pants, Shannon. I'm not wearing any pants. Honestly, it's. Hold on. See if we can drop a link here. Is Dar still in here? Wonder if Dar's still here. Let's see here. Hold on. You're asking me to do a lot. You're asking me to do a lot. No, no, that's not right. Yeah, I'm on StreamYard, Dar. I don't know if that's it or not. I'm not sure if that's it or not. Fucked if I know. I found something. So I don't know if that's the link or not. I don't know. I found a link. I'll know if she shows up. That's not the right link. That is the channel. Okay, so there. Darl criticized the shit out of me. She's like, that's not the right link, but damn it. One of these days, really, one of these days, I'm going to learn how to do this. And I can't drop it for you because I'm not on StreamYard. Oh, wow. What's going on, Joshua? How the hell are you doing? Camille, good to see you. Chaos, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. One of these days, I'm going to learn how to do this. Hold on, Shannon. Hold on. I don't have a goddamn clue. I don't have a guy. I just had Dar on the phone. Like I'm doing every single thing that she says, and it's just not wanting to work with me. I shit you not. Um, I mean, this is ridiculous, man. I will try one fucking time, one more time. Link is copied. Link is copied. Okay, we're going to go down here and we are going to. Not a chance in hell, boys and girls. If she's not wanting to work. Don't want to tell you, this is amateur hour. I never claimed to run a good show here, right? I'm just doing this by the seat of my pants, right? My producer's out wandering around the streets making money doing God knows what. I don't have a clue. No, I got the link copied. I got it, or Chaos. I can copy it, right? That's not a problem. Mm-mm, not happening. Not happening. That's what I'm doing, Shannon. I'm trying to paste it right into the chat. Right? I just did exactly what Chaos said there. I've already done it that way, and I've done it the other way through StreamYard. And I'm telling you, it's just not wanting to play. It is not wanting to play. It's just driving me absolutely freaking crazy here. And because I'm not on my computer, Shannon, I was just talking to Dara. She's like, "Do you know how to?" Well, why don't you just email her the link? And I'm like, yeah, I could probably do that if I knew how to email on your computer. You know, here. That is how archaic it is. Shannon, check your phone. This is how I actually had to take a picture of the link, a fucking picture of the link, and send it to her. If that don't work, I don't know. Click the chat box, then the buttons. Dude, I'm telling you, I've done it. Look at, there's the mouse, there's the buttons. I mean, like, come on. I know I'm archaic and I know that I'm like way the F out in left field, like way behind the times and everything like that. But like, even I know how to copy and paste something, right? Even I know how to copy and paste something. I'm pretty behind the days, but Dar, I just took a picture of the link and just texted it to her. So she's going to have to manually go in and somehow or another figure. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Don't know. What link? Camille, it's a link so that you can come in here and chat with me. And I'm going to actually there's the God of Thunder himself, or the technology. Sterling, I'm having a minor meltdown here. I'm trying to drop the link. I've got the link copied. Every time I go into like invite, you go over there, here's the link, blah, 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 copy, come back here, go down to I don't want to pin it. I just want to put it in the comments. But every time I go to paste it, it will not paste into the comment. So what the hell? Can't wait till he tries to let her in. I don't know how it's going, dude. I don't know how it's going to work. Be honest with you, T-Bone. Like, like I said, like this is why when I do shit like this, I try to keep it so simple because Dara's not here, right? I'm like the 5-year-old with the cell phone, right? I know I'm going to screw it up, so I need my kids or Dara to be here to fix it when I screw it up. So that's the biggest problem, right? And some of this is my own fault. I'll be 100% honest with you. Some of this is my own fault because I really should learn how to do this. It's probably really simple and really easy, and I should learn how to do it, but I don't. I just haven't taken the time to do it. No, Apple products are easy. Joshua, Apple products are easy, man. It should be as easy as copy and paste. Yeah, bro, I know. It should be, but why it's not is way beyond me. I don't have a damn clue, man. See, here we go. Here we go. Hold on. We might have something here. No. No, we don't have it. We don't have it. Not a clue. Fuck you. Not you guys. I'm the computer. Oh my. Okay, I've done that, Shannon. Hold on a second here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Shannon, I don't have your email. Dar has it, and I don't know where it is. No. Fuck, man. Oh my god, this is killing me. Forget it. 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 I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'll be here all goddamn day just trying to figure this out. By the time I'm done, by the time I get this goddamn thing copied, there'll be fucking 6 people in here. It's like, fuck this. Invite. All right. Yeah, that was a big fucking oops. Sorry. That was a big oops. I sent something, so whether she gets it or not, but that's the most I'm not doing it anymore. I am not messing around with this. That's the most I'm not doing. I sent something. I am not. So whether she gets it or not, I found you. That's the most I'm not doing. I'm not doing. I sent something. I am not messing around. So whether she gets it or not, I found you. That's the most I'm not doing. I sent something. I am not. So whether she gets it or not, I found you. I found you. That's the most I'm not doing. I sent something. I am not. I found you. I found you. There you go. How many devices do you have running, Shannon? There you go.
Okay.
There we go.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Good morning.
Good morning. Don't ask me how this works, because I'll be honest with you, it's a miracle. It took me what, like 15 minutes just to get you on the screen, and I've got 3 people texting me. Oh, there's Dar. Does Dar want to come in too? Nope, Dar just took off. Dar she popped in for a second. Okay. So yeah, it took 15 minutes just to get you in here, and
I'm proud of you, Brian. I'm proud of you. You learn every day.
That's how bad I am. It borderlines on pathetic. It really does, Shannon.
It's okay. Practice, makes perfect. So.
Oh, sweetheart, I don't have a clue what I did. I just fumbled over the shit. Eventually, it's one of those things. If you hit enough buttons enough times, you get lucky.
Yeah.
And that's all I did.
Okay, so you successfully sent me the email link, and I clicked in through my email to enter. So we did all right.
If I was doing it from my phone, it would have been okay, because I have your email, I think, in my phone, but I'm on Dara's computer, so it's not saved on her computer. Okay. So that's why when you sent it to me, you texted it to me, I was able to obviously whatever. Yeah, exactly. Dar, what a clusterfuck. Yeah. So what's going on in the big town with you?
Oh man, so much is going on. Okay, so I've been home, oh gosh, all week. I ran a couple of loads. Okay, so Alvin had went home to Toledo. He had some appointments to take care of. The truck is in the shop. The new truck is in the shop getting road ready, and which has been an pretty awesome experience. It's taken him a little bit of time, but that's okay. So, because Alvin had some appointments he had to take care of, and then I had, some things, and I saw the family and all that other stuff. And so then just finding out when the truck's going to be ready and all that. So we coordinated it so that I ran a couple loads to keep up the truck payment, and then Elvin came up and jumped in the pretty penny, and now he booked out a whole week's loads, and so he has my truck and in one of the trailers, so he's good to go. He's out there running, so him using my truck is covering my truck payment.
Yeah, yeah.
And so the other one that's in the shop, I'm here waiting for it and dealing with it and everything like that, because that's covered under the warranty that they give you at the International Used Truck Center for the first 60 days.
Right.
The first 30 days that you have the truck, 100% of anything bumper to bumper is covered if it needs fixed. So what we did was, when we picked up the truck from Columbus, we brought it straight up to the shop and dropped it here off at my shop that works on my truck. And
Yeah.
And they're familiar with the whole process, so that's great. And so it turns out it did need a couple of things fixed, like the headlight housing needed fixed, some
Yeah.
other seal on something, and I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what it is to tell you guys. I'll figure it out. But that was a fairly could have been expensive repair.
Yeah.
And then the brakes, we kind of got lucky there, because the brakes were DOT. So at the used truck center, they're not a shop. They prepare it to sell. So
Right.
they have a guy that does a DOT, right? So we did notice that when we picked up the truck, the brakes were really like barely DOT. So and then 2 of the tires had some weird cracks in it and whatever. So when we brought it up to the shop up here, we literally, this mechanic that I have here is like the international whisperer. Like, he is the best. Yeah. So when he went through it head to toe, he noticed all those things and went through it with a fine tooth comb, and the truck is in really good shape, minus these couple things that needed to be fixed. So I really thought they were going to give us a problem with the brakes, because it needs a whole new set of brakes, because they were so thin. So I was already prepared, like, okay, I might have to spend the expense and put new brakes on this truck.
Yeah.
So the saving grace, though, was that the brakes were cracked. So that qualifies it for the warranty coverage. So Alvin's getting a brand new set of brakes on his truck all the way around, and that's covered under the warranty. They're covering the 2 tires. They're covering the little seal thing. They covered the headlight housing.
Nice.
And really, like, that's kind of all that was found that was anything to be concerned about. So everything's covered. We walk out paying no dollars. It's going to be in excellent shape for him to get started. I'm super happy about it.
Good.
So in the meantime, I've been, I came home. I bought a brand new set of lines for the truck, air lines, because the ones that were on there were good, but the glad hands and the pigtail are all like corroded or something.
Shannon, I do mine. I do my airlines, like the rubber airlines, every year, and I change my glad hands every 2. I don't mess around, even if there's no visible cracks. I don't mess around with it because of the winters and the salt that you and I deal with and everything. Yeah. I don't even mess around with it. I change them every year.
So I wanted to make sure he had an extra set on the truck, because that's one remember that expensive lesson I learned. So that was going to be a plan to buy a set no matter what. But so what we're going to do is, the ones that are on there are good. The glad hands are really weirdly corroded, like they've been sitting around on a truck for a long time or whatever.
Yeah.
Out in the weather. So, but they're functional. So I bought a brand new set of everything all together, all with the spirally thing around it and everything. It's all just one. It's like a plug and play set. So I got that. He's going to put those on the truck when he gets into it. And then he's going to take the old set and use those for the spares.
Okay.
So that's taken care of. And, I mean, we just really picked out a good truck. Like, I'm really excited because it was my first time ever buying a truck myself. So I was very nervous and now,
this dealership you bought it from, is this the one that Jeff uses regularly? Is this
no. I began to figure out that I was probably going to depend on Jeff heavily in this process, but it actually took another turn. So when I was at the truck show, I went to the international booth, right? And at this point, I had already done the loan work and all that and knew that, okay, I have this much money to spend, right?
Yeah.
And I only have a certain amount of time to spend it. That's how the SBA loans work. So I was able to get that to increase my business. So
Right.
I met the salesman at the show, and I had already been putting in calls to other salesmen around, one being the ones that Jeff bought my truck from.
Yeah.
And then I just called the guy at my shop. There's a salesperson at my shop, and nobody really, they weren't, I set my parameters of what I wanted to have. And I was trying to buy a truck as close to my truck as possible because my truck is so set up perfectly.
Yes.
And and then I had to stay within budget, because I also got 2 trailers. So I was trying to get a truck and 2 trailers for a certain amount of money.
Right.
And so this gentleman, his name is Scott Bush, out of the Columbus International Used Truck Center,
Yeah.
which is International's spot for used trucks, right? So dealerships go to pick trucks out of their basket, if you will,
Right. Right.
and then they will mark them up and resell them at the dealership. So it's kind of like I call it like a wholesale deal, right? We went right to the source.
Sure.
So, but in that, the advantage to that I've learned is that they provide a international factory backed warranty that you can buy instead of going out to a third party warranty company. So I
Oh,
really liked that. And so he was very diligent with me, called me that Monday after the show. We started talking, and he went right to work for me, man. He was
yeah.
really great and very honest guy. I was, of course, being a girl about a lot of stuff, like asking detailed questions because I was so nervous.
Your
And
money. Ask away.
yeah, and so he was very, very good. It was a great experience. And then we had we had found a truck, but it was pretty rusty. It looked just like mine, but it was pretty rusty. And it was like, but the price range was right. And so I started to be like, I don't know. And I said, let's just keep looking, just keep looking. So then he came up with that red truck, and it not only did it have the lowest miles, it had 311,000 miles on it, but it also had the original factory warranty until August is when it ages out.
Right.
So that's a bonus, because then the the additional 2-year warranty that we purchased for an extra $10,000
Yeah.
begins when that ends.
In
So
August.
Elton's
Right.
walking out with almost a 2.5-year factory backed warranty.
Good for him. Good for
Yeah,
him.
so really happy about that. And then obviously now that, I was worried about what the shop was going to find and, whatever. And because the mechanic is so good, I totally trusted, he was going to scrutinize it very, very much. So, and we came out with just those few things, and it's going to be in great shape. So, and it does have the A26 motor, and,
Same motor as you?
no,
Yeah.
I have the Cummins X15.
Oh, sorry. A26. Yeah. Yeah.
So the A26 in this truck is a 13 liter.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be a fuel saver for Elvin, right? Getting started, because this is his first truck and it's his first time, getting into the owner operator space and being able to run spot market and all that other stuff. He comes from a background of running reefer for a company. And so he was dispatched, and, rough experience for him, but he's been driving longer than me, but it's his path has been a little rocky because he's ended up working for the foreign people that do shady things and whatever, and he just was dying to get out of that situation. And so it just kind of all worked out. Timing was perfect, and
Yeah.
I threw it on the table. I said, hey man, I don't know if you're interested, because I knew that he was hoping one day to get in this space. And
Right.
so when the opportunity came to me, and what am I going to do with another truck? I'm like, I should buy another truck. But then I was like, I didn't know anybody really. And I had asked one driver that I know, and he declined. And so I was like, okay, well, I don't know anybody else that I can trust or that I would put up to like trucking to put my, my stamp on.
Right.
And then I was just driving, and then Elvin came to my mind. And so I gave him a call. I said, hey, man, this opportunities came to me. I don't know if you're interested, but we can do this if you want to. I know you were trying to save more money to save up for your new truck, et cetera, et cetera. And so he went and talked to his wife about it. They did math. They, looked at everything, and
They did math.
they did math because you have to know your numbers. You got to.
Well, I know. It just sounds funny, right?
Right. So, but
as long as we're here, we won't talk about math. We won't talk about numbers. But can we talk about what you're doing here? Like without well, let's just take it to your comfort level, okay? We won't discuss numbers or how much money this or that. But let's see. I'm curious to know, because I only know partial as well. Where is Shannon Thomas Trucking going? What is she doing? So we all know that you own the Pretty Penny or the Copper Penny. That is your truck. That is the one you drive. That's your main source of income for you. You've now gone out and you've now purchased a second truck, right? The red, what do you call that? Red hot chili pepper?
I call it the red hot chili pepper, but
Right.
Elvin named it for himself that he calls it the Freddy Ready. Right.
There you go. So we got the Freddy Ready and the Copper Penny, the Pretty Penny.
Yeah.
Now, Alvin is actually not an employee of yours. Alvin is working for himself.
Yes.
And he is working on a lease-to-own program with you. So you've purchased the truck. It's in your name. Alvin is paying you monthly a lease payment with the option at the end when the last payment is made to buy the truck, correct?
Correct.
Right on. So
and
that's because I know Jeff is going that direction, and I'm seeing that you're following suit, right?
Yeah. So Jeff actually, Jeff is my business partner. So I tell him everything, and I count on him to be my mentor and my teacher in everything that I'm doing. And so, this was an opportunity for me not only to be able to alleviate some trailers from him that he owned, right? So he was able to sell his older trailers because Jeff is moving in the direction of having new equipment for everyone.
Right.
So I was able to clean up that little space for him and then take on, purchase those trailers from him. And so those two trailers are rentable units, right?
Yeah.
And so I rent my trailer from Jeff. And so now I've acquired two trailers from Jeff. So Elvin will be Elvin, the benefit for Elvin is that he gets to lease purchase a whole unit, a truck and a trailer.
Okay, and trailer. Okay, good. Yeah,
so,
that's
within 3 years, those two pieces of equipment, the truck and the trailer, will become his.
Right.
And so now he has his own equipment for his own business, and he's off and running, trying to set him up for success. So, and then I retain a trailer, and that's rented or alleviates my trailer rent, however you want to look at it, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And so that's really what I'm doing. That is the real laydown of what I have not really got on my channel and announced and whatever to everybody yet, because I was just waiting for all the stuff to settle, right? But it's okay, because I'm not, I was really kind of freaked out what people might say or people might think or whatever. But you know what? This is what I'm doing to increase my revenue in these trying times of hard rates. So my mind is really wrapped around like, okay, well, if depending on, if just struggling with the rates is one thing, but I have a business mindset. So it's like, okay, in this time, what can I do? And an opportunity came to me to apply for a program for small companies, minority owned companies. I'm a female, so that qualifies me to increase their business, who would normally not be able to yet get financing, right? That was the program.
Right.
That was through my bank. So my bank had contacted me and told me that this program was available. Would I like to apply? Well, you guys know I had no plans to increase at this time or whatever. It was a future plan.
Sure.
So this happened, and I'm like, okay, well, this is a huge opportunity. And, some people will be scared of the debt. Some people will be like, oh my gosh, you shouldn't do that. Da, da, da. Stick your neck out there, whatever. But this is the way that I look at it. If you understand business and business credit and things like that, the opportunity that this provides for my business, it is very difficult to begin getting business credit for your business by itself. My business is a C corp, so it is a completely separate entity from me personally. Okay.
Yeah. So same
So
with us.
so here's the deal. If and I'm speaking to the people that may understand what I'm talking about. Some people won't, but business owners, it's hard to get business credit established, especially with a trade line of that size. It's very, very difficult. It takes you years to build up to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I saw it that way. This is an opportunity for me to secure a very large trade line to kick off on my business credit. And so I can utilize that to spring myself forward. Not that I want to get in debt. So people are going to get excited right now. It's not that I want to be in debt, especially in the tumultuous times that we're in. But on the other side of that, this is a huge opportunity for me to do well on making payments on time on a very large trade line, which will eliminate a lot of it will allow me other institutions to see that, or business credit cards or gas cards or whatever.
Yeah.
When I decide to apply for those, this will show me so much more solid for business.
This is building for you a business portfolio.
Yes.
This is what you're doing right now. Okay. Everything that you just mentioned there, everything you just talked about, you're building yourself a business. You're building your company's portfolio, and you've started with the one truck. You've got the two. Now you're slowly, and you're using credit properly. You can use debt successfully. And in some cases, like in this case here, you are. Right? You're using the debt to actually build your credit, to build your portfolio, to build the name, which down the road, like 2 years from now, I wouldn't surprise me at all. You've got 6 trucks running, leased out under, a couple of trailers, 2 on the side, blah, 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 blah. But, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. Everything you just said here right now, you're building your company's portfolio. Shannon Thomas Trucking portfolio is this right now. But it's going to be this by next year. And then it's going to be this in 3 years. And then, and then pretty soon you're going to be bigger and better looking than me.
Well, and the main thing is that, and I'm never going to look better than you, by the way. The main thing is that it's the stepping stone in business. It's a big one. It's not me getting a little office, little account and a Uline account and all these little things they tell you to do to start giving yourself a Paydex score, right? This is just like a boulder, boom, boom. Right now it's big. This would have taken me years to work up to get a trade line of this size.
Right.
So that is the benefit I seen in it. And so it was like, yes, okay, we have to do this because we need to save a whole lot of years of me building up to that. Yes. So now I can come to the table a bigger player, right? Uh-huh. And so this is a catalyst for that. And so then it's like, okay, I got to figure out how to create more revenue for my company with this amount of money and be able to utilize this opportunity. So that's what I did. So by getting a truck, getting a trailer, and getting another trailer, from the bank's perspective or a creditor's perspective, now I have increased my revenue. I have 3 pieces of equipment, there will be equity in that.
Exactly.
And then I've also provided for my company, not just one stream of income anymore, but now I have 4 streams of income.
Correct.
So my revenue will increase, which makes me even look more attractive and financially stable. Okay, this is what it looks like when you have to do so. Yes, there's a risk involved. Do I have the guts to take the risk? Absolutely, I do. Did I do the math first? Absolutely, I did.
Yeah.
So is it any money out of my pocket? No, it's not. It's a risk I'm taking, and that
Correct.
I'm investing in myself, and I believe in me, and I have a great team of people to pick,
Well,
do
that's
math
where I
with.
was, that's where I was about to go with that. Okay. The investment is in yourself and your time and your energy and your smarts and your brains. But now you're going to have to realize, and I think you already know, is that you're going to have to rely on the people that are around you. You can't do everything, right? Alvin is now in the program. He's in the Shannon Thomas Trucking program. It's going to be up to Alvin with, I'm sure, with some assistance and some guidance from you and maybe from Jeff and whatever like that. But now it's up to Alvin to go and, grab it and get his. By
Right.
doing that, it runs down to you and it benefits you. And the people around you now, Shannon's going to have to rely on Alvin's. Of course, Jeff is always going to be a big fan and a big supporter of yours. He's very good for that. So yeah, it's interesting to watch, but it's actually really, really cool. And I just want to say, I love you, and Dara and I both, we love you very much. But we are very proud of you. You don't know, for us to sit and watch you from where you started with your little 26 people on your channel. Fuck the channel. That's one thing. But you were killing yourself for Dart as a lease operator, choking and gagging and spitting and fucking dying. And now here you are sitting here in front of me, in front of 200 people. And you've got not one truck, you got two. You got a guy named Elvin he's gonna kill it. He's got the right attitude. He was in here the other day. I loved his attitude in my chat. He was chatting it up and having a great time. And he's gonna kill it for you. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if 3 years from now we're doing this again. And I'm still sitting here, but you're a conglomerate, a big monster.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised at some point if I'm working for you, baby.
There's anytime. But no, but I want to clarify that in my mind, okay, this provided me an opportunity to pay forward something that was done for me and to help someone else start their business that was his dream, right?
Very good point. Very good point.
Yeah. So Alvin has been a friend of mine for 11 years, and I know without a doubt he's definitely got the right mindset. He's definitely he's learning off, he's happy to be here with Jeff and understands how Jeff is a teacher and a mentor and stuff like that. And that's something. So I was able to bring him into that environment with a great team to help him start solid himself. So it's nobody working for me. It's him having an opportunity to work for himself, which is the dream, right?
Yeah.
So with all of this happening, I can help someone else like Jeff helped me. And it also brings more revenue to like trucking. It helps me bring in a little bit more revenue so I can please the bank for their investment, right? That was the whole point, was I have to show growth in my company. So I have to do that, or it doesn't, it's not going to make me look very responsible. But also it provides Elvin a way in where he could come in with no money, and then he can have the same opportunity. So it benefits all of us as a team. And we are coming into this with the mindset of being a team and business partners together. And that's just kind of how I look at it. And I don't ever want to think like he's my employee. I'm not responsible for dispatching it. I am not doing anything but helping with the finances. And that is what Jeff did for me. And he rescued me from my situation. And so Jeff did the vetting of Elvin to make sure he was going to be a good fit on the team and all of that. And he passed everything, and they have developed a very good relationship. And now he's out there running on his own, because he was with me in the truck. And now I had to let somebody else take control of my.
I was going to ask you, like, just never mind all the rest of the people here, just between you and me. How did that go, having somebody else in the truck with you like that? Like, I know how I do. I don't do well with it. So I'm just wondering how you did with that for that week.
It was I wasn't sure how it was going to be. Like, I've driven team before, and it was like, okay, now it's going to be 3 of us in the truck. Of course, Dee Dee, right? Me and Dee Dee.
Of
And
course.
I wasn't sure how coming into our environment was going to be for him.
Okay.
And then I wasn't sure how it was just all going to work out. But I know this person, and it just went well. We just shared everything, and we did everything like a team would, and we're
Now,
both very,
did you drive it like a true team truck? Like the trucks ran 24 hours, or did you run it?
well,
Uh,
so what we ended up doing, because we really we had this dream that we were going to like slam out some team freight and just go ham, right? While we were getting all this other processes done. It didn't work out that way because the freight wasn't there for us to run
okay.
team.
Yeah.
So what we did try to do is just run single loads faster, right? And capitalize on compounding time, because that's really how you make money in this business, is you compound time as much as you can.
Time equals money. Absolutely.
Right. So that's what we end up having to do. But then between me having to I had to be in person to sign loan documents, and we had to make sure the monies were transferred, and then we had to show up in Columbus to pick up the truck. So there was a lot of appointments that had to be kept. So that held us back a lot, because we had to stay around so we could get to the places that I had to be at to get all the stuff facilitated. Therefore, that's when now we learned that we had to wait a little bit longer for the truck. So instead of us both just sitting around and can't move and all this other stuff, we decided that, okay, well, we don't both need to be in the truck to keep the truck running, because we can't really nail down any team loads anyways. So why not let me come home, me have like a vacation that I desperately deserved and needed. And then I had a lot of business to take care of too. So this is really the only time that this can allow me that vacation. And so he had enough time at home. He was dying to get out and start running and making money. And and so hang on, Jeff's calling me. So anyways, so we decided to
give him the link. Tell him they can come in and talk to you here.
So we decided to utilize the time in its best way so that we could be more productive. And so that meant him coming back up, jumping in my truck, getting my truck running, because I have a truck payment too, everyone. Like, I have to worry about that truck payment too. And so instead of us getting behind and then having to try to go out together again and then have to come back and get the truck and all this and that, I can handle more things here.
It makes sense. It does make sense.
Yeah. And so then he got in the truck and he got the truck running, because we ain't earning if the wheels aren't turning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we get those wheels turning. We still stay on top of the truck payment, and then I can handle, just wait for this truck to get done and be home and handle my stuff at home.
So tell me honestly, because I know this from experience. Does it feel funny while you're sitting there, let's just say whatever you're doing, signing, but Alvin's driving your truck? Does it feel funny thinking that somebody else is driving your truck?
Absolutely.
I always, it didn't matter if one of my boys was driving my truck, like if I was at home and like theirs was down or whatever, and they were using mine, I always had the weirdest, like this just doesn't feel right. Somebody else is driving my truck right now.
Well, so I did, now first of all, let me explain. There is no issue of worrying about his driving ability, his safety.
Oh, no, that's not what I was saying, right? Yeah.
Right. It was just I had to figure out what I needed to take out of my truck that I was going to need for 5 days of being at home. So that was, and then I'm trying to, see what else I can take to get stuff out of his way. So it's all good. So yeah, that was a little bit weird. And I was telling Jeff, I said, oh my God, I'm freaking out, like just not being able to have my truck.
Yeah. It's not like you can just get up right now and go, all right, I've had enough sitting around, I'm going to work, because you're not going anywhere until that truck comes back.
Yeah. So, yeah. And so that was a little weird for me, but you got to take all your emotions out of it and understand that you have a business to run, and that tool needs to keep working, right? The machine has to keep working. Absolutely. And so I just had to, I had to adjust in my mind. So I did good. I got, We got everything that I needed to have to operate what I need to do here. And I filled up the truck with groceries for him. So it came fully.
Oh, you're a good boss lady there.
So I just wanted to make sure that he was taken care of while he's out there and he doesn't have to worry about expenses, because him and I have both been struggling with our pay, let's say our paychecks, right? Because we've been trying to do this working together and working through this whole process. So at this point, we're just days away from getting the truck and him being able to move into his truck. I want him to be set up for success as much as possible. So this allowed me the benefit of keeping my truck payment up, and it allows him the benefit to go make some money, to get some money underneath him. So he's off to a great start. And
it sounds like a great plan. It really does. Good for you.
Yeah, but it's been a lot of work doing that, and I'm learning this for my first time, right? I'm learning how much work it is to purchase a truck and then set up the driver and
well, hey,
we're trying to operate and run loads all in between that. Like, it has been so much work. You guys haven't seen me much on YouTube because I have literally been slam busy.
Now you know why Jeff looks the way he looks. Right?
Jeff is in here. He just popped in.
Jeff's only 30 years old, but look at the poor bastard, right? He's aged probably. He's probably older than I am, but I say that I'm taking a poke at him because he's in the chat here. So I saw him. So I'm just taking a quick poke.
It's been exciting because let me go back to what I was going to say about Jeff. So Jeff kind of, he's been there for me 100%. He's helped me with the contracts, because I've never done this before like that with the lease purchasing thing for someone else. Yeah. He helped me make sure telling me I had to go buy these plates. I had to do this. And so now I'm learning about 3 pieces of equipment, what it takes, like what you actually have to be responsible for is owning it. And, down to plates, insurance, this, that, what's in my name. And then I had to lease my equipment back to like trucking, right? There's a responsibility there for my company to lease my equipment to him. So it's been really interesting. And he has just been there every step of the way for me. And he's also sat back and let me handle my business, right? And just kind of watched how this whole thing worked out and how the process worked with this truck, getting it from the used truck center, right? And so I believe that, Jeff, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but she has been eating. Don't let her fool you. Oh, I've been eating. But Jeff, I think Jeff has kind of been very interested in just watching the process of how to purchase these international trucks directly from International and what the benefit is to it, enough to where he's liked the process. He's been kind of happy with how it's went. And so that is, I think, encouraged him to start up the lease purchase program with like trucking with these trucks too. Right. He sees the benefit in that. And so we've just kind of all just been, doing this together, and it's been just amazing. It's just coming out.
I'll be honest. Something I really enjoy about this fact is that Jeff is in a position to do all of this for you, but not just you. Like, I caught his live, I don't know, I think it was last week, when he was talking about kind of what he's doing, the direction he's kind of taken. He's going to get into the lease op deals and everything like that. But I think you can honestly say, whoop, there she is. I think you can honestly say, when it came to Jeff, like, if you were going to go to Transact and take a lease op deal, I'd go, hell no, don't touch that with a 10-foot, or Dart, don't touch that with a 10-foot pole. If somebody came to me and said, okay, I'm thinking of going to Like Trucking, he's got a good program over there, I would say, yeah, because I think in this case here, Dart doesn't have your best interest in heart. They're going to give you a truck. They're going to want you to run. They want to make their money. They don't give a rat's ass about you. I think Jeff he's interested in making money. Don't get me wrong. Every business, he doesn't have charity written across his forehead. He's not stupid. He does want to make money, but I think along with that I think that Jeff is interested as well in your success, Alvin's success. If I was somebody that came to Like Trucking and I was interested in doing this, and if I got vetted and I passed, he's interested in my success. For every truck he's got out there with the Like Trucking name on the door that's being successful,
Yeah.
it's good on him as well. It's good on him as well. And let's face it, he's making money, right?
Right.
The end,
And
the end of
the
the day,
thing
he
is,
wants money.
over here, if we are working together to build Like Trucking together, which is my mindset, like I not only came here, not only, yes, he rescued me from that situation, but I came over here to learn from him
Yeah.
and be with him. And I understood myself, which maybe he doesn't know the full spectrum of it either, but I do. I know what I can bring to his business, and want to help him build his business like that, along with building mine. So it's even
Okay.
more exciting like that, because I can be an asset to him greatly and for the long term. And so I think that's the kind of team members that we're looking for too. Like, we are trying to build Like Trucking together and be dedicated to that, but also being able to make decisions that does that, but also helps us grow as small businesses. And Jeff has got such a great model for that, and it's awesome. And I am walking it out. Like, I'm actually I hope to be an inspiration to people at Like Trucking that are there already, that you can reinvest back into growing the team here, and which does just better for all of us, but
Yeah.
also to grow your own fleet within the fleet.
Sure.
And so, I mean, with lease purchase companies out there like Dart, and I mean, they offer that to you, but
Predatory.
there's no way you're going to make money at doing it.
No,
And
exactly.
so,
Well,
yeah,
here,
and
let's walk down that road, because I have another question for you. You're talking about, this is what Jeff is doing, and this is what you're bringing to the table, and you're going to help, and you're going to, you guys are all in the best interest of let's build Like Trucking. I how do I say this without? Okay, first of all, because you've been off, have you at all thought about? Because you guys are all you guys on Like Trucking are pretty much running around on the spot market, right?
yes, we are. Yes,
Now,
we are.
what have you done to go and secure, say, some Shannon Thomas freight that could possibly alleviate the stress and the pressure of having to run the spot market? Is there anything that you've done so far? Or maybe is there something, and this would be a question for Jeff, is there something that Jeff has looked at, reached out to companies, or are you guys just more interested in staying on the spot market and running that? Because rates suck. Times right now are hard. So is it worth going out right now from a business perspective, a standpoint, to get your own contract freight? Or are you guys going to just keep doing what you're doing? It seems to be working for you. Like Jeff said, you're eating,
We're eating and we're fighting for it. And yeah, it's tough. But yeah, I mean, since I've come out here, like, I listen to everybody to recommend, that's probably where we should try to get and stuff. So I'm always looking for those opportunities. I just haven't found the right one to fit yet.
Yeah.
Maybe moving forward, now that I have Elvin with me and he's down to do whatever,
Yeah.
maybe now it may be a little bit more easier for me to negotiate something, because I have a person who's genuinely like going to be like, whatever we do, we're going to try to do it as a team, and that. So yeah, that's always there. I just haven't found the right thing that I want to go after quite yet.
See,
I want to start
I'm
contacting companies is where it starts at. I think I want to try to stick around here, because Alvin lives in Toledo. I live in Flint. So which is a fantastic freight area. So if we're going to try to find something, that's great. However, it'll come when it's supposed to come, right? This all has happened with that.
See, I'm always kicking indoors. It's just my nature, right? I'm always kicking indoors. If there's a dollar over here that I see that somebody's left on the table and they're not willing to pick it up, I'm willing to go over and find out why that dollar is laying there, who owns it, and how I can put it in my pocket. Hence that's how I'm doing what I'm doing, right? I'm not pulling contract freight. I'm not pulling spot market freight. I'm not out running around the last 6 months. I've been on a solid contract doing what I've been doing. And the beautiful thing about mine is it's an open-ended contract, right? This contract is just going to go, and when the need for it dries up, my contract is over. But until that time, I'll just keep on going. And when it does, then yes, I'll come back. But what it's doing right now is also giving me the opportunity, because for all intents purposes, I'm home every night. I'm not home in the house, but I'm parked in the yard every single night, which is giving me the time to make contacts, reach out, talk to people. So when this contract's up, you know what? Who's not to say that, hey, Brian is not going to go. I may not be back out on the spot market. There might be something else that I've secured, and I'm just kind of thinking, like, is Shannon doing that? Is Jeff walking that line as well? If it's
we're set up for that. And it's just a matter, we've tried a couple things as a team in the past with some things that we're going to possibly move us forward to that.
Yeah.
Facilitating something, I can't go into detail about it, but
we're
really trying to work on things that might be better for everyone. Always thinking about the team instead of just us individually. So that's always just in the mindset. We just haven't landed anything yet, but
okay.
we at the company with Lake Trucking, like, we're set up to do anything like that. But in the meantime, until we hit that thing at the right time, and then, we can work together on it, then we're going to fight through the spot market. And so it's not prohibited or anything like that. It's just that we just haven't landed the perfect thing for us all yet.
Yeah. No, that's good for you. That's good for you. Because I think with your brains and with Jeff backing you up, you know what, to go out and land yourself, say, and I use as an example, a really good example, and it's just my opinion, of course, but a really good example of that is Fate Trucking, what Scott does. Right.
Yeah.
If you watch what Fate does, he runs a lot of freight contract. He runs contract freight out to the East Coast, and then he might boogie around out on the East Coast for a bit, but then he's got contract freight taking him back home. And it works really, really, really well for Fate.
Yeah. And when we find something that we can do too, we can utilize that. It's just going to be, but I'm not there yet. This kind of all came to me as a surprise, and you know what I mean? Like whoa, but
baby steps here, baby steps. Like you're still taking the baby steps. Like, let's walk before we run,
Right. And so I've had the discussion with Elvin, and so he's going to keep his eyes peeled, and he's going to be out there talking to customers just like I do all the time. I'm always making sure I make, good service and talking to figure out who's who and trying to talk to who I can and all of that stuff while working with the great broker relationships that I've built. So I just kind of plugged Elvin right into that. So he took out a whole lot of guesswork for him.
Yeah. And that is something else that we've always heard from day one from you. And that I hear from, I only hear it from the successful people. And when I say successful, I mean the people that are not just breaking even, they're actually putting a little scratch in their pocket. And that's the relationship, because everybody blames the brokers for everything these days. You've heard it. Oh, the brokers this, the brokers that, shippers. Build a relationship with brokers. Okay. Yeah. And I'll give you an example. Mercer Transport is a huge company, right? It's all owner operator run, blah, blah, blah. The two top running guys for Mercer are both Canadians. I know them both, right? I know both of them. And the reason they're successful, it's not because they hustle the most or they're the crazy. You know what it is? It is their relationship with the brokers. These guys have the best relationship with brokers, and they are literally booking freight with their brokers. They put it this way. Gordy's got brokers talking to each other, trying to figure, he'll say, I'm going to be here, 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 and here. And the brokers are talking to each other, trying to figure out, okay, this is what because he's making them money as well. Right. And we always hear that from you is the relationship that you've got with the brokers. And I think that's fantastic. See, I don't have that. I don't deal with that. The company I'm leasing, we don't deal with that.
Let me add a little bit to that. So when I knew that we were moving forward and going to be bringing Elvin on and all this stuff, I started talking to my brokers that I work with the most about that. And letting them know, like, hey, some good stuff's happening with me. I'm bringing this guy on. My brokers, my brokers were excited for me. And of course, for themselves, obviously, they're going to have a trucking driver. But their answers were like, that's great. You know what? I'm going to do everything I can to help him out and to be successful because I know
Yeah.
what benefits you,
Yeah.
meaning me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, is that not love or what? Like, I I have achieved that in these relationships, and everybody can say, "Oh, they don't care about you." That's fine, but for what it is in our relationship, and that was their answer,
Yeah.
that meant that meant something to me. And I nobody understands my relationship with the brokers that I work with. That's okay. And you can decide if they don't care about me or whatever. But there is at least some level of care that we have for taking care of each other in business. And that's what we do have.
Right.
And so I'm sorry if you don't have that, not you, Will Burner, but people out there that are, want to talk against what I got going on.
Mhm.
You may not have that and you may not understand that, but I've achieved that. And I've
Yeah.
worked very hard to work very hard for them as a business. I treat them as a business partner, not as a leech or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
and I've been fortunate. I will say this. I've been fortunate to just get some very good people to work with. But they value me and they value Like Trucking greatly. Like, we have the highest score, if not close to the highest score, that however they score us, right?
Yeah.
And they have commented to me several times, like, your guys' score is so high. Like, I've
Yeah.
never even seen anything like this before. So that's the hard work of the Like Trucking
Well,
owner.
at the end of the day, Shannon, at the end of the day, it goes right back to the old fashioned customer service wins the game. Fuel
Yeah.
mileage wins the game in the bit in the trucking part of it, but in the business part of it, customer relations and customer service. If you guys got the top score, if you've got the highest on time delivery, the lowest missed time, blah 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 blah, brokers are probably going to line up to throw themselves at you to work with you. And that sounds like what you and Jeff have here.
Yeah, and I wish Jeff could pop in and speak on it a little bit from his perspective, because he's at the control center, and I know he gets a million phone calls a day. I know he gets a million emails a day, but that's what we have a reputation of, right, of quality and service. And so that helps even Snorlord, right, with his dispatch service. He's
Yeah.
got those relationships. Like Trucking has that um that history. And so that's why it's important to all of us. And we're looking for good people that want to join a team of professionals and handle their business appropriately so that we can continue to keep those good relationships, because that's going to keep us in business. And
Right.
it's years of work, not only for me, but obviously everybody who's been on the team with Jeff from the beginning.
Okay, so you just mentioned Snorlord being Steve and with his dispatching. Is he still like your safety coordinator? Is he still
Yes.
doing? He is, eh?
Hmm.
Okay, so he's still associated with that. But let's talk just briefly because I know he falls into a lot of people's lives. I know people that use his service. Um, what is it exactly? Well, tell us exactly what is it the Snorlord does. I know you're a big fan, and I know Steve won't mind. We're you probably got more Snorlord merch than anybody I know, with the exception of Jeff's merch. But throw out quickly what Snorlord does.
Okay, so Snorlord's position with Like Trucking is our safety director, and he's very good at it because he's very, keeps
He's
an eye on
detail
everybody. He's got all these little responsibilities that he's responsible for, so that Jeff doesn't have to worry about it. He
right.
does a very great job at making sure that we're safe and we're compliant and all of that other stuff. On the other hand, he has the opportunity to build his dispatch service for his own self. Okay.
Yeah.
So he offers a dispatch service, and he charges, I think it's 5% of every line haul. And I hope that's right. I don't want to misquote that.
Well, he charges a small percentage. Just say
It's
that.
a very small percentage,
Right.
and he has the value of his services, that he has these great relationships with brokers. He's got the history, he's got the knowledge and all of that, and he knows these people, so he talks to them very easily. Where a lot of guys just don't want to talk to brokers, they just don't want to deal with all that. So he provides a service so that he does that for you, and and make sure to keep your truck moving and help you stay in business. So he's got kind of wears two hats there. Three hats if you add the YouTube channel, where he's having great meetings with us 3 times a week to help us look at the freight from a bird's eye view, which I think is very valuable for all of us to keep an eye on what's going on.
It is. It is. Unfortunately, he always goes live at my most inopportune time. I'm usually either loading or unloading. Because I do so much. I load twice a day and unload twice a day. So every time Snorlord's live, I've got just enough time. Like I'm rounding the corner to pull into the plant, and I see Snorlord's gone live. So I've got enough time to jump in and go, "Hi, how are you doing? How's it going?" But I really don't have a lot of time these days to hang out in there as much as I would. I love being in there. I'm still a member, a channel member on his channel. I still support him and everything, but I wish I had more time, because he's offering such a great tool, and it's free. Yeah. He's doing it out of his own time. He's taking time out of his own day, just like we all do when we're doing these types of things. But at least he's offering something that's a true, genuine service, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you combine that his dispatch service with his channel, like he is really trying. I mean, it's such a great help to us. I mean, anybody, I would think everybody would agree. Like he gives a great show. We have really good discussions in there. But then when he's goes into the load board section, like he's showing you the nation, kind of what's going on. Like, so at least we have some awareness.
Yeah.
And he does it 3 times a week. So with that, and then offering to help you dispatch your freight, because he's already looking at that data. He's already got that knowledge in his head. Like he can help you get out of anywhere. And I think he's giving back to the trucking community so much just by those 2 avenues.
Absolutely. And I absolutely agree. And on top of that, the sneaky little bastard, he's killing it with the coffee. He's selling his own coffee.
Hey,
I did not see that coming. Usually I'm pretty good with this kind of stuff, but I did not see that coming. It hit me I'm going, coffee. And I haven't tried it yet. Apparently it's the bomb. This coffee is absolute shit, and I haven't tried it yet.
And so that's why I try to boost up his business so much, because he is working at home and he's trying to make his own stuff work. Right. So he is also trying to diversify streams of income, to help his home situation. And he's doing a great job of it. And so I'm happy to try to boost sales a little bit, but it's so cool. Right. And so you can and his merch is cool looking and all that stuff. And so,
hold on. I do have a beef. I do have a beef about his shirts, about his t-shirts, because I have some of his merch. Dar's got one of his wine tumblers. I've got a shirt, and the shirt I got, like, okay, unfortunately right now I'm wearing James's. I'm not wearing Snorlord's, right? But on the back, it's got his typical saying, right? But it all fell apart. Like after about 4 washes, all the writing on the back fell off, and I was so pissed off.
Really? Mine hasn't done that.
No? Okay. I was wondering if maybe I just got one that was made on Monday or made on Friday, right? So maybe I just got a bad one. Well, Sterling's going, Wheel Burner coffee. Well, you know what? Wheel Burner's not doing coffee, but Wheel Burner might have a line of something else.
Cigars.
Something else might be coming down the pipe. Wheel Burner's own blend of something. I don't know.
Hey, why not?
I don't know what it could possibly be, but
that's your gig, man. Like, I think it's great. I think because Snorlord is a coffee enthusiast, right?
Yes.
Maybe the next thing he might come out with is a knife collection. Who knows? I'm just saying. Whatever you're into, though, I think, why not?
Well, you know what? I think if you're an enthusiast, like Snorlord loves coffee, okay, it's something that he knows. Strength for today, hope for tomorrow. Thank you, Sterling.
Right.
It's something that he knows about. He actually enjoys his coffee. I think Wheel Burner likes cigars. I enjoy my cigars. But I think I'm looking currently right now to find a company that I can work with and that I can sample different blends and whatnot. And then let's put our name. Let's put our name. And you know what, Buck? I've already got. You know what? Look at that, Buck. Buck's got the name, but I've already thought of it. I'm way ahead of you, Buck.
There you
I'm
go.
way ahead of you, right? So, yeah, if I can do that with my own line of stogies, you know, and obviously you're not thinking you're going to make $1 million on it. You're not, but let's just throw it out there and see what the hell happens with it, right? T-Bone's got his chickens, you know, bloody Steve's got his, or Snorlord's got his coffee, and Wheelburner's got his cigars.
I mean, you know, I'm waiting for T-Bone's into business, his chicken business there. Actually, let me give credit to his wife, because she is absolutely the reason for it all.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, they could be selling eggs soon. We never know. You could.
Hey, you know what?
Eggs
I buy the eggs, but I keep swearing to him up and down. He's sending chickens for Dar, right? It doesn't matter what chat I go into. It doesn't matter whose chat I'm on. If T-Bone sees me in there, I got a between him and Guard Dog, I got a hashtag chickens for Dar. But I've told him honestly, man, you can send them. Send as many chickens as you want. I promise you, I'll light up the barbecue and I'll go live. And
no.
If he sends up 20 chickens, I will skin them, pluck them, and I will roast them up. And man, we will have the coup. Look at this. The coup remodel has started. Yeah, nice try. Give it. Not happening. But if you send the chickens, I'll cook them up and we'll eat them. Thanks, T-Bone.
Hey, I gotta say something before we get too far out of the conversation. Jeff did put in a comment that he has bought a truck from the used truck center before, and it's the other pretty penny that we have. It was his first lease purchase. I didn't know that, so forgive me. That information was incorrect. So apparently Jeff has already bought one from this place, but that's one of our drivers has lease purchased that. That was his very first one a while back, some couple years back. So
was that the comment there? I have already purchased from International.
Yeah.
Center. Randy is driving it. Okay.
Yeah, he was correcting me because I thought this was like a new experience for him. But I guess he like all things, Jeffrey knows everything and knows what he's doing and everything. So
well, you know, they don't call you the professor because you're stupid. Right.
Yeah. So that I just wanted to clear that up. So I didn't create a misunderstanding, but I just still think no matter what, we've all just been kind of walking through it together, and it's been a great learning experience for us. So we're going to, he's got another one available. If anybody doesn't know about that,
that's where I was about to go. I was about to go. Okay. This is the program he's setting up. And I know that Jeff is, he's not going out and buying them ahead of time. He's not going out and buying 5 or 6 of these things ahead of time. I know he's waiting for people to come to him with the option. Then he will go with the person and purchase the truck for them. So anybody that's interested in a program like that, if you're an American, I'm assuming you'd have to be a U.S. resident probably to do it. It would just be a whole lot easier if you are. If you're an American, definitely check out Like Trucking. Check out. Now I don't know, Shannon, if Jeff has any of this on his website. If this any of these options are on his website, or anybody can go to.
No, we're just I'm trying to put it out there on my channel and my shorts and things like that, showing my truck and all that stuff, and do a little advertising there. And he's putting it out there to the YouTube community through his channel. You can go to Truckers Education Network and look at the last few videos, and he's talking about it, his latest videos. So he's just kind of opening it up slowly and seeing. I understand he's got a few applications already. There's a lot of things he's vetting for. So he's looking at people's experience. He's probably going to have some conversations to find out where their mindset's at, things like that.
Yeah. I'd like to pick his brain a bit on the vetting process. Like, what is he looking for? What qualifications is he looking for? Like, what, not just, you can have 25 years trucking experience, but have never been an owner operator. And it doesn't mean that you're going to come in and be a successful owner operator or a successful businessman, right? So I'm just curious to see, I'd be curious to, ask him, like, what are you vetting for? What are you looking for? What are the qualities? how much money are you bringing in? Because I don't imagine you want somebody coming in that's carrying, $25,000 worth of debt already, and
Well,
one
I
check
can,
engine is going to bankrupt you.
right. And I think I can safely say that the things that we always talk about, right? You want to keep your overhead low. So,
Yeah.
we just to have those conversations with the folks to find out if it's a good fit for them, because Will Burner, like if you don't have your overhead numbers, if you don't know them, if you
Yeah.
understand that you have to keep them low to be able to do something like this. Understanding what Jeff teaches on his channel, cost per day, because that's how you run your business successfully.
Now,
Those
is Jeff
things.
passing that along? Like, just for example, let's just say I came to Jeff and I've got the experience and I get it. But let's just say I'm not familiar with the cost per day way of doing business, the way that, like, that's how I do. I took it from Jeff. Now, I didn't sit down with Jeff. I took what he was doing on his channel and just basically applied it to what I was doing. But is he teaching that to these people that are coming in going, listen, if you're going to do this, I want you to maybe look at this way of doing things. It'll make it a whole lot easier for you.
Absolutely. Like, and that's why he puts it on the channel, but also with the folks that are already here that may run into some struggling situations or whatever, that with our team we even have here already. Him and Snorlord are always great to help coach. Now, some people don't listen to that and still want to do things their way.
Yeah.
And that has its own, whatever happens. But always, like, if because we're a team and because they're there for our support, like we can call them and we can say, hey, I'm struggling in this area, whatever. Like we've acquired some young ladies lately, and so they're adjusting to running spot market from where they came from. And so, yeah, people can call me or whatever, but we're there to just try to help each other. So of course that's going to come up.
Yeah.
Jeff's going to tell you, like, hey, you're making a mistake. Well, I think you're probably making a mistake here. You might want to think about changing this. He doesn't tell us what to do. He offers suggestions and solutions. So that's really great. So you can come in and you might run into hitting a brick wall or whatever if you are feeling like you can't you can't keep your expenses straight or whatever, but there's always help. And so you don't have to be perfect coming in, is I guess what I'm getting at.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
But be teachable. Please be teachable, because this is a great environment for you to learn the right way.
Yeah. Well, what is it? Something I've always said. I've always said to anybody coming into this business, you know what? Even if you know a lot, you don't know everything. I don't. You
Never.
don't know everything, but be willing and open to listen to other people, because there's people out there that have been doing this a lot longer than we have, that know a lot more than we are, and they're just as successful. So why wouldn't you want to benefit by that, right?
Right.
So, but what I'm surprised at, and I'm more and more surprised with some of the guys up here that I work with, because for some reason, when Jeff started putting out the cost per day way of doing business in the trucking business here, I sat there going, why didn't one of us, like, I sat there literally like this going, like, why didn't one of us come up with this 20 years ago?
Right.
Like, why did we wait until 2023 or 2024 to come up with this and start doing this? Like, it was so much common sense. And it's really, if you think about it, once you've got the math done, it's so goddamn easy to maintain.
And that's the thing. Like, that's what I've spoke about on my channel. Like, it took so much stress off of me.
Yeah.
Like and it blew my mind, because once I actually, like, I started incrementing it a little bit on some loads, right? This is how I had to sink it in. I tried it a little bit, and then I'd still go back to that cost per mile or price per mile. And so it took me a little while to really put it in place, and then just say, you know what, I'm going to full force give this everything for a couple of weeks. And dude, my stress level was down at least 70%. So it's like, now my mind is just so much bigger now. And it's like, I see things a lot differently. So it's really helped me develop as a business owner, like, to a whole nother level.
You know what? For me right now, it's at the end of my day. At the end of my day, I know it. I know what everything is. I don't have to sit there and guess. I don't have to wait till the end of the week to add up my numbers, right? To go, okay, I made this amount, I did this, I did that. And, you know, which a lot of companies, including the company that I'm leased on with, like they think this cost, because I took it to them going, look, you've got a fleet of this many trucks. Why are you quote, you know, running lanes per mile instead of here, take all your trucks, figure out each single truck with the driver in it, and this get down to this one simple number. And once you've got that, everything above that is your profit. Like, and they're looking at me like a monkey doing a math problem. They really are. But at the end of my day, like when I pull the brakes on my truck, I know, Shannon, right to the penny, how much money I made, how much my truck cost me, how much my truck made, how much I made, how much my business, like, and it's so freaking simple. It really is. And like I said, why are we waiting? Why did we wait so long? Or, okay, Jeff, this is directed at you. Why did it take you so goddamn long, Jeff? to break this out and let us all know about it? Because
the thing is, Wilburner, he's been teaching it for years.
Well, if I was doing this 20 years ago, I wouldn't be sitting here talking like in my garage like this. You know, I'd be kicking Joe Rogan's ass right now. You know,
I've even once I got in the flow of it, like literally, I started putting that mindset to everything in my life. Right. I taught my kids. I'm teaching my kids, like, okay, you have to stop looking at things like this and start looking at things like this. And it's just like, because I wish I'd have known this when I was 20, I'd be in a better financial position in life. Just even running the household, right? I mean, it works. It works with everything that you're doing.
And so, in my life, it's funny because when you mention that, in my life, I've always been the type of man that I try not to complicate anything, because if I do, I usually screw it up. Yeah. And I very rarely, and I've always been this way. I very rarely second guess myself. I usually make a decision, put it in place, and then carry on and move on. I don't second guess myself. I don't go, oh, wow, maybe I should, you know, I just do what I have to do. But in doing that in my life, I've always also been the type of person that I always try to break every situation down to its simplest form. Right? Yeah. Break it down to its simplest form. If you can break,
I have a term for that. It's called idiot proofing it. I do that for myself. No offense to anybody. I'm like, if it's idiot proof, it's good.
Exactly. So you break your life down, whether it be, you know, your home finances, your, you know, whatever around you break it down to its simplest terms, and then you carry on that way. You know, chances are when something does go wrong, you'll pick it off way before it becomes a big problem.
Exactly. And so that's the thing too.
Why we haven't done that in our businesses is beyond freaking me.
Right. And so even when you're going to the bank to get a loan for something, or you're going to like, now you have this way of looking at it where it's harder for them to outsmart you.
It's harder for them to say no, because they can't say no.
Right.
You know, it's like, well, wait a minute. He or she's got all her bases covered. It makes perfect sense. We're trying to pick holes in it. And, you know, if there's 300 things on the agenda, they can pick off 50 things. But if there's only 5 things on the agenda, they can't pick that apart. It's harder for them to pick it apart. And so, you know, when they see that, they're going to want to do business with you. They're going, okay, this guy or girl has their shit together.
Right. And so, I mean, that's a great thing that we have going for us. So I would just recommend, if anybody's interested or wanting to try to come over here with us, please be teachable, because this is a great resource to help you be successful over here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna grab my coffee just a second.
My biggest point that I always make out to anybody that's new is, don't be that I know guy. You know, when you're sitting there talking to them, or you're working with them on certain things, they become that, you know, you tell them something and they go, yeah, I know. Or yeah, I know. And well, what about the yeah, I know? Well, then, you know, two days later, the guy's got his trailer. He runs his trailer down the side of a lamppost because he didn't cut the corner properly when you were trying to show him or teach him how to do it. And he goes, and he was going, yeah, I know. Well, you know what, dickhead, you just caused $10,000 worth of damage. Yeah, I know. You didn't know. Well, you know, so don't be that. Yeah. Even if you know, be quiet. Learn it again. Just be quiet. Take everything in as much as you can. It's free for crying out loud. If somebody's willing to teach you, oh, look at you. You're
Yeah.
such a merch. You're such a merch whore. You're such a
I
merch
am.
whore.
I am. And I'm a hat. I'm a hat one too.
Yeah.
I got 2 new hats for buying a truck at International UTC. They gave me a very nice international hat with the emblem on it, and Elvin too. He got one too because he went
Nice.
with. So then we also got a couple of really nice beanies, and then since then I have I found a really dope Cummins hat with a metal shiny chrome Cummins turbo.
Yeah.
And so I bought that, and I realize I've probably got 22 hats in the truck, so I am definitely a hat fanatic.
Yeah. You know what? I won't buy, like, for example, I drive a Freightliner, but I won't buy Freightliner merch. If I go to the dealership and they want to throw something at me, that's fine. But
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, for what they charge at a Freightliner dealership, for
Yeah.
what they charge at a Freightliner, I'm not paying $30 for a hat or $29 or $32 for a t-shirt that just says Freightliner. I'm not walking around giving free advertising to you. You know what? You make enough money, you can advertise for yourself. The other channels, I got no problem with like, if you had merch, I'd be buying your merch. If Snorlord's got merch, I've bought his merch. I'll support other channels because that's kind of what we do out here. We help and we support.
Yeah.
But I am not supporting Cummins. They don't need my $30.
But I'm in hopes that one day maybe they'll just catch the right video and maybe give me a call and let's work out a deal, Cummins. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
I'd love to be a poster girl for a Cummins X15 advertising campaign, and the international guys too. Like, I'm gonna keep talking about my truck because I really do love the truck. Like, it is a very quality machinery.
I'd have never guessed. I'd have never guessed that you were that happy with your truck. We'd have never guessed.
Right. So, and you would be too if you stayed in it. Like, it is literally RV quality. Like, I'm living in. So I'm a happy girl, But
Yeah.
hey, why not? International might want to call me and let's talk. So some of the things I put out there, just in case you throw something out there, see what happens.
Well,
and as far as my YouTube friends that I buy all the merch for, I just love you guys, and I'm just trying to help your channels and support you.
Oh yeah.
And sell your merch, because who else is out there trying to sell your merch for you? You're just like, yeah, go check out my merch tent. Well, people forget that in 3 seconds.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
Maybe me hooping and hollering and showing it off a little bit is like, hey, look how great this looks, or whatever.
Well, I don't push my merch at all.
No,
I really don't. I know that's my merch. Like, I was in the merch store a couple of days ago, and then I was like, the prices are like, the only thing in my merch store that's worth the dollar that you're going to pay plus the shipping is a t-shirt. Everything else is so overpriced. Like, I feel bad for anybody that buys anything out of my store other than the t-shirts, because you're not getting value for it. And you know what? On a t-shirt, when we sell a t-shirt, I make $8 on it. Well, $8 ain't going to make or break me one way or the other. Right. So I feel bad. And that's why, like, over the last last month or so, Dara and I have probably given out $300 worth of free t-shirts, just because, you know what? I feel bad having you guys, like, 2-4 ordered one off my site, and he ordered it and he wore it and he sent the picture in, and I appreciated it. And then I felt guilty after it. Actually, Dar says the hoodies are worth it too, but I felt bad that, the poor bastard paid, I think, with shipping out to Nova Scotia, for the shirt and the shipping, he paid $42 for a t-shirt. Like, I feel bad doing it. I'd rather throw it at you.
Yeah, I know they get a very large cut, and that's I'm not hating on them because they provide something cool for us that's easy, but I'm working on something hopefully that can be better for us, because I mean, let's face it, everybody's struggling right now. The last thing you should be thinking about is buying merch.
Oh, exactly.
you know, and so it's tough. So especially at those prices, because I'll tell you, like, I will not pay $30 for no hoodie or a t-shirt. I will literally wait and find the thing that gets on clearance. Now, however, if it's this hoodie, right? If it's conducive to my business and my network of friends, I will spend the money because I know it benefits you. But
Yes.
to create a better process where we are all benefited maybe a little bit more and our viewers can pay less money, like a real price for what it actually costs,
Yeah.
plus the printing, maybe a little shipping, and then maybe a little markup. I
Yeah.
think that would be better for us because they really are making a lot of money off of what they're providing. So,
Well, I think the biggest downfall I have is that I'm Canadian, right? So the shipping costs are downright stupid,
well, we
right?
can work around that. I'll tell you what, we can create a merch store, and at least for your stuff, I can be your US distributorship, okay?
Look
Where
at her. She's got her hand in everybody's pie here. Look at her go.
look,
All right, lay it
not
on me,
not
baby.
to make
Come on.
money, but to help with the US folks because you are watched by a lot of US folks. So they should have an opportunity to get merch in the US and save a little bit of money. So just a thought. I'll put it out there on the table. You can pray about it and let me know what you think later. But that might help with some of those
Yeah.
extra costs that it has to go across the border.
Like I feel so bad. I've got one thing I really love about my channel is that I've got every country represented in my channel. Like I've got people from Kamal is here from India, Tolga is here from Turkey.
Yeah.
I've got, and these are all regular subscribers that are here every time we go live and da 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 da. And Kamal is like, it would have been $100+ for a t-shirt for him to order one to Pakistan. Right. And I'm like, I'm not asking anybody to pay that kind of bullshit. So like Dar's going to scan him our emblem and he's going to make his own. And he asked permission to do it. And I said, absolutely. Right. I own the copyright on the, sorry, it's, yeah, it's Pakistan, not India, Pakistan. I own the copyright on the logo, but he did ask permission and I signed off on it and said, absolutely, please go ahead. And he's going to turn around and actually put all of the legends, what we've got a bunch of them in here we call them the legends, right? And including yourself, your name is on it. And they're going to put he's going to put all of the legends' names on the back. So it'll be the Wheelburner emblem on the front. And it'll be my name, Wheelburner, Shannon Thomas Trucking, Sterling, Buck Brown. I think he had 15 names, right? And so when the shirt is done, he's actually going to put it on and take picture. But what I'm getting at is
I need to order one of those, brother. I'm just saying
but I couldn't ask him to pay $100 for a bloody t-shirt, right?
No.
Same with Robert, like Robert Tyke Trucking. He's been with us since day one, right? I feel I'm not asking Robert to order a t-shirt off my site to go all the way over to England. I just can't. It costs way too much money, right? If I'm going to pay that kind of money for a shirt, it better be gold plated or something because it's just too much. It's just too much.
I want to say thank you. You know, I am very grateful for the merch that you guys have just so freely sent to me, and I love you so much for that. And so I always want to try to promote you as well in return.
Well, we love the fact that you wear it, right? Like you wear.
Oh my God, I wear my Wheelburner shirts. Oh, like wait till they're crusty. Like I'm serious. Like those are my work shirts, you know. I literally do. And I have my sticker in my front window, right? Because I didn't stick it on my truck. I just put the card with the sticker on it in my front window. And it's now it's kind of getting all wrinkled up and stuff from the weather. So I'm gonna need to get another one of those. I may even just go ahead and stick it on my truck. At the time you sent it to me, it was on my Dart truck, and I didn't feel comfortable because I know how they charge you for putting stuff on there. So I didn't want to really permanently place it, but this truck, I'm sure I will keep, for a long time.
Yeah.
And so I feel a little bit more.
You need another decal, like another Wheelburner decal.
Yeah, but I'll buy it. That's fine. But mine is just.
I don't think they're on the store. I think those are what we have those personally. I don't know if those are on the store or not.
Oh, just because it's starting to be from the sun and it's crinkling up and stuff, and it doesn't look all nice and flat and shiny anymore.
We'll get you a new one. We'll get you a new one. Like I said, I don't think you can order those decals from the store. Maybe you can, but I don't think you can. But if you can, fine, buy it. But if you can't, just let me know. And
Okay.
we'll just send it to you, because we can stick that in an envelope and just mail it, right? That's not a pack. So
Dar says for her to ship it to England when she did it last night, it was less than $10. So Robert's good.
no, that's good. That's good. Yeah, like I said, like we've over the last month, we've probably shipped out, I don't know, 300, and I'd say at least a minimum $300 worth of merch and shit. And that's just out of appreciation. Part of that was the fact that we broke 10,000 subs.
Yeah, so congratulations. I forgot. Yeah, I meant to say that.
So but part of that was our appreciation back to you guys, right? Like I didn't go get 3,000 or 10,000 subs. Like you guys were hanging around, you guys were watching. Yeah. And you guys got the numbers. So, the least we can do is if we can, throw some shit out. And we did one Saturday there. We put up two gift baskets. So Kamel won one, and it was a basket full of merch. And then who won the other one? Karen Manthorn won the other one. So we gave out 2 baskets of, appreciation. Thanks for that. I
did not win this time. Okay.
No, you didn't win shit this time.
No, I can't. I cut myself off from trying to win all the contests because I have everything. So thank you. I'll let everybody else have a chance to win some stuff.
Yeah, you need to stay out. Every time you show up, all of a sudden new merch is showing up at your door.
Yeah, I got everything, and it's only fair for me to say, you know what, I got everything, and let everybody else get some. Because when you mentioned that there's a challenge, I'm like, oh, right, and I'll try to win a contest. I need to curb it. I'm good. I'm so glad. I can model all of the wheel burner merch that there is. I think I haven't got the t-shirt for Dee Dee, but I think it's honestly too small for her now. But that would be the other thing. I'd like to get her a little wheel burner t-shirt.
Right on. Well, Dar just said she's going to because Dar doesn't mail every day. We have to go in town for the post office. So she waits until she's got enough shit, and then she goes in and does everything at once. So she just said that she'll mail you the decal. Don't order it. If it's on the store, don't order it. Okay. She'll just send you one. We've got them here. So she'll just stick it in an envelope and she'll mail it off to you when she does the other packages this week.
Yeah, because I affectionately keep that right up front in my window, so it's displayed.
Well, they're meant to go on the truck, not in your window. Stick it on your fairing. Did you see Humberto did one yesterday? He put the wheel burner decal on his truck yesterday. So he did I don't know, it was like a 10-minute live, I think it was, but he recorded it going on the truck and everything like that. So. And it's the same thing. I like every time we do the decals, like put them on the fairing and the back fairing, Okay. Yours is beautiful. You've got the gold color. So actually, I think the logo would look really good on your truck.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. Is it clear with the black wheel burner on there, or is it white? I never really have.
Unfortunately, it's white, but it's not. It's white with the black, but the black pops and the white is kind of, so even on the gold of your truck, or the goldish color of your truck, it'll still pop really well. It'll still look really good. Humberto did it on an orange, like his truck is pumpkin orange, and it looks sick. It looks sick. It looks really sick. So yeah.
So do you have a wheel burner coffee mug? Have I just missed it? Because I
got one. It's upstairs. But unfortunately, see, I'm looking at yours. Hold that up for a minute. Now, is that a regular full-size coffee mug, or do you find it a little small?
It's it's not the biggest, because look, it just fits in my hand. It's just a nice.
Right.
It's a 10-ounce or 12-ounce coffee mug.
Okay. See, the wheel burner ones are, and I don't know if I can go into the store or if I have to contact the company to make them. The ones I've got are like they're no bigger than like the circumference of, say, a pop can, and. Like I'd have to drink 3 of them to make a regular coffee. So I'm not a big fan of them.
Okay. I I am a mug enthusiast also.
Well, if you want to go get one just for the sake of getting one, we have them,
Well,
and
yeah,
they're
because look, I got
wheel burning.
DIYs. I got 2 of Snorlords. I want when Jeff makes some more like trucking ones, I'll definitely have my like trucking one. And then yeah, I need a wheel burner coffee mug. It's only
You know
right.
what Snorlord has that's really cool that Dar actually went and got? It's his wine tumbler. I don't know if you've checked that out. Like I don't
did, but I didn't get it because I don't really drink wine.
you don't drink. I understand that, right? Dar likes to drink a glass of wine now and then. But yeah, so she reached out and she ordered the wine tumbler, and I'm like, that's pretty cool. Like that is pretty cool. Like I got the shirt and she got the tumbler. So I'm
Like
thinking
like the merches of any place. You can go to Disneyland, look at their merch. Like it's like ungodly prices. Okay. These are cheaper than that, but I think there's just something that's fun about having stuff, the merch that of the things that you enjoy, right?
Yeah.
To celebrate that stuff. So if anybody has a problem with prices, like we're working on it, we're going to try to do something better. But until now, just get it. Just get it and enjoy your
just, you know what? It's just that times are tough. Like I know guys in this business right now that are literally rolling the couch cushions for change, to make ends meet. Right. So
I listen a lot.
For me to push my merch, it's like, I don't know.
Right? I know. Like I just try to do it out of love for you guys. And hey, if somebody feels funny and wants to go ahead and spend a little bit of money to treat themselves, then they do it. If they can't, they can't. But it's there. It's there.
Yeah.
But that's all the more reason. Like, back to what you said, like people are struggling, right? So, I really had to think about that because immediately when something like this came to me, there's a part of me that was scared, right? Because you think debt, you think this, you think that.
Yep.
You're like, is it right? Is it the right time? Is it like stupid? Is it whatever? It's like, oh my God. And so that all went through my mind because as bold as I am in business and as much of an adventurer I am and how much I have no fear, like I do have that part of my brain that's like, okay, what's worst case scenario, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I listen to people and how they're struggling. And I just realized, I was like, you know what? I'm doing something different. I realized it's going to blow people away. Not that anybody's opinion matters on what I'm going to do in my business, but I'm just kind of thinking, I'm looking at it at by myself and what it looks like and if it makes sense and it's smart and all these things come into your mind and you really have to consider everything. And I just think that I study wealthy people, right? Because I want to be successful. So when you study what wealthy people are doing in a down market is buying opportunity, right? Yeah. You get things at discount. And then when the value, everything goes back up, then that's where they make their money and they know that. So know that. And then on top of that, I think the people that are hurting a lot, it's because what I see, and it's not that it's right or anything. It's just what I'm just telling you. My perspective is that the stress of one income stream struggling it's easier to think about. Okay, when I was a single mom, like if I wasn't making enough money with one job, my automatic thought was to go get another one. Correct, so I worked 2, right?
Yeah.
So take that, and then if you're struggling in your trucking business, but you still are, you worked hard for your business, you want to keep your business alive, like it's okay. Open your mind to like, okay, rates suck. It is what it is. This is the condition we're in right now. This is a market condition. And so I think I would advise anybody that you should immediately think about getting that second job. Not in the aspect of you going to get another job, but what can you do with your business to diversify and create more income? For some of us, we already know, Brian, for you, I know this is your hobby, but you also understand this is another stream of income to your household.
It is.
Right.
And more, there is a plan for it. Right. So.
Right. So it's in my channel too. Like I just hit 2,000 subscribers, but I get a little bit of money. And my goals has always been to achieve 5 streams of income. it doesn't matter to me how much it makes to consider it valid. It's that it's valid because it's paying me something for my time that I'm spending on it. And so my little channel gives me a few dollars every month. And thank you to members and super chats and all that other stuff. Sometimes it's a little bit more than that. But the thing to me is that it's another stream of income. And so now with an opportunity to diversify my portfolio, grow my business, grow my revenue, and diversify my portfolio is how I looked at it. And so I'm going to suggest affectionately and respectfully to anybody, if you're struggling and it's getting you depressed about the freight market right now, we're in a tough spot. I'm going to challenge you to expand your mind and see what you have that you can use to get something else working for you and get another stream of income and diversify, because all your eggs should never be in one basket, in my opinion.
No, you're right. Absolutely.
Especially working in a volatile market. And so have a backup, make an Amazon store, make something that's a little more passive income. Like there's so many opportunities out there with technology and things like that. Some of you have wives at home that can do something like that and do all the little whatever to get something going. And even if it's small and it brings you a few extra dollars, it's always something that you've begun that you can start to grow that.
One of the problems is with people's mentality these days. They look at the dollar value and they go, well, it's only paying me an extra, let's just say $200, right? You'll just use round numbers. Well, it's only paying me $200. Why bother? Well, wait a minute. That's $200 more than you had, a few hours ago.
Right.
I'm very much like that. I've said it 100 times. I've already said it here once today. If you leave money out on that table, I don't care how much it is, Shannon. You leave money out on that table, I will be happy to go pick that money up and take it from you.
Right.
If anybody else out there, and you have to be willing to do that in this business right now. Absolutely, 100%.
1 second. SoCal is in the chat. He's asking if there's a link. He says hello. And so he's asking if there's a link.
Oh, you're going to ask me to do this again?
Well, I maybe could send it to him in text or something.
Do you have his phone number?
Yes.
Okay.
If he hasn't changed it, I'll attempt this. Okay.
SoCal, this is like major problem for me to drop this link. You wouldn't believe what we had to go through to get Shannon here. I pretty much had to drive down to Flint, Michigan, and hook her up like that. So she's going to send you the link.
Okay, this is
what is this that stands before you? Well, not quite as glorious as yours, baby, but I'm catching up. Like this bad boy's catching up, buddy. Nowhere near where you're at, but we'll get there one day. We'll get there.
I sent it, so I hope that if that's still your number, SoCal, I sent it. So let me respond to me and let me know that you got it if that's still your number. That's the one I have.
Yeah.
Snorlord's in the house. We were just talking about you, sir.
Snorlord is like T-Bone, right? He won't be here until somebody mentions his name, and then all of a sudden some little birdie goes flapping by going, they're talking about you somewhere, and all of a sudden, poof, T-Bone appears.
It's
we've actually got it
into the room.
Well, we've got it down to a science now where it's usually Tolga or Tufor or Guard Dog. They'll say T-Bone's name and then they'll timestamp it and see how long it takes for T-Bone to actually get here. So it's kind of funny the way that works, but sure as shit, here we are with Snorlord, and boom, next thing you know, he's here. What's going on, SoCal? How's things? Good with you?
His mic is off. You're muted, SoCal.
Yeah, everything's great. Yeah, no, I muted myself for a second. I'm double echoing, so I'm gonna share some stuff off.
Oh, okay.
Whatever they said, don't believe it. I believe everything they say about you, Snorlord. And it ain't good, brother. It ain't good.
I was showing off this awesome coffee cup.
Yeah. Shannon's in here showing off your merch.
because that's who I am. Like he said on his live the other day, he's like, because that's who Shannon is. She just sells us everything.
T-Bone's average is 7 minutes from the time that we mention his name. 7 minutes he usually shows up. So
Look at what Sterling said. That's so funny.
they were making mad crap about snow
right.
tears.
So what's good, everybody?
Good morning.
Good morning, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, good. So I want to tap in on what Shannon was saying, right?
Absolutely. Fire away.
So with this trucking stuff, instead of trying to like the second job theory or whatever, the whole thing, like everybody's not hurting in trucking. Like I just bought more trucks. I just hired another driver. Today's his first day, and nothing's affecting me.
Right.
You know what I
That's what I
mean? And so the whole thing is, when you guys live off these low boards, is to sit back and say, okay, I'm going through this. See, one thing with the low boards, right? Low boards decide if you're going to be successful. It decides if you're going to make 10 grand or 2 grand a week. It decides everything for your business. And that's not what you want. You want to try to keep 100% of your business the best way you possibly can. Now, certain things happen. Customers cancel. I mean, you know, trucking's trucking, right?
Right.
It's not always sunshines and roses. But the whole thing is try to keep as much power on your table as you possibly can. And when you guys are sitting back trying to grow a business on a low board by itself, you know, that's pretty difficult, you know. I don't have a low board. I ain't looking at no low board. I don't even know what that says. I mean sunflower seeds, so I apologize if I'm sounding a little weird. But
No,
you know what I mean?
So, pal, you've always been the type, and so far, you know, for the years that I've been following you, when we were talking about this earlier, is that you've loaded yourself top heavy with your own contract freight, right? You don't rely on a load board because you don't need the load board. You've got no use for it because pretty much every truck that you've got, you know, the more freight that you contract for yourself, you just bring the equipment on accordingly to match the freight that you have. Correct?
I'm actually turning down, like I have a customer base that I can't even do it yet. You know, like I haven't hauled none of their loads in a minute, but it's still there. Like I'm overwhelmed with the work.
That's great. Congratulations.
That's a really nice problem to have, dude. That really is.
I haven't stopped running in 28 hours. You know what I'm saying? As far as not driving, but as far as I had to get that new truck online, I had to get it polished, I had to get it waxed, I had to get it ready for the driver.
Okay, yeah. So answer this question then. Answer this question and be honest about it. And you know, trust me, it's not like we're gonna say you're tooting your own horn because that's not the case here.
I'm gonna mute 1 second because I'm checking in, but I'm still listening.
All right, I want to know, like, without you tooting your own horn, what is it that you're doing that maybe other people are not doing, and what is it that, and how is it you're doing it that maybe other people could take lessons from and maybe get to where they need to be or to get to the level that you're at? What is it? Is it you're just working harder, faster, or smarter, or what is it?
Well, one thing I keep telling people is relationships. That's key, period. Key, relationships. Yeah. I said it forever on my channel, and people think I just say it, but it's true. When my drivers come over here to deliver or load, they cannot believe. I've had drivers say, I've never experienced something like that before. I've never been treated like that before.
Yeah.
You know, and I do dry van, flatbed, everything. So it ain't that, hey, SoCal, you do specialized. I'm getting $4 a mile doing dry van.
Well, that's awesome.
So
you're also going out there and kicking in the door and getting the $4. You're not relying on a load board to do that.
Well, these are relationships that I built back when everything was great. These were relationships I built when everybody was trying to go for the biggest paycheck. I'm gonna go do this load. Now this guy, I'm gonna cancel him because this guy's gonna pay me $300 more, and nobody built relationships.
Yeah.
Thank you. How'd you like? Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. Hey, how'd you like the new driver? How'd you like the new truck? The one the new driver's in.
I've only seen him in this one and a David truck.
No, the new driver. Oh, you might not have been here when he showed up this morning. Oh, okay. Yeah. So sorry about that. I was talking to the guard lady. But you know that's the whole key, and I'm gonna tell you guys, dude. Like relationships carry you in everything with mechanics. You know, see, it's easier for people to come up with excuses than try to go repeat, right? I'll be
Yep.
like, go build relationships with mechanics. Oh, so Cal, you don't leave California. You guys saw me do a bus all the way to Miami, Florida, didn't you?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That paid so good. When I was coming back, I was looking for loads to come back, and they were cheap. I deadheaded from Miami, Florida, back to Cali.
What?
Yep.
No, but you know what? Hold on. In all fairness, I've done the same thing. When I was doing the oversized freight, you know, when you're running, say, when you're running a jet engine from you know, out of Montreal and you're taking it out to Washington State, it pays you enough that you're not expecting, especially when you're loading a specialized, you're loading an RGN or something, and you're taking it out there. It pays you more than enough to come back empty, right?
Actually, believe it or not, bro, we ran step decks.
Did you? Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
We had one landau, and we had the landau load up the step decks, and there's like 4 of us. We ran out there,
yeah.
and we unloaded with the landau.
Again, though, at the end of the day, though, SoCal, it's still your freight. You didn't have to go knocking on some load broker's door to get that.
Right.
Right. Somebody picked up the phone and said, okay, SoCal, I've got X amount of buses coming in at this amount of time, you know, and we're going to require this amount of pieces of equipment, and this is where they're going. And, you know, and that's how that worked for you. If you were relying so much on the load board, like say about 70 or 80% of the rest of the people out there, you know what, you may be talking a different story, correct?
Yeah,
For
but the
sure.
whole thing, bro, is like, since you guys see what's going on, and you see what the load board is abusive, man. It's a terrible situation, right? So try to build your trucking company up in a way to where it won't affect you no more. You know,
Yeah. My
and you don't even have to have direct freight. Like I mentioned a dude. He used to be on YouTube, and I ain't gonna mention his name. He already told a story. But when he went to go get his own authority, I told him how to do it where it didn't affect him.
Yeah.
Right. So when these guys ain't fucking with excuse my language, when people ain't messing over with new authority, he's doing the same thing with his own authority.
Yeah.
He didn't miss a beat. And I told him exactly how to do it.
No, it's at the end of the day, that's everybody out here. That's everybody out here's dream. At some point or another, they want their own authority, their own running rights. They want to be doing it themselves. They want to have their own contract freight. They don't want to be paying, you know, I don't want to be paying out 15 or 20% to a load broker either. You know, that
Yeah.
today is everybody's end game. I think when you're reaching for it and you're going for it, that's where everybody eventually wants to end up.
I told everybody ahead of time that this was coming, right? And nobody heard it. Nobody listened. Everybody thought I was crazy. I said, be ready. I said, if you guys are in high-ass leases, get out. If you owe a lot of debt, pay it off and get rid of it. Save up your money. I said, because a lot of you guys are going to be a little hard.
Yeah.
Nobody listened.
Yeah.
I listened to you. I did.
That's not saying nobody listened.
I listened. I will say that. I'm going to
listen. There were people that were listening.
And I know it's going to get better. But I chose, when I saw the results, when I gave people a heads up of what's to come, and now I look at YouTube and everything else. Sorry, I'm working while I'm doing all this. Hang on, let me mute while it's beeping. Hang on. I don't wear seatbelts.
What's a seatbelt?
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, normally I have it clicked in, but I forgot to do that. But you know, when I see what people are doing, man, I don't want to see people fail.
Right.
I don't want to see people give up trucks. I don't want to see that, and that's why I get on this dang channel, you know, on my channel, try to help folks. I don't, get on YouTube because, oh man, I need a YouTube check. Like,
No, I hear
it
you.
is what it is, bro. But
You offer
you
a
can build
lot of
relationships. You
people.
can build relationships with brokers, to where they won't even put the shit on the low board. They'll give you your rate just because it's easier for them than screwing around on the low board. They don't like the low board as much as you don't like the low board.
No, I know that. I know that. And that's something that I was talking about earlier, that I was saying that I got the two top owner operators, the two top drivers for Mercer Transportation out of Louisville there. The two top guys are Canadian. And the reason they've been successful is because of the relationships that they have with the load brokers. And it's 100%. They've got load brokers spinning their freaking wheels trying to keep these guys lined up. And it's the customer service, it's the on-time percentages, and it's the service that they're offering, that they're getting. And these guys are killing it right now. Like I said, the two top earners in all of are both Canadian guys. I keep saying Canadian because I'm the only Canadian here, so I'm going to stick it to you fuckers every chance I get.
Yeah, I'm backing up, and when I'm done backing, I'll talk again. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, you can't back up and talk at the same time, man. You haven't been watching me then, dude. I did a video. I did a live. I was actually live a week ago. Backing in, I was in a scrap yard. I had scrap all around me, forklifts going, people walking over, stogie in my mouth, talking while I was live, backing the trailer in one shot. Come on, SoCal, you need to step it up, son. You're not.
No, it ain't that. I don't want you guys hearing the beeping. I'm
Beeping.
old school. I'm used to 389s and 379s with the exhaust is in the way, so you got to open up the door when you back up.
That's an excuse. That's an excuse.
So
you know what?
no excuses.
last truck was a-
Hey, I can
my
let
last
this
truck
thing.
was an
Hey, I can let it.
LCW
I can
time.
let it. I can let it bing in your ear.
Yeah, well,
I'm just trying to be respectful.
don't worry about it, man.
But yeah, we're all good, man. I'm just fucking with you.
Keep away.
But no, man, just learn from this. Like, instead of saying, "Hey, man, I failed. I did this. I did that." Stop looking at everything as a negative. This is college for you folks.
Yeah.
For those that lost trucks, and it's hard on you guys. This is college for you. You guys go to
Exactly.
college to be doctors, lawyers, and everything else. But when you're getting a little bit of college and trucking, everybody's upset.
Exactly. Well, everybody gets butt hurt, right? And everybody, whenever, and this is something that I catch a lot of flack for. When you're doing something and your intention is like, there's nothing in it for me. My intention is to try to help as many guys, new people, new whatever as I can. And by doing so, people look at that as, oh, he's some blabbermouth know-it-all with a big ego, and he thinks he knows everything. And that's just not the case. The case is just simply like, you know what? We've got right now, this market or this industry has truckers being my age or older, and they're bailing out, and the new drivers coming in they're not making the cut, and they're not coming in at the same rate that the older drivers are bailing out. So the ones that are coming in, man, they need help. And you know what? The schools are failing them. The government's failing them. Big mega carriers are failing them because they're predatory. So who's there to help them? Well, who's there to help them? Guys like me, guys like SoCal, guys like Snorlord, guys like Sterling. But by doing that, you're also going to catch flack by, oh, look at Wheelburner. He's just fucking moving his mouth and talking to hear himself talk. Well, no. Believe me, I got other things I could be doing. For 2 hours and 20 minutes, we've been sitting here talking. I don't have to do this. SoCal, you don't have to do this. Shannon, you don't have to do this. Snorlord doesn't have to go live 3 times a week doing what he does, passing on information that you'd have to pay somebody to get.
Right.
But you do. There is always. It doesn't matter what you do. There's always going to be somebody on the side going, yeah.
But you know what? That tells you the mindset of that person, right? I can say that I've been a student of all of you guys since 4 years ago when I first started watching SoCal, when I first started watching Trucker Brown. I have been coming to this with, okay, I never been in this industry before. Where do I learn? Right. So I sought all of you out. I have watched all of you DIY too. Want to mention him. And I have taken so much information that you will all have taught and invested in putting on your channels. And it has helped me learn how to, get to the next level each time and put in the work. And so I'm one person that I will tell you, I have listened and I pick out what information I need and I decide how I need to use that to move myself forward.
Absolutely.
If you guys did not do what you do, if you did not provide that for me to find in the first place, I definitely wouldn't be sitting here right now.
And you know what, Shannon, it makes no difference whether it's you or whether it's me. I've been doing this 30 plus years and I'm still listening to DIY, to SoCal, to Jeff, to all of these guys. It makes no goddamn difference how long you've been doing this. You know
There's
what?
always something to learn more,
There's
and
always-
we're all learning more together at the same time.
I've said it a dozen times, and I'll say it again here. It doesn't matter. I can even with, let's just punch out T-Bone's tips, right? It doesn't matter who it is. If they're dropping information, at some point or another, a little nugget of information is going to fall out, and I'm going to go, hey, wait a minute, I can use that. I may not be able to use the whole story, but there's something in there. When I'm watching SoCal or I'm watching a DIY, you know, I'm a lot of the times I'm quiet. I just sit there, I'm driving, I'm listening. But if you don't think for a minute that I've got that notepad sitting beside me and I got chicken scratch all over it, you know, I've got chicken scratch all over that notepad. Why? Because somewhere along the lines, Jeff is going to say something, or SoCal's going to say something, or Adam's going to say something, and I'm going to go, I can use that somewhere. I can maybe apply to what I'm doing right now. It doesn't matter. Length of service, length of time that you've been in this business, in this day and age, yes, experience makes up for a lot, but it's not everything. You don't know it all.
No, but if you guys weren't sharing it, like I don't care if people are griping about it, thinking about, oh, he knows it all, he thinks he's this. Who cares about that? When we're getting down to the nuts of this industry and this business, like the bottom line is you guys are teaching, and there's people like me that come into the industry that I really want to learn, and all of these channels have helped me get along.
Well, be a sponge, right? How many times have you heard that? Be a sponge. Look who I found. He was.
What are we talking about in here?
Minding his own business.
Oh my Lord, we got the West Coast over here. What is going on? We got a West Coaster.
Well, we had to let him in. You know what? It's an equal opportunity channel here, Jeff. I got to let somebody's got to represent the East Coast. Might as well be SoCal, right?
Well, I'm surprised SoCal suddenly you got the wrong hat on. That's not a flat bill, my brother. You're wearing the wrong hat.
Jeff, you will never see me wearing a flat bill hat. I don't care. It's not going to happen.
I got some over here. I got some right over here.
No, keep it. It's all yours. It looked good on your head. It's not going on mine. It's not happening.
I got some flat bill hats from Carlsbad right over here.
I don't need to represent. Okay. I don't need to represent. I do just fine.
Maybe you do.
No.
So, Jeff, we started talking about diversifying in a hard market, diversifying for your business. That's what kind of the topic that we were on when SoCal came in.
Yeah.
Getting up to speed.
Well, I heard some of the stuff, and SoCal's right. You don't have to get direct shippers. You can have direct brokers, is what I'll call them. And we do have that. We do have some brokers in strategic places in the country where freight is really cheap, but we come out of there for a really good price.
But that's because of the relationship you built. You didn't just make a phone call and that happened overnight, right?
No, it's relationships you build, and you do them a favor once in a while, and then it gets paid back, right? It's called building relationships.
Yeah, but they're not going to want to work with you unless you're delivering a superior product. Unless your customer service is good, unless you're upholding a high industry standard, Jeff. Nobody's going to want. It doesn't matter who the broker is or how many loads you pull for.
Well, we can go back. Shannon knows this. We can go back to one of the places we used to haul out of Denver, and really great freight, high dollar. People coming out there for $1 a mile, we're getting, 3+ or whatever.
Right.
But we just couldn't keep, and that's the problem if you don't have, let's say, company drivers, because to service that market, you need company drivers, because you can't talk owner operators in to say, hey, go there, you'll get this. Even though they pay great, oh, I don't want to go over there. I don't want to do that. I don't want to stop more than twice on a load. I don't want to do a 5-drop or a 7-drop. But yet they'll complain about, well, I don't want to haul for, $1.50, $1.25.
Right. Right. But that's also the business mentality that some of these people have.
Right.
You know what? My business is set up right now, Jeff, that if I had to pull a load for $1.75, I can do it and still make money.
Right, because you're set that way.
I'm set up that way. I am now. I haven't always been. And I also don't run, and neither do you or neither does Shannon. I don't cost out anything by the mile. Everything is on a day cost basis. Right. So I know that, okay, so if it comes out to $1, let's just say it comes out to $1.75, I'm still safe. I've got all of my expenses covered, and there's still a little bit of cake on top of that.
Right. And that's another thing, right? Getting trucks that are economical. So you have, let's say, Schneider Finance trucks, right? Those guys. If you see all the Facebook pages,
yeah,
they're dropping like flies. I mean, they got hundreds of them parked because they're just too costly. I mean, when you're paying almost $6,000 a month for insurance in a truck.
No, are you out of your mind?
Yeah, 5 to 6, depending, right?
Yeah,
because they can be anywhere from $900 and something a week to $1,200 and something a week, whatever their price is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
on the big carriers up here, like in Canada, on the big carriers up here, you're anywhere between $900 and $1,200 a week is what you're carrying on a note for that truck. That's insane, Jeff. That's insane, right? I pay less than that. Well, my truck payment is $2,000 a month. That's my truck payment, right? I can carry that even in a bad time. I can carry it. I parked my truck for 4 months while I had the eye surgeries. We were fine. It got a little tight, but we were fine. But if I was carrying a $6,000 a month truck payment, I wouldn't even be sitting here talking to you, man. I'd be
right
out there trying to make 3,500 miles a week, killing myself.
There's been so many times I've taken a whole entire year off, including going to Mexico and get my surgery done. And that's where folks needs to be, like if you take a year off, I mean, just, you got to enjoy life, man, because, like you only got one life to live.
It's okay.
Make the best out of it. Yeah.
Made me feel like crap, man. What's the temperature over there?
Oh, it's hot as hell. I got the AC on.
What's the weather like?
Probably 90. Probably 90.
Yeah. Is it sunny out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
We're obviously in hoodie weather over here.
It's cold, right? We're in the freezing
cold.
Frozen tundra. Yeah, it's cold out.
What do you got, Jeff?
It's a little chilly today.
65 here, and I'm from your door to my door. We're probably about 600, not even 600, about 500 miles apart.
It's gonna be in the 50s here in a day or two.
Oh man,
there it is.
Wheel burner. Wheel burner. Wait.
There's the sun.
Flip that back. We want to see your mug, so Cal. Flip that. Now, see, that's a hat. Wheel burner. Look at that flat bill. See?
No. Every one of my ball caps, every one of my caps, like this is a new one. Dar just got me this one because I had TJ Bull he sent me a real nice one about a year and a half ago, and I wore it out. It finally fell off my damn head the other day, so. Dar went out and got me a nice new one. I love these. I'm not wearing a flat billed hat.
Let me help Jeff real quick. Hey Jeff.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. I have these in the house. I have this in every bedroom of the house and everywhere, offices, everywhere, even in the trucks. Single me out real quick, Campbell burner. This is what Jeff needs right here.
What's that?
That's not a big thing.
Oh, one of those right there? Oh.
Let me see if can I share it? There it is. Yep. There it is. An Xbox One.
Xbox right there. Why don't you send me that?
See, it goes good with the TV.
Why don't you send me that?
That's a guy that's got way too much time on his hands, man.
It's okay. Send me that.
And then I had this microwave made to look old fashioned. I don't know how to do it. Look at this microwave. Let me go sideways here. God damn, I don't know how to. There we go. See the microwave? You guys got the old fashioned look.
Old fashioned, yeah, the dial.
Yeah.
This is
See,
the only
That's a brand new microwave.
This is the only guy on Trucking YouTube that's trying to go backwards in evolution instead of
Hey,
forwards, right?
the old style works better. Dials and everything than that push button garbage.
Yeah,
Check out that hat, Wheel Burner. Look at that. Now that's a hat.
that's not happening. That's just not going to happen today. No.
You see that? We're going to snowmobile today because it's going to snow.
Not happening.
Yeah, we're going to snow today.
It's hot as hell out here, man.
Well, I got 65 degrees here. I'm good. 60. I'm wearing a t. Mind you, I'm in my garage, but I'm still 65 degrees. I'm in a t-shirt and a pair of
Yeah, it must be nice.
Degrees. Jeez.
It's cold here, man. It's going to be 50 tomorrow.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna get this off and I'm done for the day, and I'm taking tomorrow off so I can go ride my Harley.
Well, that's good.
Well,
That's good.
Why not come over here and we'll go ride together?
And I got to go to the chrome shop, buy some chrome for the new truck.
The chrome shop. Gotta go to the chrome shop.
Chrome is something I don't do anymore. Believe me, I've owned 9 trucks. I chromed out probably 7 or 8 of them, and I've never, like the Freightliner I've got now, I've not put a single piece of chrome on it. I just don't anymore. You know, I've gone through that stage where everything on my truck had to be shiny and polished and looking good, and I'd pull in after working for 14 hours. Truck stop, sit there and shine my chrome. It's like, forget it. You know what? My truck is clean and it's respectable looking. That's all. That's all it has to do. You know, my truck is a tool. You know, and your case,
but
maybe you like your tool a little more shiny than the rest of us guys, but you know, my tool doesn't have to be that shiny.
No, to me, it's not my tool. To me, it's my business card, right? So when I'm pulling up, blinging and everything else like that, people come up like, "Hey, man, you know, I need some stuff hauled, right?" The truck attracts them, and then also my customers like it, right? So especially when I'm doing electric vehicles, you know, they're all about clean and nice and stuff like that. So when you shine up looking nice, they like their $5 million piece of equipment on the back of something that looks nice.
Yeah. So here, SoCal, let me ask you something real quick here. I saw the one you did where you were what were those? Those were buses, electric buses you were putting on the trailers you were taking out?
We had like 45 of those we had to haul.
Yeah. Now, how many of the trucks have you guys done? The electric trucks? I know you've done some. How many?
Oh, we've been doing them for years. See, here's the thing, right? We've been hauling electric. We've had that customer now for 15 years. Doing electric.
Really, eh?
Yeah, 15 years. So electric's new to you guys, but it's been around, you know. So
I know they've been around, but they haven't been at the forefront of the business, and they haven't been pushed the way they're being pushed now.
Yeah, I did videos with the electric truck.
I'm just curious with somebody such as yourself that's pulled so many of them, and they've gone all over they've gone all over the U.S. Like how far? You know, nobody here, nobody in this chat, and there's nobody online right now that has a definitive answer to this. But I'm just asking you in your opinion.
Sure.
How long is it before we see, with the infrastructure required to run these damn things? How long are we looking? I know we're not looking like 5 years. It's not going to be 5 years.
Like California?
My whole thing. No, see, let me tell you something there, Jeff. It ain't California, bro. We just hauled all those buses to Miami, Florida. We just sent buses out to Indiana. Like all this stuff's going everywhere else. You guys,
I'm talking about the grid. Your grid for power consumption can't sustain it.
Right. Not in California because of the heat. So the West Coast is going to have the biggest problem with it because with heat and electricity, you know how that goes. But I dropped a short. I was in Arizona, and that pilot is already putting up the electric charging stations for the electric trucks.
Yeah, but how many? Like, let's here. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
So, Cal, let me just give you an example. Okay.
Sure.
We'll just use the Iowa 80, right? Everybody knows the Iowa 80, so we'll just use that as an example, right? It holds 900 trucks. Now, let's just say, for example, they go in there and they put 1/3. Say if it holds 900 trucks, that means they're going to put 300 charging stations in there. Because, you know, that's probably what they're going to require if they, when this takes off. Now you put 300 charging stations, or let's just even make it even easier. Let's say they put 100. I'm telling you right now, if you plug in 100 electric trucks at the Iowa 80, you're going to crash the power grid at Wolcott, which is the city that Iowa 80 is in. You're probably going to watch the lights flicker off and on in Davenport, which is the nearest major city, right? Des Moines is probably going to have a power surge. Like, we just don't have that. So if you're watching the pilot, some pilot, putting power charging stations in, what are they doing? They're putting maybe 2 or 3, because if a pilot that holds 200 that'll park 200 trucks, even if they put 10 of them in there, they're going to crash that. They're going to crash the power grid in that truck stop. So how are they doing? What are they thinking? Like, what are they looking at time wise, but to make this work?
So here's the thing, guys. If you guys think electricity is going to take over diesel, it's not. Here's my question to back that theory up. We have electric cars. How many electric cars you see on the road compared to gas? If someone's going to take over the world, the electric cars will take over the world before the trucks do, right? So as much as what we're hauling and doing stuff like that, pretty much what I see is happening is local delivery trucks, semis, like ports, doing ports and shit like that. School buses where there's kids, so they don't have to breathe the fumes. City buses, stuff like that. As far as the trucking community, we're all gonna be in electric trucks. I mean, maybe in 30 years, maybe. But I mean, there's so much work to be done. Exactly what you said. The cities and states, even right now, right? Let's take electric vehicles out of it. The electric companies are so far behind on updating their system just for us in our houses. That's why we get blackouts and stuff. They're 20 years behind updates of just trying to make it good for our houses. They can't touch those trucks like that.
Yeah. Agreed. So when I get it all the time in SoCal, you probably do, Jeff, maybe you do as well. You've got the new guy thinking of coming into the business, and how long is it before the automated trucks and these guys are out of jobs? Well, it's not going to be this year. It's not going to be 5 years. It's not going to be 10 years. Like, if you're coming into this business right now and you want to be a truck driver, and this is the career that you've got time, you can come in. There's still time. You're going to come in, because you're not going to lose your job to an electric automated truck in the next 10 years. It's still viable for you to be a truck driver and make a living doing this.
So let's go based off that, right? So when I talk about stuff, I try to put some kind of evidence behind it so people can understand, right? Not just throw an opinion. Tesla has autopilot, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Certain things have autopilot, but they don't even trust it in the cars right now.
Yeah.
Like some of these autopilot vehicles, I don't know if you guys ever had them, whatever. Every 10 seconds, you got to touch the steering wheel.
Yeah, we have
stuff like that.
Car, and I got it turned off. I can't stand it.
Right. So they haven't even perfected it in cars yet, nor have they really pushed it in cars yet. So no, it's not going to go to trucks. Now, right. Budweiser, Frito-Lay and shit like that, they're playing around and fooling around with Tesla trucks and all that kind of stuff. But how many of us are driving for Frito-Lay and doing Budweiser? I hauled one of those before, and I said, screw it, I ain't doing that again. Their whole situation's automated.
Right.
But for folks that want to get into trucking, get into trucking. Is there money to be made in trucking? Absolutely. If you guys are hurting in trucking and think I'm going to get out of here because trucking sucks, the whole country's hurting. Whatever job you're going to go after, it's going to hurt. They're going to cut your hours back on that. Fast food now is $20 an hour over here in California. So what's happening? They're cutting the damn hours down to the people. If you go inside Nevada over there at the Taco Bell, you got to go on a pedestal. They will not take your order. You have to go to the damn pedestal and take it at the McDonald's and Taco Bells.
Yeah.
All people are doing is alleviating the job that anybody else can do, and now they're just stuck, not going to do nothing because they want $20 an hour.
Correct. So it doesn't matter. The job market and the trucking job market is not going anywhere in the next little while. The bottom line here is, if you're coming into this business and you want to make a career out of this, you are safe for the time being right now.
It's all about your foundation, right? So people get into the trucking industry, they work at. Now I'm going to assume crazy here for a second, and don't shoot me. So I'm going to just give an example. I know know there's probably some dang experts and lawyers and all. I've seen it. But typically, the average is a Walmart worker, a warehouse worker, or something like that on minimum wage trying to make it. You want to get in a truck and you want to better your life. That is the best time to build the strongest foundation in trucking is right there. You don't have the bills. You're not used to the good money. Nothing. Get all the knowledge and training you can. Go to a company. They'll teach you flatbed, dry van, tanker, everything, because you don't know what you like until you learn it first. You know,
Correct.
get your knowledge
Correct.
up. Why you don't have the business and you're not making the money? Make yourself valuable. The more knowledge you have, the more valuable you are.
I call that building your resume. Like if you can get onto a company, and for example, the company that I'm leased on with, they do flatbed, they do van, they do a heavy haul, they do specialized. And you know what? If you can get on with a company that does that, and you know, you say you run vans for the first 6 or 8 months of your career, and then they come to you and they say, "Hey, you want to learn flatbed?" Don't say no. Even if it's something you really don't want to do, learn it. You know, get it on your resume. You know, build that resume, because by the time you hit the 5-year mark, 6-year mark, you know what, you can pretty much, you know, kick in the door of any trucking company and they're going to look at your resume and go, you know what? Okay, let's grab this guy. We don't want this guy to go anywhere. Look what we got here. Most of the time, not all of the time, most of the time, but yeah, exactly. Kamal, trucking is not it's not a job. It's a career, but it's actually trucking is more of a lifestyle. You know, trucking is a lifestyle. It's one of those businesses that you come in that is not like any other business. You're not going to work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. You're going to work 70 hours a week. They give you 70 hours a week to work, and most companies are going to push you to work that 70 hours. They want you to work that 70 hours because it's more money in their pocket. Days, you're going to work nights. You're going to drive in the evenings. You're going to, you know, you're going to be delivering at 1 o'clock in the morning. You're going to be delivering at, you know, at 9 in the morning. It's one of those businesses or one of those industries and is heavily regulated. Well, I think the only other industry that's more heavily regulated than the trucking industry is air traffic controllers. You know, so no, you know, they have to know that coming in the door as well. You know, you are going to work, and it is a lifestyle. You have to adapt yourself, and it's not just you. You have to adapt your family. If you've got a wife and you've got kids at home and you've got all of that going on, they have to adapt to the fact that you're going to be gone for so many days or so many weeks or whatever time. It's something, you know, your wife's going to have dinner on the table at 6 o'clock when you come in the door. Chances are that's not going to happen.
But here's the thing, though, bro. You don't have to be gone for weeks and months. Look at me.
No, but
When I'm gone, I choose to be gone.
So
Like
you're the
I'm unloading in Vegas. I'm going home.
Yeah, okay, but so Cal as well. Look at you, but you're also the exception. Guys like you and maybe Jeff, you know, you've got a fleet running for you. You know, you personally being SoCal the man can step out and enjoy getting on your Harley and going for a ride. Why? Because you've got X amount of pieces of equipment out there still generating money for you. Same with Jeff. You know, Jeff has X amount of people out there working for him with his name on the door, all generating money for him. So if Jeff wanted to jump on his bike and take an afternoon off, he can afford to do that because he's not relying solely on his personal income coming out of that business. You know,
Well,
if you look at Shannon, she's on her way to be doing that right now. She's on her way building that right now so that she can, at some point or another, I always like to say, one day I'd like to get paid for what I know, not necessarily for what I do. Right. And that's where I'm kind of going in this business, you know. Jeff is already there. Jeff is paid for what he knows, not necessarily for what he does. He's not jumping in trucks. He's not running a 70-hour week. He's not killing himself. So Cal, maybe you're still driving and everything, but let's face it, if for any reason you had to take 6 months off and go on tour with Metallica and be a roadie, you could do it. Right. And financially, your business, you've got people in place that are running your business and taking care of your business for you. And you're still drawing an income. You're still drawing a paycheck. 99% of the other people in this business are not doing that. They're not in that position.
When I was an owner operator, I took a year off here and there when I was owner operator. So again, it's all about how you build your foundation of your trucking business, right? So,
well, like I said, you're in the 1% group. 99%. Like, I'm not saying that's not a hard fact, obviously, but I'm just saying 99% of the industry is not in that. Like right now, 99% of the industry, and it's a shame, are probably going, you know, paycheck to paycheck or statement to statement, you know, and that's
That was
sad.
a long bathroom break.
I think she went for lunch too. I don't
Inflation's
think
killing a lot of
Yeah, she had lunch.
inflation's killing a lot of folks right now. But just like this new guy that I hired, right? He's a family man. And, you know, I sit down, I interview him. He wants to be around his kids and all that. So, you know, I have a day cab now, right? So he runs my day cab, man, and he's gonna be home every day, you know, making good money. So
But
what I'm saying is,
answer this question then. Are you finding in the industry itself, for example, guys like me, I go where I need to go, do what I need to do, and run where I need to run to make an income, right? And I'm finding that the next generation of truck drivers that are coming into this industry don't necessarily want to work that hard, right? They don't necessarily want to, you know, but they want the money, they want the paycheck, you know, but they don't want to put the effort, the time, and they don't want to put out that kind of energy, but they want the money that comes with doing that. Are you finding that?
Will Burner, I want my $100.
Wait, how did we go from asking SoCal a question to Will Burner? I want my. I think I'm being strong-armed here.
Because you were talking, you talk about her eating. You said she's probably eating or soaking. One of you said that. So I think you owe me $100 so I can go to the restaurant here, get me a nice steak on you. Because I remembered you made a bet with me. I met you on that overpass, my friend.
If I recall correctly,
you guys can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
If I recall correctly, Jeff, and I think I'm right here. If you look at the 4 boxes there's me at the top, and if you look right beneath me, there's a really nice young lady down there that I think I only owe you 50. I think that young lady below me owes you the other 50. Now, if it's 50, if you're going to be a diehard and absolutely insist, Jeff, I will send you $100, and I'll do it half.
See, that lady down below there took me and Alvin out for breakfast, so she paid her 50.
Oh, is that how that works?
That's how that works.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay.
And you were invited.
Jeff, I got no issue. I'll happily send you $100. You earned it.
Because Canadians do not eat breakfast.
No, we don't. You can only put maple syrup on so much shit before you don't want to eat it anymore. So no, we don't eat breakfast.
And people in California on the West Coast don't eat breakfast either, because let's face it, at 9 o'clock in the morning is noon, it's lunch.
The people in California is just too damn cool to eat.
Yeah, they're too cool. Yeah.
They run around with those flat bill hats and their pants down around their crotch and everything like that. So they're just too damn cool to eating breakfast.
But what you do miss though is California has the best food trucks. They got the best food trucks out there.
I would agree with that. I would agree. You are at least the biggest variety. Yeah, Kamal's right. Kamal in the chat saying, "Hey Brian, they're ganging up on you." Looks like I'm getting ganged up on here. This I'm not
ganging up on you, bro. Just
where's Dar at? Where's Dar at? Where's Dar?
Dar right now is actually at work. She's about 2 towns over right now, working right now. She'll be home probably about 1 o'clock.
All right, Shannon.
Yes.
Text Dar and tell her that I'm letting Wheelburner keep that money to take her out to dinner.
Okay.
Look at that. She's doing it too.
Sorry, Wheelburner.
Hey, Jeff, if you are going out to steak for lunch, you should come by and pick me up right now. Just saying.
I don't have time to eat steak for lunch. Yeah, and then she'd go, "Oh, you're buying, right?" Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, you pick her up for lunch, but you're still paying for it, Jeff. Don't kid yourself.
Well, I can buy a mistake.
I had better steak yesterday. I grilled it out on the grill.
You guys don't know good steak. You guys really you guys really don't know good steak until you guys boast about your Texas beef and your Kansas City beef, and you guys don't know good steak, man, until you come up to
I don't have
Alberta.
Kansas City beef. What are you talking about?
You guys don't know
I mean,
steak
you
until you come to Alberta.
you
And
say
you got
that when I took my
triple A beef.
when I took
So okay,
I
you're
think
breaking
so.
up bad, whatever that
Man.
I think
was. you just
SoCal drove under a bridge.
So yeah, SoCal, you're having rolling blackouts on your
no,
phone.
I'm parked,
There you
man.
go.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's this heat. It's heat out here in
Yes,
it's this heat out here in Nevada. But no,
yes, the heat.
talk to my little son. He knows all about steak. We sat down at the steak place, man. His steak itself was $200.
Well, yeah. Well, steak dinner ain't cheap.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's not cheap up here either. If you're going
No,
into
that
a
wasn't even it wasn't dinner. That wasn't the dinner. That was the steak. The sides
just
were $5 a piece. His steak was that. He knows the
Yeah.
steaks.
Wow.
He got the steak, or the cow didn't stress out. It lived in a certain place, ate certain stuff, and I'm like, what the hell? Just give me something dead. I'm bro. What do you got for $5.99.99? But no, he's got to have the steak that didn't have a stress live. Like, I got to pay for that. Like, what the hell? You think I'm
It's good
playing?
for you.
Those
Good
steakhouses
for you,
got
so-
that shit. Like, no joke.
It's
It's good
only
for
the
you,
best-
SoCal.
only the best for dad, right? I wish my kids would take me out for a steak that wasn't stressed out.
It's good. It's good for SoCal to pay that.
Have you heard of some crap like that?
Keeps them
Well,
Dude, they got all this stuff, bro. Like,
keeps them humble, man. It's good for them to
Well,
pay that.
yeah. Well, I'm just saying that you know what I will put good Canadian grade A beef like steak and meat out of Alberta up against anybody.
Oh Lord, here we go. Here we go.
There's nothing.
Oh, my
You know,
God.
I like competition there.
Well, hey,
I
I tell you what,
I like
SoCal, you
competition.
know what? If by chance you ever because my house is going up for sale in 2 weeks, and we're moving out to Alberta. I'm making a move out to Alberta, and I tell you right now, if you ever find your way
Right
into
there,
Alberta, I will bring the
He's
steak
getting
to
out,
you.
right? He sold his house. He's moving to California. He said, "Here I'm on his
I'm
feet."
not moving anywhere near California. I'm moving to Alberta, best province, greatest province in the world, best place in the world to live right now in Canada.
Oh, God. Heard everything now.
You have, right?
I've heard it all. It's getting deep.
No, we are. That I wasn't kidding about
Yeah.
that. Like we already announced that with that this house we're staging. I don't need a big 5-bedroom house. We don't need that anymore. So we're selling this house, and we've decided to make the move out to Alberta. And
Why
I'm
aren't
not-
you moving to Michigan and coming
Yeah,
to
why
work
don't you
with
move to Michigan? Yeah, why don't you come on over here? Why you
Now,
keep
what-
making excuses?
why don't you list off 10 perfectly good reasons why I should move to Michigan?
Shannon's here. I'm here.
Okay,
We
there's-
have all four. We have all 4 seasons. Sometimes
Yeah.
8.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have a lot of lakes. You can do a lot of fishing.
I don't
Yeah.
fish.
We got
Well,
everything
you
like
can just sit and watch.
I sit and watch. If I want to do that, I'll go out to Minnesota and watch fake fish. I'm
Just sit and watch.
I'm not coming to Michigan just to watch people fish. No.
me and
Come
Dirk,
on
me
now.
and Dirk can hang out and and get some chickens and stuff. Like
Oh, horse
Yeah,
shit.
get chickens. Yeah, come on now.
Shannon, you and Dar are never going to meet. I'll make sure of that. You're never going to meet in person. It's just not going to happen because it's
Oh
gonna
my God, listen to him.
be a fortune.
See how he's treating you? Gotta be ashamed of yourself.
I am. You can tell. I feel guilty, but it passed really quick. It really did. I felt guilty for a split second, then it was gone. So
And it was gone. Yeah,
it's all good.
I
No,
feel you. I feel you, man.
It's
I got
it's for this time. I'm at that point in my life where my trucking career is winding down, and I'm having to look for obviously I'm set for my retirement here, but what I can do in Alberta is much better. I can do much better with my retirement or my winding down of my career from a financial standpoint. I can go a lot farther and be a little more comfortable with my retirement in Alberta. And it's a beautiful province. It's a beautiful place to live. You know, we've got the mountains out there. We've got all the lakes out there. We've got everything out there that you could think of. And just from a financial standpoint, I can do much better. So why wouldn't I do it? What the
All
hell
right.
you?
I might need some light bars.
I need light bulbs. Hey, pick me up some light bulbs while you're there,
No,
please.
light bars, man. Light bars.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I
don't
need
need
some
that.
light bars for my truck.
Light bulbs for the house. I got a couple of bulbs on the outside of the house that are burnt out. We got to get them fixed up. So
Oh, I need more light bars.
Oh, I have a marriage proposal in the chat.
Shannon's got a marriage proposal from Bazan.
Bazan. Thanks.
Bazan wants to know if you'll marry him. I think Shannon's dance card is full for the next little while there, Bazan. You might have to hold on. Try again in 20 years.
20 years.
I am married to my truck right now, but as soon as the space comes available, maybe we'll chat.
Yeah.
I am married to my truck for the next 5 years.
Shannon's like a load broker, right? When she's got something there, she'll put it out on the market, and you guys can bid on it, right? You guys can bid.
What I can offer is you can go be a member of my channel and subscribe.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know.
Went
Right?
there.
That's what I got right
I'm
now.
telling you.
Okay?
Okay. Should I buy some light bars, man, for a pickup?
Yeah, 10 of them.
Yeah, you might as well.
Like you can drive around.
We bought
with
it.
this
We bought a Black Ops truck, right? They only made a certain amount. That thing came with light barred up, LEDs, push bar, the whole situation, lifted up, all that stuff.
I got a lifted up truck about 2 inches.
And they're cheap. Like we got that thing cheap, man. We only paid $110,000 for it. Now they're like $150,000.
I got my lifted up truck for cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sterling actually has it. Shannon is in a complicated relationship with multiple trucks.
Oh, Jeff, you're talking about a semi?
No, I'm talking about my pickup.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Shannon's daughter says that's her truck. She's gonna take it. She said.
Yeah. Faith has put claim on that truck when Jeff decides to let it go.
Yeah, I bought a 23 F-150 four-wheel drive with a Fox body 5.0 in it and the FX4 package and all that stuff and customized it. My little son took it over. He parked his Audi 5 and now he's in my truck.
You're never gonna see that truck again.
So now I got 2 pickups I don't drive. So I'm waiting for my Cybertruck to come out.
There you go.
Now you got the Audi that's not being driven too.
Right.
Are you gonna get one of those? Seriously, are you gonna get one of the Cybertrucks?
I've already ordered it.
Have you?
Yep.
Yeah. What's the weight on that? What are you looking at?
Well, I'm reserved so far, but it's probably I think they run like $100,000 or $150,000.
No, I wasn't asking the price. I was asking like how long do you get it? Like how long's the wait to get it?
Probably next year.
Yeah. Eh? Damn.
It took 2 years when I ordered the Ford Lightning. That piece of shit.
Yeah, they're garbage. You wasted a lot of money on that.
Oh no, my friend. No, I did not.
They're horrible.
I'll tell you why. No, I agree with you. When I ordered it, they said, "Okay, your truck is here." I did a video on it and everything. Showed the VIN number, showed that it was my truck, all that. And I was looking at it, took that bitch on a test drive. I said, "I want an electric because I want to go fast. This thing's slow as hell. I don't want it."
Yeah.
I lost my down payment, but after I saw the reviews and drove that thing, I'm like, this thing's a piece of crap.
Yeah. Have you taken one of the new Dodge TRXs for a spin?
No, not yet.
Try it. If you get the chance to take one out and you can get it out on some open road and take it for a spin, and you'll need like 4 or 5 hours with it to really appreciate it. But if you get a chance to take it, definitely try it out, man. I think you'll be impressed.
The crazy thing about that is I think that hit YouTube, so it's popular, right? You know, Ford has a truck that beats that truck or is equal to that truck.
What, the Raptor?
No, hell no. That Raptor's a big pile of shit.
Yeah, I know.
It's a Ford Super Snake. They got the
Yeah,
F-150s, 250s, and stuff like that. The F-150s
yeah,
all supercharged.
it's
Got the
supposed to
5
have
point.
it's supposed to have the Shelby platform or something in it, does it not? The
Correct.
Shelby motor and everything?
Correct.
But it's
Correct.
they're boasting it coming in at about 850 horse, right? Whereas the TRX comes in at 710 or something like that. But
Right.
I haven't seen the Shelby. I haven't done the
Oh,
work.
I have. I almost
Yeah.
bought one. Yeah.
Look,
Only
we
reason
got
I
a
didn't
broken,
buy it because I wanted a 4-door.
we got a
Those
broken Tesla. We got a
those
broken
damn-
Tesla here.
Those damn TRXs in Canada, TRX, you're at 100. You're starting at 160,000 for a TRX.
Somebody's Tesla got smacked.
I can't justify $160,000 for a pickup truck.
No
Somebody's
way.
Tesla got smacked.
I can buy. Yeah,
that
that's
out.
when I can buy 2 semi trucks and put them to work and make money
You buy that.
for the cost. No, that's not bad. I like that.
That's space truck, so it's not for sale. Just
You
saying.
can buy that.
I like that. I like that.
I'm not gonna tell Faith that you're doing this, Jeff. You'll be in the doghouse.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't don't tell her.
So Brian, my daughter took
Yeah,
one look at that truck and got to see it and stuff, and that was it. She told Jeff, like, no, this is mine.
Yeah. No, I like the way that truck looks. I like the stance on it, but you know, any of those trucks there, you better have a fuel pump, in your driveway. You know, it costs you $9 just to start the damn thing.
Yeah. So.
I'm just
And your
saying.
point. We're helping the economy. We're helping the economy, man. You're helping businesses grow.
I'm helping the economy. Yeah, that's just what I want to do here. You know, like between the road taxes and the fuel taxes, like the government doesn't get enough of my money. Now I want to do it with my personal vehicle.
Yeah.
Cars
Helping
drive
grow.
big sport, man. You know, that thing you couldn't find another car better on gas than that thing is, because it's like my taxes. I only give them absolutely as much as I absolutely have to. I don't give them a penny more.
So let's talk. Let's talk business.
Okay.
Right.
Business.
Oh, wait a minute.
What you got, Jeff?
Hold on, Jeff. Hold on. Before we go off on the business, I'll be right back I'll be right back. Shannon, carry the show for a minute.
Okay, so he needs to take a potty break. I already know what he's doing. So
Yeah, but I won't be making a sandwich.
I had to eat something really fast. Let's talk business. What do you want to talk about, Jeff?
Yeah. So, am I still there?
Yeah, take over.
Yeah. So basically, in trucking, there's hundreds of ways to do trucking, right? There's hundreds of ways.
Yes.
It depends on where you're at, what you're doing, and what you're trying to build,
Right.
right? In a company, depends on whether you get direct freight, non-direct freight, spot, whatever freight you're going to haul. It's all the same freight. It's just they categorize it different, right? They call it spot market freight, but it's still, a lot of it's still direct freight because they just don't have enough people to haul it. So it goes in the spot market, and then you got all the companies that, they don't have dedicated carriers, so that just goes out in the open market.
Right.
So it's all the same type of stuff. Now, some people would say, oh, you got to get dedicated freight. Well, it depends. Depends on your operation whether you get dedicated freight or not. Because if you can't keep that customer happy because you don't have the trucks there, you can't force somebody to getting. So, like, if you are a spot market carrier, let's say, then what you want to do is you want to make the best relationships possible with brokers, because they'll call you with loads they don't even put out on the spot market.
Yeah.
Right? Because we get them all the time. Go through. And I even get them to where they just send the rate cons. And I've signed them before and sent them to the driver. Whoa, wait a minute. He's like, wait a minute. I said, well, I thought you booked them. No, he just sent them. So Of course, he'd done them, but that's the kind of relationships, right?
Right.
And then if something
That's
goes
what I started
wrong,
building before I came to you, and I was able to bring those relationships with me that I had already worked so hard on,
right?
and continue to work with them today.
And we still have a lot of, we have a lot of great relationships with a lot of brokers. So that's why I don't really get, when we get these so-called digital platform people that try to, say if your company's good or not good, like Highway and Carrier 401 and all these other people. They're all designed towards brokerages, not for the carrier, because they put up a lot of false information because they're getting the data and they're linking data that's really not linked. So sooner or later, enough carriers will probably stop that because all they need is one good class action lawsuit and they're out of business.
So, so they're building a new distributor by me. What the hell's that place called? Shit, I don't forgot what the place is called, but it'll be ready at the end of the year. The building itself could probably, including their parking lot, could probably hold 7 Walmarts inside this building. And the mayor of the city, I know very well. I do a lot of business with the mayor who put that business there. Oh, Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's, that's what it is. So I'm gonna try to see what we can do with that too.
Yeah.
Now, Trader Joe's is pretty big.
Go get direct freight. If you can land the big contract like that, a lot of companies out there, all they need is one, right? All they need is one big one, to set that works. It helps, but it can also be a downfall as well. The company that I'm with, they had a lot of their eggs in one big company, and all of that big company went tits up, and then all of a sudden, all their company guys were scrambling for work. They were trying to. So it works, yes, and it works no. It gives you security when you can land that one big one, but on the other hand, when that one big one falls through or the bottom falls out of that one big one, it can come back and bite you in the ass as well.
Well, it's like Falcon Transport. They were big, but they had it all in bed with General Motors, and when they lost that contract,
right,
they went under.
Right.
See, this is why I have different divisions, right? Only thing I pretty much don't do is reefer. I have a flatbed specialized. We do containers. We do dry van. Like, that's why we have a fifth wheel, right? So we can drop and hook, to different divisions, right?
Yeah.
And so that's how I designed my company, man. So, if a guy gets started in dry van, yeah, he wants to go flatbed, let's go,
Yeah.
So
I would do this.
But there's good and bad. I'm gonna tell you guys, there's good and bad with direct freight. So don't, everyone say go get direct freight, but the risk factor, right? Because
There's a big
you don't
risk
get paid next week. You don't get paid next week, and you don't get paid the week after that. And a lot of these so-called, they call themselves owner operators. I mean, they really aren't, right? But sometimes it takes 90 days to get paid, right?
Yeah.
So when someone says, "Hey, man, I want direct freight," right? Okay, if you got it, can you afford it? So let's say you have 5 trucks. Can you afford to pay your truck payments if it's paid off, your fuel, your insurance, pay your drivers, pay everybody for 3 months? Why you get the first check of maybe like 1 week that you ran or a load or this or that? Like, and there's good and bad to it. Like one of my boys had a direct customer and they went under and he got burned in the money. So there's always a risk in trucking, right? Even with yourself, there's a risk. You could be the most knowledgeable man in the whole wide world with the best connections of everything, and you can wake up tomorrow and your arm hurts and you can't drive no more. It's always a risk, in this business, just like life is a risk. So the best thing for folks to do is not try to be like you, me, or anybody else, is find their lane, what's best for them, where they live, and make that work.
Yeah.
Right.
You want to follow up on that, Jeff? What do you say?
Well, yeah, direct customers is a risk. I've already said that. Plus, it depends on the direct customer. I mean, if you bid on lanes and you get a certain amount of lanes and then you don't have any trucks to haul those lanes, you still got to service that customer. So you need to have a brokerage on top of that, because you just can't put it out there and broker the freight without it. So there's a lot more to it, you know, unless you got a direct customer that's a buddy stuff and you can't haul it. They just put it out there and somebody else haul it.
Yeah.
But you're going to have a contractual
So
obligation.
let's do a scenario, Jeff.
somewhere
Let's do a
in
scenario.
Yeah.
Let's do a scenario. And you're right what you're saying in a way, right? But let's get
Yeah, right.
right. So yeah, so brokerage, right? So a guy starts a brokerage. Now you need trucks, right? The guy looks your brokerage up. Oh man, he started like 3 months ago. I'm not hauling for that guy. Like, you know what I mean? Or your brokerage like a year old.
Right.
You know, I'm not gonna haul for that guy. The brokerage is too young. I'm not gonna get paid. Or that guy has a factoring company. Yeah, over over here. They look for brokerage. Oh, we can't factor that guy. So you be careful of that. Just don't go around and go start a brokerage, because, you know, I mean, again, you got to have relationships, right? I agree with what you're saying. You got to have a brokerage. Like,
Right.
we have a brokerage, but the whole thing is, like, you can't just go start a brokerage and the truck's going to start falling in. Like, you got to do your time in this trucking business. Nothing's overnight. Nothing's quick. You got to do your time for this and build a business. It's called build a business.
Right. Now, let's go back to what you were just saying. Let's go back to what you were saying there just a few minutes ago about, you know, a lot of these places, they pay out on 30, 60, or 90-day terms, right? So if you're getting paid out, let's just use what you said there. Let's use the 90-day term. If they're paying out on 90 days, you would like to think that in most cases, somebody signing up for something like that already knows that that's going to be the case. That their worst case scenario, they're going to be waiting 3 months to get their money. Best case scenario could probably be 30 days. So if you already know that, would you not already be in your best interest to A, do your homework,
Someone has background noise,
and B, find out, you know, have that money in the bank. You need that float. Somebody said to me the other day, well, I'm going to become an owner operator. I've got, you know, I'm going to buy $100,000 truck. I got $10,000 to put down on the truck, and I've got $5,000 to float me until I start making money. And I said, well, the $10,000 you're putting down on a $100,000 truck, that's not enough. And $5,000, that's one check engine light. You can wipe out $5,000 in one check engine light. You're nowhere near having enough money in the bank to float you, right? So if you're going to go into something, you better know up front that you better have enough money to do your calculations and know, I need over a 90-day period. This is what it's going to cost me. Worst case scenario, this is what it's going to cost me if I have zero income coming in. This is how much I need to get me to that 90 days. A lot of guys try it and they're not successful. They can float it for 50 days, 30 days, whatever. And then they're scrambling. Next thing you know, they're running up lines of credit. They're maxing out credit cards. They're borrowing money off mom and dad. And that's the worst case scenario. And too many guys, that happens.
So I'm going to tell you, which I don't tell too much, but I'm going to tell you something. And then after that, let's do some numbers. You like to play with numbers?
Love numbers.
Jeff, Wilburner, Sharon? Okay. Before I do that, let me put some in perspective. The truck I just bought, right, I paid cash for. Everybody saw me do it. I was on the James Best live stream, and I bought the damn thing on accident. Remember that?
Yep.
So I got it, and I learned a lot about Penske, right? And whenever I get some time, I'm going to talk about it. But I'm going to just say, for me to put that truck on the road to my liking and everything else, I put $10,000 cash into that truck just to put it in service. Just to put it in service, 10 G's. So that's besides buying the truck. So, when you think about, again, people come from, they worked at Walmart, they worked at McDonald's, they worked at Burger King. So when they see you 5 or 10 grand, that's a lot of money in that world, right? and it's
It
not
is.
their fault when they come to this trucking and they want to get into owner operator and they got 10 grand and they're all excited because you got to face it, bro. In the real world out here, in the real workforce, 5 or 10 grand is a lot of money. It is. It's a lot of money. It's a down payment on a lot of things you might want, you know. So it is a good chunk of change. But in trucking, you know, it's a crumb in the bucket. Now let's do numbers. You said 40 days, right? So how much would it cost somebody? And we're gonna do the numbers together. How much would it cost somebody 40 days? So I'm gonna do numbers. Anybody got a calculator?
Hold on.
Yeah, it's
And
called my
then,
brain. Go ahead.
well, yeah, but we're gonna, you know, I have my brain
I
too.
can
I don't need
handle
a
my brain.
calculator, but I'm doing that because I'm hoping people watching is gonna pull out a calculator. And
I did so
sometimes when
much
you see
acid. I
numbers,
need a calculator. Okay, I did a lot of acid back then. I need to cal. My brain doesn't work as well as Jeff. So go ahead.
and what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give you guys West Coast prices, and then Jeff or Wilburn or one of you guys can do the same calculation on your side of town, right? So out here, if you rent a place to live, you're roughly 3,000 a month. So on 2 months, let's look at 40 days of service. So 2 months. So you're renting a place, an apartment for like 3 grand. It's not a house, so you're 6,000 just for that. You're on your utilities for 2 months. You're probably about another 2,000. So now you're what? You're 3, 6, 7,
You're eight.
8. You're $8,000. Now
Yeah.
this is just personal bills, right? I'm sure you drive a car and got to pay gas and all that, and maybe car insurance, and we're gonna say the car is paid off. That's another $1,000. You're 9 grand. You're still personal bills, right? And then we're gonna say cell phone, all that. Now that's just personal bills. You got to have 9 grand, right? The wife probably goes shopping, kids need stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now let's talk trucking. You're 9 grand already. You need in your bank to wait 60 days with a direct shipper. And now in California, fuel is like $5 and something, right? So we're gonna say you're gonna spend about 25. We're gonna say two. We'll say we'll go low. We'll say I don't know how hard somebody will run. We'll say $2,000 a week, right? So now you're at $8,000 in fuel, right? 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 8,000 per month.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
you're $16,000. You're $16,000 plus your $9,000. So you're what? 25 grand.
Yep. Keep
See,
going.
I just did it on top of my head. So that's
Yeah.
just for the fuel. So your insurance, because you don't have my experience or Jeff's or anybody else's, so you don't got the cheaper insurance. We're gonna get worst case scenario. Your insurance is $2,000 a month. That's another $4,000. Now you're $29,000, right?
Yeah.
So that's just fuel and insurance. And now on top of that, if you got a truck note, let's say your truck note's $1,500. Add $3,000 of that. Now you're at $32,000, right? So you need $32,000 minimum if you have just a regular, not lavish lifestyle, no car payments, no nothing, just a regular life in the West Coast. You need $32,000 to $35,000 before you get your first check for a week. See, I didn't
Okay.
need a
Yep.
calculator, did I, Will Burner?
Well, then what were you
'Cause I'm a
asking
numbers
for then,
person, right?
smart?
But it's always good when people. Well, no, because a lot of people, I say that, right? Because I want you to check my numbers.
No,
You know what I'm
your
saying?
numbers are right.
I'm not being.
Your numbers are right. So yeah, you see,
So now you guys,
you're sitting at $32,000 for 60 days, and that's before
right?
you've taken a single penny in. Okay.
And
Yeah.
in 2 months, you know you got to do oil changes and grease the truck and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So you know
Yeah.
you're gonna have to do little stuff to the truck. So we're gonna add 3 grand just on maintenance and stuff. So you're $35,000. The question is, how many folks have $35,000 sitting in the bank go get a direct customer?
Not many.
So when people
And
say, "Yeah, I want to go get a direct
day and age,
customer,"
not many. I can tell you right now, at least up here, I can tell you right now, there's not a lot of owner operators running around right now with 40 grand just sitting there, you know, waiting to be used for something. There's not many.
I started my truck up. I was trying to get the beeping off. Give me a second. I don't want to blow your. There it goes.
Yeah, I
But-
don't
but-
have that kind of thing going on. So obviously.
No,
Not
but I'm just doing this, right? This ain't someone's better or worse or whatever. This is education, right? So when someone says I want to go for a direct customer, I'm just explaining numbers, right? So people can be prepared. Now, Will Burner or Jeff or any of you guys, why don't you do numbers back on the East Coast where maybe it might be cheaper, fuel might be cheaper, rent's cheaper,
We're not that,
whatever.
I wouldn't be
So
that high.
what's
I
those
wouldn't
numbers?
I wouldn't be $32,000. I'd be also being in Canadian as well. I'd probably be closer to about 20. I'd need about 25 grand, 25 to 27,000 to float me for that same period. I don't know what Jeff's numbers, what Jeff's math would be, but I know that that's for mine. That's what I would need. And that's like I said, that's just the bare minimum to cover. Like SoCal in 90 days or in 60 days or 40 days, whatever we're talking about here, there's a decent chance, you're going to get a check engine light. You could blow a tire. You could have, there's, you've got maintenance, right? Which wasn't calculated in there. So let's say I'm at $27,000, but realistically, all it takes is, and I've said this before, one check engine light could cost you anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000. You don't know what it is until they figure it out. So, if you think you need 27,000, you better have 35. Right.
Now, if you put on a broker, if you put on a brokerage or drivers, now this goes way up higher, right? So when you have a brokerage, if you're factorable, they're going to turn that into factor, and you got to pay within 1 week, even though you don't get paid for 60 days.
Exactly.
And it'd be so easy for someone to owe you $200,000-$300,000.
I agree.
So everything sounds good when people talk about like, I could just go get a brokerage. I'll just go direct. I'll just do this. But then when you go down to do it, like, oh shoot.
Well, I agree with that. I do. It's not that easy to do, but if you can do that and weather the storm, if you've got that kind of money and you can weather that kind of storm, I think the peace of mind they can possibly give you to know that you've got a constant state or a constant flow of freight might be worth it to take and gamble on. Nobody should walk into this business broke. Right. If you're like I said, there's a guy I know that he's got 10,000 to put down on $100,000 truck, and he's got a $5,000. He's got $5,000 to float him. You're screwed right there. You're basically already starting in a negative, right? $10,000 is not enough of a down payment on $100,000 to give yourself a reasonable truck payment, and $5,000 ain't going to float you 15 minutes down the road.
Well, that's why people go to lease purchase programs, right?
So
that's why a lot of people do it. They don't have the startup money to do it. And I'm
not really with the lease purchase stuff too much, but yeah, so I'm moving right now. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you sound fine.
I guess not. Okay.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is like I've known people that started their business and was flat busted, but it's a risk, right? So if you buy the truck and get all the stuff and you're flat busted, you want to do it. It's a risk, right? As long as it doesn't hurt your family. You want to do it, do it. You might have a good solid 30 days, 60 days. Next thing you know, you're way good compared to you go company and where you can put 2 months in your pocket being an owner operator. It'll take you like maybe a year as a company, same kind of money. So I've known people that were flat busted and then became successful. The truck treated them right. They picked out the right truck. All the stars aligned and they made money and they put it in the bank and they were good.
I'm not saying it can't be done. You know, there are people that have come into this business with
Yeah.
$10 and they've
Just
built
be ready
themselves
for
up.
it. Yeah, just be ready for it.
You know, I'm just saying that on average, because if you look at, you know, if you look at the success rate, now these are Canadian numbers. Okay. I'm not talking US. Okay. But in the Canadian trucking market, only 30% of guys that make the jump from company driver to owner operator, only 30% are successful. Right now, if they that's within the first year. Okay. Now, if they make it from the first year to the third year, it jumps up by a third. And then if you make it to the fifth year, then yes, your chances increase exponentially. Okay. Your success rates. But right now, the guys that are coming in, you know, 30 to 35% of guys and girls, let's say, that come into this market or that come into this industry, they've been a company driver for 10 years and they want to make that jump to owner operator, and they're not taking the lease purchase option. They're doing owner operator. 30 to 35% of them, it's not good. That's bad in our business because we need more of it. And yet the failure rate is so high.
It's hard to bar yourself into success, right?
Well,
I mean, lease purchase, man. I don't know.
That's a good way to put it. Well, there's lease purchase, and then there's lease purchase. If you look at the lease purchase programs, for example, the way, say, Swift does them or Knight does them or Dart does them, those are predatory, right? Those guys are just trying to put meat in a seat and get an older piece of equipment out on the road that they're still making money on, and they're making money on the freight, right? But then there are guys out there, and we'll just use Jeff as an example, that he's willing to do it for you, and his best, you know, his reasoning behind it is he's trying to help you, make you successful, because the more successful you are with light trucking on the side of your door, the more successful he is. So it's a benefit to, you know, the big megas that do that mostly offer these don't generally give a damn. They don't give a damn if you're feeding yourself, as long as they're making their percentage at the end of the month.
See, like with me, right? I have a driver's been with me for a while, and I'm trying to build him up, right? Build up his business, build everything up. You know, he wants to take the truck over. I'm not doing the lease purchase with him. I'm gonna let him purchase, and I'll be the bank, right? So it's like you go get a car, and you get the car financed through Ford Motor Credit Company. It's not a lease
Right.
purchase, right? You're going through the bank and buying a car. So if he wants his truck, I'll be the bank and I'll sell him the truck to help him out. You know what I mean? Hang on 1 second.
Well, that's
21.
what Jeff doing.
Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah,
if you look at the percentage of lease purchases, like
that's not the way it works with the megas, right? Well, it kind of
Right.
does. It's megas. The megas act as the bank, but at the end of the day, like, you're gonna, like, you take a lease purchase on a 3-year-old truck from Swift. Well, brother, you're going to be paying $1,200 a week for that piece of crap, right? And you're on the hook for all of it. So let's just say you're making, you know, $5,000 a month payment on a 3-year-old truck that you now have to hang on to for 2 to 3 years yourself. You know, and there's no end in sight on the end of that. Very few people are going to pay that truck off.
Look, you want to.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Go ahead, Jeff.
All right. Well, I was thinking about lease purchase. You know, you don't want to be like Swift or Snyder or Prime or these guys where, you know, let's look at those guys. If they got a brand new truck, at the end of the 3 year, they do a 3-year deal, and then they have a buyout.
Yeah.
Well, in that 3 years, most of those guys, since the payment is so high, they have to run the wheels off that truck. So by the time the 3 years is up, most of those trucks are over 500,000 miles.
Mileage.
And then then they got another 50 or 60 or 70,000 on top of that, and they have a truck that's not warranted no more.
Correct.
So it's just a setup for failure. And yes, there are people that, you know, go through it. They do make it, but
So,
you know, the way I look at it is,
so we'll talk about warranty, Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff.
yeah.
My bad.
Well, it depends on the warranty. Well, it
Go ahead,
depends on
bro.
the truck.
I
and the
lagged.
warranty.
I didn't know you were still talking. Apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no problem. But where I was going with that is, for these, like, Dart and some place like that that do used trucks also, a lot of those don't have warranties, or the warranties are up, and they still have a huge payment. Although it doesn't look like a big payment, that's because they got everything else buried in the details. Because their settlement statements are so sophisticated, and and these companies do that on purpose.
It's fuzzy math.
So
I'll tell you from
So
Yeah, fuzzy math.
one thing I want to say about warranty, right? So I've had trucks on warranty. My buddy's had trucks on warranty. Like his brand new 389 P he had, he custom ordered it, right? And some check engine light came on and some bullshit. Brand new truck, had 30,000 miles. He says, hey, he's our mechanic. Hey, make sure I don't have this problem again. That bitch is deleted. Well, once you delete it, there goes the warranty. But like what we tell you, bro, fuck the warranty, man. You know, if you're on a certain level, you ain't giving a shit about the warranty. You can fix your own goddamn truck, right? Warranties most of the time are even against you. So, give an example. On my silver 389, right, it was under warranty. The ECM went out, right? And it was at my house. And so I called up my mechanic. He came out, from Long Beach, checked it all out. He says ECM. He even brought ECM. It wasn't even programmed for my truck, and it started and everything. So I called up my warranty company. I said, hey, my ECM went out, on the truck, this and that, and this and that. They wanted me to go through so much crap, get it towed over to a shop, run this, do this. I'm like, bro, I got customers I got to take care of, bro. I ain't got time to dick around. Like, I already know what it is, right? So I said, screw it. So I just came out of my pocket and I just fixed it myself. And so that's just where we're at, man. Like,
Yeah,
just like
at the end of the day, so how many guys are in your position to do that?
well, the whole thing, man, is like stop.
If my ECM went out tomorrow and it was covered by warranty, you're looking at what I've never replaced an ECM on this truck, so I don't know what the Cascadia's ECMs are worth, but let's just say it's $5,000. I got $5,000 in the bank and I can cover that if I absolutely have to. But if it's covered by warranty and I'm going to lose a day's pay or I'm going to lose an afternoon to do it, I'm going to run it through the warranty.
So let me ask you guys this question, all you guys. How many guys had a truck towed to a shop and you lost only one day?
I've never had I've never had a truck on the hook.
Neither have I. But if you had one on the hook, okay, if you put any truck in the shop for something kind of serious, are you out the next day or the same day?
Probably not. You're probably looking at a couple of days. Depends on where you are. I find that in the US, you could be outwards of a week. Your truck will sit before you can get in. Up here where we are, like any of the dealerships that are around me, I can be in and out probably within 2 days, 2.5 days. And the company that I'm leased with, they've got a fully functioning all business shop that, because I'm an owner operator leased on with them, I can be in and out usually the same day and a half. So.
What about you, Shannon?
I haven't had a towing bill or anything like that.
Let's take towing out of it. How many times have you went into the shop for something, more than oil change and you're out in a day or so?
A couple of times so far. I got a pretty good shop, so that's a benefit. So they're really good at getting me in and out. But like even now, like I just bought the next truck, and that truck's been in the shop for a solid week so far, and dealing with getting the warranty to pay for everything and all of that. Fortunately, we've been able to work it out, and my driver's out in my truck. But even my brand new truck, I've been in there maybe once or twice since I got it, and they've gotten me out no longer than 2 days. So it hasn't been too painful,
Yeah, the part
really
I'm trying to make. So the point I was trying to make, right, especially with warranty, right? So the truck goes in the shop. It's a day or two minimum to get an approval on a warranty, right?
Yeah. No, that's
They
true.
might not. They might not tell you that's what they're waiting for. You might just put in the shop. Yeah, it's Monday. Yeah, we'll have it ready by Wednesday. We'll have it ready by Friday. They're waiting for a warranty approval. I mean, if
Yeah.
a mechanic gets on the
That probably takes up more time. That actually takes up more time than the actual work being done on it, is getting that approval.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I'm explaining, man. Like sometimes the warranty is like screw it, man, because time and taking care of things and doing things. Sometimes it's cheaper just to fix it yourself and keep pushing.
Yeah. Sometimes.
How many of you guys went in on a warranty? How many times have you guys went on a warranty, took it to the shop, and to fix something, and then you're back 2 days later for the same problem?
That's a common occurrence. That I see a lot, right? I don't know what it is, if it's just my luck or the way just the way the world operates around me. But I more often than not, I put my truck into the shop, and within 3 days, I've either got the same problem or another problem that, while they were doing this, they fucked with that, and now I've got this problem. So it's going back in. I don't know. I seem to be an absolute magnet for that kind of stuff. That happens to me all the time.
It's not a magnet. What it is there's a difference between a mechanic and a technician. And so
Well, I
when we have
understand.
technicians, when we have technicians work on our trucks, which normally that's who works stuff under warranty or technicians, that's what happens. You get a full blown mechanic, you can tell him the problem over the phone. He knows what it is.
Well, I know.
You pull in, he fixes it, and you're on the road.
That's one of the problems we have, especially with the newer trucks. I've said this, and it's kind of funny when you think about it, right? You can go out right now and spend $275,000 on a computer. They throw the truck in for free, right? The truck is costing you nothing, paying $275,000 for a computer, and that's why they're now called technicians instead of mechanics. Mechanics used to work on engines, truck parts. Back in the day, they'd pull your starter out, they'd put it up on the workbench, they'd rip it apart, rebuild it and put it back in your truck. Nowadays, it's R&R, remove and replace, swap it in, swap it out. The day of the old school mechanics are gone, dude. They're gone. You don't get that unless you've got your own guy that's been working with you for 25 years. That's how he operates. Then you're still lucky. But nowadays, you run anything into any of these newer shops, they're not mechanics, right? They're all, it says right on the board, technicians rate per hour, technician this tech. It's because these guys don't know what the hell they're doing unless they can plug the truck in and the computer tells them what direction to go, right? Like you just said it yourself. You've got a guy that, an old school mechanic, he can diagnose that truck probably over the phone by going based on what you've told him. These technicians now, absolutely not. You don't have that option anymore. Those days are gone. It's all computerized.
So I know mechanics that can do new truck, old trucks, whatever. I know them in Texas, Cali, Nevada, like mechanics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah.
And that's the whole thing. If you want something fixed, go to mechanic. If you want to keep coming back and with coffee and donuts, go to a technician.
Well, exactly. But I'm finding myself personally with the new trucks, the old school mechanics or the guys that you're talking about are becoming fewer and fewer, and the technicians are becoming more and more, right? Because again, the guy that you've got in this business that say he's a good mechanic and he's a technician, he's not some 20-year-old guy or 25-year-old guy. He's probably some guy that's in his mid 40s or mid 50s. So he's got the years behind him on the mechanics of the engine
experience,
but he's also young enough that he's worked out the technician part of it. He's still viable to work and learn how to operate the computers and the systems. But once they get past a certain point, the mechanics of being the training for mechanics is starting to go, because every single part on my truck now is remove and replace. They don't fix anything. They don't fix it. They just remove it, replace it, put a new part on. Well, I did a video way back when I had a 97, what was that? The 97 W9. And we added up all the sensors, right? Just the sensors alone. And we started with a 2020 Cascadia, and we put the Freightliner and the Kenworth side by side. So a 2020 Cascadia and a 97 W9. And they added up all of the sensors from the nose of the truck just up to the windshield. So just the engine bay alone, just that alone. right? They did it on the W9 and they did it on the Cascadia. The W9, I think, had like 8, right? And they were just bullshit sensors, you know, like your coolant sensor, your blah 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 blah. On the 2020 Cascadia, and we did this video back, I think it was like 2022 or something like that. There was like 21 sensors on the Cascadia, but there was only 9 on the Kenworth. Now you're telling me that, you know, that's all mechanical? No. Now you need to be a computer technician to do this job. You know, an old school mechanic is not what you need anymore. You need somebody that can program, that can read programming, that know their way around a computer. We just don't have those guys anymore. Unfortunately.
Neck of
Dead.
the woods, man, but they're out there, you know.
Well, maybe they are.
He's got to just go. He's got to just go look for them. But
Well, you
what
know
you're
what?
saying, you're right. There's a whole lot of technicians out there. There's like, I would say 80% out there these days, like you said, are these technicians, and they're clueless. You know, they don't know nothing until they plug in the computer. And the
Exactly.
problem with that is this, right? The problem with that is this: computers, they're smart and they're dumb, right? So when you plug into it, it sees this one problem, but that's only a problem in front of another problem, right? So you
Well,
go to someone, oh yeah, you know, let's say you're out of warranty. We'll say you're out of warranty, right? Yeah, we're estimating about $2,000, man. We'll get you up and running, right? Because they plugged in the computer and they see one problem. Once they fix that problem, now they see this next problem, and then this next problem. It could be a chain of command. Next thing you know, you're $2,000, you're at 10 grand, and now you're saying like, shit, what do I do now? You know,
correct.
I had 10
Well,
grand.
Here, I'll give you an example. Okay. I just went through this. I had my truck went into the shop, you know, the check engine light came on, it gives you a code, right? So yeah, you can Google the code and all that kind of shit, but you're not going to get what you want, right? So it goes into the shop, the guy plugs it in. Well, that code, or that code only sends that technician into a certain direction. So then he's going to go, okay, so now the computer is going to go, okay, it can be one of 5 things. So now he has to do a computer diagnostic on all 5 of those things to find out what it is, to find out what the true problem is. And then, okay, maybe it'll tell you it's this over here, and that's the problem. So then you go and, you know, they go and check that. Okay, so let's just say it's, just out of my head, I'll say it's an inlet NOx sensor. Okay, so now they change out, they charge you $900, you get your inlet NOx sensor. They do that, you pay your $300 for your diagnostic fee, and you come out the door with like a $2,000 bill. You drive down the road, the check engine light comes back on, you wheel it, turn it around, you go back in, and it goes, oh, well, now it's telling you this. It's impossible to diagnose it down to one thing. It just doesn't happen, you know? It just won't happen. It's just too much. There's too much on these trucks. The technology is too far advanced, or not too far advanced. It's just too much overkill. You don't need, I can tell you right now, you don't need probably half of the sensors and shit and Volvo's notorious for it, right? Volvo's, they got sensors for everything. Air quality, for Christ's sake. They got sensors for every single bloody thing. You just don't need them. But it's just one more thing to go wrong. It's one more thing that's going to cost you a couple $1,000 somewhere down the road. And unfortunately, guys like me, I get frustrated as hell with that, because all my career, I've made a habit of finding a good shop. And it doesn't matter where I am, where I live or whatever, I always find a good shop. And then I build a good relationship with that shop, right? The guys in that shop, the owner of the shop. I get 2 or 3 different shops. Like when I drove a Volvo, I had a shop out in Gary, Indiana, right? Pretty centralized for that area. I had a shop out on the East Coast as well. I had a shop down in Abbeville, South Carolina, you know, so I knew that no matter where I was, and I did that. But nowadays you can't do that, because those mechanics for those trucks are no longer mechanics. They've either retired and the new blood or the new strain or the new whatever has taken their place. And you're just not going to get the same service. You're not going to get the same diagnostics. You know, SoCal, I knew a guy, an old time mechanic, And you've probably done this with your car, for Christ's sake. Okay. He would take if there was something going on inside the engine block on your truck, he would take an old broom handle, unscrew the broom off the end of it, put one end of the broom handle up against the side
the
of
block.
and
Yep.
put the other against his ear and listen. And he was listening to what was going on. And he could tell you with about 90% accuracy what was going on inside that engine. You try that today, good luck. The dumbass would stick the fucking thing inside his ear and he'd blow his eardrum out. He wouldn't know what he was doing. He wouldn't know how to do it.
He probably put it in his butt instead. He'd get confused.
Exactly.
These days.
Exactly. But that's the state of where we are, unfortunately, with a lot of the shops and a lot of the work and a lot of the trucks. It's like a domino, right? They build the trucks more and more complicated, more and more advanced than the guys in the shop, being like, say, guys my age that have been turning wrenches for 30 years, doing old school, working on 60 series, and then, the N14s, and then they take maybe a little advanced course, a refresher course, and they can get into the DD15s and the X15 Cummins and shit like that. But that's nothing compared to what these guys coming out of school who are already coming out already fully trained on the X15. But that dummy couldn't diagnose a fucking 60 series. He'd be at a standstill because he's got no computer to tell him which way to go. That's just unfortunately the way it is. Whether you like what I'm saying or not. I've been doing it long enough that I've seen the old school boys, the way they work and the way they went through the business. And I've had to watch the new technology come in and the new technicians and the new advanced ways of doing things. I've been in this business long enough to see the progression of the trucks as they've gone from when I started to where I am now. Dude, I've got a 2020 Cascadia. I opened the hood on my truck. I know that's a turbo. I know that's a manifold. And, I know that's water pump, but I don't know jack shit other than that. I can list off certain parts and everything because parts are parts. But if I had to diagnose or fix that truck, I'm screwed. I'm absolutely screwed. And so would you be.
Right, Shannon?
Right. Sorry, I saw a button where I could put this on my channel, so I was connecting that. So just to put it out there to bring more people into the conversation or whatever, broadcasting them too. So I'm really lucky with my mechanic, and honestly, like, I know what you guys are saying because we've had some bad luck with some of our drivers going to see technicians, right? Myself, even with my dart truck, I always went to the dealership. And I feel like if they do something there and they screw up, then they have to be held more responsible for it.
Good luck with that.
Right. And so I know, and it's been a little more expensive to do so, but I knew, like, okay, I could at least have the most faith that everything was done right.
Yeah.
And taking it to a dealership that deals with that truck, right? So now, of course, I have a warranty to honor. So my truck is definitely going to the dealership for all of its care. And I happen to have gotten lucky and have a great mechanic, a real mechanic up here at this dealership that's about 2.5 miles from my house.
Yeah.
So that's amazing because that's where my new truck is now. And that's where I get my truck worked on too. So the guy is actually known as the International Whisperer. So he's really great and knows everything. So
you see, but Shannon, you're fortunate. What you're talking about right now is not the norm, right? What you've got is the exception to the rule. It's not the norm. Guys like me, I've had to, work my way through from going from one type of generational truck to the next, because since I've been trucking, like let's just use, we started when I came out, they had like the 6NZ cats, they had, mechanical engines. Then they went to the 60 series, Detroits. Then they went to the DD15 Detroits. Then, so I've seen the progression of three different types of engines and three different types of technicians that have had to be required to work on them. Right. So, you're lucky to have what you have, because unfortunately, it doesn't always work that way.
So let me ask you this, so Wilburner, I know that you've had multiple trucks, you've had like all your years.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you have not found a great mechanic that you may
I have. As I just stated earlier, like I don't have one at this moment. I think I have found one. I'm building a relationship with him. But in order to build a relationship with him, your truck needs to break down, and I really don't want that to happen, right?
right.
But in the past, yes, I've always had a relationship with various shops, and I've always tried to spread it out. I've tried to have a shop. Like I said, I had a Volvo when I had the Volvo. I had a shop in Gary. I had a shop here. I've got a shop on the East Coast. I'd have one in Abbeville, South Carolina. I'd have shops, and I built a relationship with all of these guys so that at any time I could make that phone call and go, okay, I'm 200 miles out. I'm coming in, and this is the problem I've got. And they'd be waiting for me when I got there. That's the relationship you want to build. Don't just rely on one shop and one shop only. Right.
Yeah. So in my position, if I'm going to be out there, and I did this with my dart truck, I would start talking to you guys that know more, right, and have places and ask for recommendations. I use the channel for that too, to ask for help. So, that's gotten me out of some situations easier too. The community, like, hands down, everything we're talking about today leads back to relationships or everything, right? So maybe because especially if you're in business, man, that's what business is. That's how people, get further is the people that they're in relationship with and working together.
Yeah.
And so,
that's why I tell people, man, it's all about relationships.
Email out here and trying to find a mechanic who won't immediately try to screw me over just because I'm a girl.
I'm gonna give you a scenario, right? Oh, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead. So I had one of my owner operators under my authority, right? His ECM went out, and it was right where we were supposed to go load at, right?
Yeah.
And so long story short, when we sent him a mobile guy over there, he has an ECM situation. So we pulled his truck and trailer behind where we were supposed to load at. I told him, sunflower seeds, I apologize. I told him, I said, call a tow truck, get some prices, right? Because you don't know what kind of good deal you have unless you compare, right?
Agreed.
So he called a tow truck and got a price. They wanted $7,000 to tow where we were going to take it. And my tow truck guy charged us $1,200.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Then we went to my shop, and he called for a sale for Peterbilt for that ECM program and all that. And my shop got it cheaper than him going through Peterbilt. Yeah. So, and that's how I am with my owner operator, right? That's what you make is what you say. So he
is that StreamYard or is that?
No, that's him.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's you.
It's me?
Yeah, you're buffering.
Oh shit, am I back?
Yeah, you're back now. But I think
yeah,
one thing
so
that you're saying, I take advantage of that. I take advantage of the same thing as well. Like if I was to go to Freightliner and buy, let's just say a turbo, right? So it's going to cost me $6,500, what it's going to cost me to buy it from Freightliner. But if I go to my shop, right, the company that I'm working with, if I go to my shop and they order that same turbo, that turbo is now $5,500. right? So I take advantage of that every chance I get. You know, I've done it multiple times, whether just for stuff on my truck. If I want this, I need a new driver's seat. Well, I'm not going to Traction and buying a new driver's seat. I'll get the company to order it through their account, and I'll just pay the company, and I'll get it for probably about 25% less. That's just smart business, right? Why would you pay full price? Same with towing. If I need a tow truck, I don't call the nearest tow truck. I call our office. I call our shop foreman, and they order me a tow truck because they get a better price on the tow than I would, right? That's just smart business. That just makes sense to me.
And that's why I tell people that go under my authority is like, you know, you have my connections.
Yeah. Yeah.
You saved 10 grand.
I got no problem with that. I got no problem with somebody taking, you know, as long as they've got the blessing of the person. If by using my name or my authorities or whatever, you know, will get you a cheaper price for something, you go right ahead and do it. You know, we're all about trying to help somebody else save some money.
Well, that's how our fuel discounts work. That's how our tire discounts work. That's how, right?
Well,
It's
the bigger companies, Shannon, get the better prices. Why? Because they've got, you know, in a company that's got 500 trucks is going to get a better fuel discount than a company that's got 5. Right?
Yeah.
Why? Because you're buying so much more fuel, so they're making money. The fuel company's making money in quantity instead of quality, right? So the guy the guy that's got 500 trucks is going to get a 50-cent a gallon discount, whereas the guy that's got 5 trucks is only going to get a 20 cent per gallon discount. I revert back to what I'm talking about with the company that I'm with. They're a bigger company. Like our company got bought out by them. So now I use the parent companies. You know, I use their authorities. I use their purchasing power for tires. I use their purchasing power for fuel, for parts, you name it. I use their purchasing power because it's way bigger than mine as a solo driver, or even with the company that I'm with, which is KBD. But Anderson bought us out. So I've got permission. I use Anderson's accounts for everything. Why? I get better.
That's a benefit to being signed on with the carrier too, right?
It does. Sometimes it does. You know, there's benefits. If you were a single truck, Shannon, by yourself with your own authority, and you had to buy tires, you telling me that you'd pay the same price for tires that you do if you run them through Jeff's Michelin account?
No, I would pay so much more, right. And I'd pay more for my fuel. I would pay way more for my insurance.
Exactly.
Like, I have so many benefits of being with a team instead of by myself.
Well, do this. You
know exactly what I'm talking about, SoCal, because you've got a small fleet, and you've got better purchasing power for fuel, tires, parts than me and Shannon do.
For his drivers, yeah.
Exactly.
And it's because of his relationship.
I was really surprised all you guys. What I would say, and the reason why I'm buffering, because people keep calling my freaking phone, and it's knocking me offline and screwing me all up. This phone won't stop ringing. That's why. So I apologize. But you guys can hear me good right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we hear you fine. Yeah.
Okay. Facebook Marketplace. Type in your size tires you need. Like, they got brand new ones, virgin rubber out here going for like $180 a piece, $225 a piece, brand spanking new. No recaps on Facebook Marketplace. Yeah, like it's incredible what you're going to find on Facebook Marketplace for connections.
I agree. I don't subscribe to Facebook. I'm not on Facebook. I got rid of my Facebook 2 years ago, so I don't play on social media, SoCal. I have YouTube, and that's pretty much it. I don't have anything else. I've taken myself off of the social media platforms.
Nothing wrong with that.
But Marketplace is great. I just never thought of that in a million years to try to look for truck things. Never.
It'll blow your mind.
Living in Flint, if I found some brand new virgin diesel tires on the Marketplace, I would definitely assume that they've been stolen from someone else already.
Yeah. No, they're tire shops. The crazy thing, what's great about the Facebook Marketplace, it's tire shops competing against one another. That's what's so great about social media.
Yeah.
It's tire shops. You go to the tire shop, You go to their tire shop and you get them put on.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they use that. I thought that was just like personal people.
One thing I don't recommend though is
Thanks,
because
SoCal.
there's a couple of
Mhm.
guys that I know that do this, and I don't know why they keep doing it because it never works out for them. But they keep ordering truck parts off Amazon, like sensors and shit. You know, you're laughing, so you know what I'm talking about, eh? They got these guys, and they'll order an inlet or an outlet knock sensor or a DPF pressure sensor, and they're buying it. Oh yeah, it's $129 right off of Amazon. Then they get it, and it turns into a fucking nightmare for them, right? So if you're one of these guys that see it, yeah, it looks good on Amazon and the price is good, but God, whatever, God's sakes, whatever you do, don't do it. Or eBay, TJ, you're right, eBay as well. Right, just don't do it, for crying out loud.
So
Here's a question.
Do it because if marketplace is a good place to do it because they're competing with other people, then that's a genuine competition and that's fine. But if you're buying
absolutely,
or if you're buying it off eBay, you're getting some Chinese knockoff, some Chinese piece crap knockoff. Then now, mind you, all of our parts are Chinese anyway, but now you're getting the Chinese knockoff of a Chinese knockoff. So, well, you literally
and on top of that, when it's screwed up, you got to call this Chinese number and talk Chinese.
Exactly. So unless you can fucking speak Chinese, you're screwed. It'll be the best $129 you never spent. Give me a break, right?
Let me throw this out here to the community because I'm in need of I want to get one of those drift mattresses for Elvin's truck. Where do you think is the best place to buy that? Because I was looking at Rainey's, and so far I don't know if there's a better place. So if anybody knows, throw me a message or say something because
I don't know about that kind of mattress, but I know the one I put in this truck though, Shannon. Every time drivers come in, sit down, and all that kind of stuff, they're like, "Damn, where did you get that mattress?" And I just smile.
Yeah, what is it?
I'll have to send it to you.
But yeah, send it to me because I just bought new truck mattresses for my truck, but I got them on a deal because I negotiated a deal with the people that I met at the truck show in Louisville. But however, we just got delivery of this new truck, so now I'm like, okay, I'm trying to set Elvin up in all comfort and make sure he's all good to go. And so I have been told by several drivers that drift mattress is the best. So that's why I was thinking about putting that in there because for sure.
I heard the new purple mattress was the best. Like the
drift
was
nope. This one's better than this. This is gonna be crazy, right? Because the guy, one of my guys, he's a purple fan, right? And he went on my mattress and was checking it out. He's like, "Damn, man, it's better than a purple mattress." I'm trying to tell you.
Well,
it's not even that expensive.
Shannon, what is it you have on your bed?
This mattress.
My mattress is from a company in Louisiana. It's I can't remember the name of it. It's nothing anybody would recognize, but it's built for trucks and it's got the the edge like the drift mattress has that doesn't collapse. You sit in it all the time and all that, and it's got bamboo. It's got bamboo covering and it's dual sided with cushy side and then an extra firm side so you can flip it as you want to.
Is this the new one? Is this the new one that you bought in Louisville like a couple of months ago?
Yeah.
What is it you had? What is it you had in your truck before that? Because I can lay claim to being probably the first man that's ever laid down in Shannon Thomas's bed. Because I was in her. Hey! I say that with pride. Or not, but
Dar knows.
Dar knows all of my wife knows all about it, and she was right on board with it. Don't get me wrong. But let me just say, when I was in your truck that night or that day, I laid on your bed. Right? Remember, I was laying down on your bed, and it was like, God damn! Like I don't know what that was, whether that was just the stock mattress or whatever, but your bed was so comfortable. Like I've been trying to recreate that in my own bed. So what the hell did you have in there before you just bought the one you got now?
Okay, so that at that time that was the what I call the jail mattress, the one that comes with the truck, the factory mattress.
Yeah.
And then I bought a 4-inch memory foam mattress. It was only 4 inches, and I put that on top.
Okay.
And so that's what I did because I didn't have set aside the funds to actually go spend money on a mattress because I was trying to just be cheap and do that way.
Yeah.
But that has since worn out enough to where I was like, okay, I made an executive decision. Like, I'm going to go buy myself some good mattresses. So when the truck show was coming up, I'm like, hey, I had an idea. I know that I can negotiate a deal, and there's going to be some truck mattress people there, and I'm going to go on the last day, and I'm going to get some off their hands for cheap, right? And that's exactly.
Yeah, that's good thinking.
So I bought two. These mattresses are $812 normal price by themselves each. I got one for the bottom, the big one for the bottom bunk, and the one for the top bunk for $825.
Yeah.
Out the door, and wheeled it out the door from the truck show in my wagon.
Well, I remember you losing the wrestling match trying to put the mattress in your truck. It was funny as hell watching you do it.
Yeah.
Because I think the mattress won the first 2 rounds, but you came back in the last round and won the fight. But
yeah, I never give up, But so now we have another international, right? That I think it's very important, the comfort of a mattress is very important to your performance and your well-being and your alertness while behind the wheel. So it's an important thing to me, and I want to make sure that Elvin is going to be comfortable in the new truck, and I've been trying to do everything to do that to set him up for success. So I was like, okay, well, the best is the best. If the drift is the best, I know that it's going to run about $700 to get a drift mattress. And I also know that they sell them online, or maybe they don't anymore, but I remember doing my research. They were cheaper like if you got them from the Iowa 80, they're cheaper than the online price. So, but now SoCal's coming in here dropping a bomb like there's a new, better.
I want to know. The reason I'm going down this direction, I'm going this direction because yours was good, but if SoCal's got something better, I want to know what it is. So
do I. Because those new mattresses I just bought $800 a piece. If you go buy them,
I think I paid like $300-400 for mine. And when you lay on this thing, you don't even feel you're laying on a mattress. You're like in a cloud.
Well, that's what I need. I need that. Look at me. I need a cloud, dude. Like, hook me up here.
So this is the thing. I have to get. I got the one with the dual sided because I actually like a harder mattress because I feel like my back does better on it.
Yeah, me too.
With a little pillow top just to give you that feeling of snuggly. So I don't like too much soft is what I'm getting at. So is this one of those like total soft, like you fall into it type things, or can you get it in the room?
So do you have SoCal, do you have a link you can drop, or are you sending this info to Shannon?
Yeah, are you just teasing or what? Like send it.
No. So here's what I learned about social media. It ain't that I'm trying to keep it from people. I just don't need. People are very, very opinionated, and I don't need it on your channel. So Shannon, I will text it to you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Because I'm just trying to be frugal a little bit, but yet set my driver up for total comfort and success.
If you can, give Wilburn my number too.
Okay.
If you have his number.
I don't have your number. You're good with me having it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I gotta give you guys some updated numbers. I have like 5 phones.
5 phones. You only have 2 ears, dude. How many phones are you talking on at the same time? Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Yeah. My dog. I just gotta let my dog out the back here. She's at the door. She needs to go pee. I'll be right back.
I have 1 phone just for the Harley, so I can listen to music.
So, Cal, I've been watching you since you were buried in your giant beard, and you were talking about buying used trucks, and you would never ever take your sunglasses off. That's
Yep.
how long, like 4 years ago. I remember that. I was like, he never takes his sunglasses off. And
Yeah, I've
so
been
I
on
was,
YouTube 7 years, I think.
what was that?
I think I've been on YouTube like 7 years.
Yeah, so when I started watching, it was right at the beginning when I was going to school, and I was listening to everything you said, and I remember that you were never on camera without your sunglasses. So when you got your surgery and all that stuff, and you started, you got the beard was gone, and you had the goatee, and you started like appearing sometimes with showing your face and stuff. Like it was just so great. Like, because I was like, yeah, he didn't have to hide behind all that all the time, because I felt like you were hiding all the time. And so now it's so great to just see your face and your eyes and all that stuff. And I'm just like, what? Why in the world were you hiding all that stuff before?
Thank you.
Hey, I got a serious question here. While me and the dog were taking a pee out back, how is it that Shannon Thomas has your phone number and I don't?
I'm Shannon Thomas. What are you talking?
No, you know what it is? I'll be honest with you. You know what it is?
I'm
Boobs.
kidding.
No, it's boobs. That's what it is.
No. Me
I've
and
been
look,
out
we have a
boobs.
completely professional YouTube relationship. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Steve and I were talking about trucking
Boobs.
possibilities a while back, and that's when we started to talk, and we were
Boobs.
sharing some information. So I've just kept his number ever since then.
Okay, we'll go with that.
As a matter of fact, she has a different number because when she texts me, I don't recognize that number.
No, this is the same number I've always had.
Oh, your name didn't show up.
Oh, it may have that means you didn't save it underneath my name, because it's a number that's in my daughter's account, I think. I don't know what name came up. It did my business. Now I got 2 phones too, SoCal. I'm almost, I'll be there one day.
Baller. I'm fine.
Yeah. So okay. So which one is this?
Listen to you.
No, this account. So this phone is in my daughter's name. So Faith, my daughter, probably came up.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't checked. I was just messing with you.
Shannon,
Oh,
Cheap
okay.
Trade Hauler wants to know if your new truck is on the road yet. No, it's not yet. She's just finishing up getting the inspections done and a little bit of
Yeah, the
little bit of work
warranty.
done on it.
The warranty
Warranty
covered
work.
everything, and it should be ready by Wednesday. And then
What did you buy?
going to be back in my truck by Friday to Detroit, and then I'm going to drive his truck to him, and then we're going to swap trucks. Whoop, and then we're going to be out.
What'd you buy?
A 2021 International LT 625 with a 826 motor in it. Has 311,000 miles on it. With the Eaton transmission and an APU, and it's a double block.
She did good.
And so we walked out with 2.5 years factory back to warranty on it. So not too shabby.
What year is it?
A 2021.
It's not under warranty still?
No, it had original factory warranty until August. And then we bought the addition, we bought the 2-year factory back warranty. So after August, then that's when the 2-year warranty kicks in. So
Okay.
we got kind of a bonus warranty time. So so they just found a couple of things. So from the dealership, we picked it up there, took it up to my shop, to the Whisperer, and he went through it with a fine-tooth comb. He found a couple things he didn't like. So we turned that in, because when you buy those internationals from International like that, the used truck centers, they give you a 30 to 60 day guarantee warranty that anything that's wrong with the truck, they will cover it in the first 30 days 100%. In the days 30 through 60, they cover 50%. So we immediately took it from there, took delivery, and put it in the shop, and had my mechanic go through it completely, and then turn that stuff in for warranty. So we took full advantage of the 100% coverage for the first 30 days. So it's just about to get out of there. So it's been in there about a week, I think. Yeah. And so, and it'll finally be ready to go with How long have I been muted?
I don't know.
I've-
All I saw was you going like this. You looked excited about whatever you were talking about, but I don't have a clue what the hell you said.
Okay, so I did hear you say Chief Frail Holler asked me when the truck was going to be ready. Did you hear me start explaining that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't the entire time.
No, we heard all of that, but then right at the end, I lost. Yeah, about 10. TJ's right. About the last 10 seconds, we didn't hear.
Okay. Thank you, TJ. Okay, so
Thank God for the
back airbags, there's the round thing that's at the bottom of the airbags. It kind of looks like it goes up into the airbags. I don't know what it's called. I want to call it like a bell housing or something like that. A bell thing. Okay, anyways, one of those has got a big old chip in it like this. And so they're going to replace that. They're going to do all new brakes. They're going to do 2 tires that were not really DOT compliant per se. And so that's covered. And then there's another thing. I forget the name of that, but that's a potentially an expensive repair. So that's good that that's being replaced. The brakes alone, look at the cost of all new brakes, right? That's covered.
Are they doing brakes all the way around or just the rear?
No, because so their guy that does the DOTs down there, well, he does that so they can pass inspection to be sold. So I put it in the shop to have the whisperer go through it. And he realized, and the brakes were barely DOT when Elvin and I looked at them and checked them out. So we didn't like what we saw, but they could have been DOT. So, and they have to be released from the dealership. So, but when my mechanic got a hold of it, the brakes were cracked. So that made it eligible for full warranty coverage. So yay, he's got brand new brakes.
No, that's you got to remember though, when the dealerships and everything, they're going to DOT safety it, but they're only going to do the bare minimum to get that truck out the door.
Right, and that's why
I myself, I've fallen into that trap before. You know, like I've nowadays, if I buy a truck from a dealership, a used truck, I will actually take the truck to one of my people and have them give it a quick look over because they're going to go, oh yeah, it's $79,995 with a fresh safety on it. Well, a fresh safety doesn't mean jack because you know that safety is just the bare minimum to get that truck out the door. And then it's your problem, not theirs anymore. So if, I've
listened to you guys always say that, like if you're going to, and I think definitely you have said it several times. If you're going to get a used truck, you take it straight to your mechanic.
You do.
And so I did that because I understand they are a sales place down there. Yep. They are not a real shop. So I took it to a real shop to make sure, because I also wanted to have the confidence that I made a good decision.
No, absolutely. And so, any reputable dealer or anybody that's reputable that's selling you the truck should have no problem with you. I need the truck for about 4 hours. I'm just going, here's where I'm taking it. And they're going to look over it. And if they say, then, hey, you know what? We can probably close this deal. Right. But if they go, well, no, we can't have you doing that. Well, to me, that sets alarm bells off and sets up a red flag. Right. What are you hiding?
So I figured with as many checks I could put in place that I understood that I because I had to buy the truck sight unseen because I was on the road.
Right.
I really had to depend on my salesman for a lot, and he really did come through for me. So I was very happy about that, but still there's that risk, right? Like, what are they not telling me, right? So that's why I thank God I have the mechanic that I do, because he cut no corners at all. And
I got burnt very badly with that. I was very much like you. I was on the road. We needed to replace a truck. It wasn't a matter, and time was of the essence. And I was on the road, and it was I'm signing the checks, right? And that's the way it works. And I'm purchasing and everything like that. But I had to rely on, say, the driver and Dar for what she could possibly do and whatnot. And believe me, I paid dearly for it, because I ended up, buying the truck. I wasn't able to get it off site to get it fixed or checked and everything. And it bit me in the ass so bad that, the good price on the truck, but if I got to put another 25,000 into it in the first 25 days, of shit that I'd missed, because I wasn't there to visibly check or visibly do the things that I wanted to do. So it came back to bite me hard. It really did.
That's why, like, I really am I'm happy about the used truck center and that guarantee that they offer, because even if, right, so it didn't even mess with the warranty that I purchased. This is just what their dealership, they give a guarantee. So they're going to stand behind that truck at least for the first 60 days.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, okay, well, worst case scenario is the truck takes a little bit of time to get on the road because they're going to have to fix some stuff.
You know what? I'd rather have the truck sit there and get fixed properly, so that by the time you stick Alvin in it and he's ready to go, you've bumped yourself into a much higher chance of success.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so if anything else happens from here, to get it in there early and right away, right? It's covered. Yeah. First 30 days is 100%. The next 30 days is 50%. So I'd rather get it in. We'll get it tip top. And then he still has 45 days to drive it and wait for something else to happen.
No, that's excellent. That's excellent.
Then the warranty that we bought, right, will cover anything that this might not cover still. So
I wish we had more dealerships up here that would stand behind their products like that, because because you're buying from an international dealer, but a lot of dealerships, like I can go over to the Volvo dealership in Kingston, or I can go to the Freightliner or the Kenworth dealership in Kingston, and you'll go on their used truck lot, and that Volvo dealership will have a bunch of Volvos, but then it'll have Freightliners and Internationals and shit for sale, and they're not willing to stand behind it like that. I wish companies would be willing to do that, or at least give you 30 days. They won't even give you 30 days. It's you drive it off the lot. The second you cross that sidewalk, it's your problem, man.
Well, if I would have bought it from a dealership, I would have faced that. Yeah. Because I bought it from International's own used truck center. Yeah. That's what I'm telling you guys and everybody out there in the chat. The difference is that used truck center is there to move those used trucks even to the public, even to the dealerships.
Yeah.
So a dealership that I was speaking to actually brought me the same truck that Scott from the used truck center brought me at that price. A dealership salesman who was still out there looking for what I wanted brought me the same truck at $30,000 more. It was the same truck. Yeah. So that's where that's why I call it, like, that's kind of, to me, that's I'm buying it whole from the wholesaler instead of the dealership who's going to go get it from the same place and mark it up and not give me that warranty. Because I'm buying it direct from International themselves, they are selling me a factory backed warranty for 2 years, and they can offer that promise. So I think that's freaking great. I feel like
that's amazing. That's amazing. That's a no-brainer. If you can walk yourself into a deal like that. Unfortunately, up here, we don't have a lot of we don't have like an international place like that does, that supplies all the other dealerships and is open to the public. That's up here. It's called the auction, right? Yeah. It's called no
warranties and there's no guarantees.
There's no warranties. Yeah, it's buyer beware. Because I can look at a truck at the Ritchie Brothers auction, like 200 miles from here up in Canada. I can go on there and look at, say, 70 trucks that are up for sale. And then a week later, I can look at all the scattered dealerships around and find all 70 of those trucks, probably all in a dealership lot. And you're screwed, right? It's buyer beware. Once you get it off the lot, it's your pocketbook that's going to pay for it.
Right. So I feel like, as a first-time buyer, as a female, as my first experience doing this, and not having to ask Jeff to go shopping for me, because I really thought that's how it was going to go, that Jeff was going to go out have to do all this for me.
Yeah.
I feel pretty great that it all worked out the way it did.
No,
And
you
I
done good, girl. You done good.
buy a truck on my own for the most part. I mean, he was there to hold my hand or answer any questions if I felt like I didn't understand something, but the salesman was so good and honest with me. Like, I just kind of like, it was a great experience especially for my first experience where somebody could have totally railroaded me, you know, or I would have had to call Jeff and be like, this guy's talking a bunch of crap. I need you to come in and like, you know, rough him up or whatever. Cause Jeff is the best negotiator. Jeff is the best negotiator and knows how to buy trucks all day long. Like, you know, so I really thought that that's how it was going to go. And I was just going to watch and learn, right? Watch and learn with him. And but I'm so glad that it just kind of, I was trying to be a big girl on my own and do what was best and just include him in it, but not have to depend on him for it. And I think that I did okay.
Well, you know what?
And my mechanic confirms that, like, my salesman was largely responsible for finding that truck and picking out the best one for me and presenting it to me. But my mechanic even conferred. He said, you got a really nice deal here. And I said, cool.
Well, so, you just learned by baptism under fire is what you just did. And no, that's fine, because I can probably guarantee you that you did it yourself and you're proud of yourself and good job, good girl. But in the event you ran into a hitch, you knew Jeff had your back.
Yeah.
Right. You knew Jeff had your back. So that brings the stress level on you down. It's like, okay, this is what I want to do. This is what we've got to spend. This is what I want to buy. These are the questions I'm going to ask. But if I run into any problems, I've got the big man who's got my back here. And that's nice to have. A lot of us guys out here, we don't have that. You know,
honestly,
I wanted to go buy a new truck tomorrow. They're not going to help me out with any of that. Although if I wanted to buy a brand new truck, the owner of the company came to me last year when he bought 14 new Peterbilts. And he says, if you want one, let me know. I'll just order a 15th and you just buy it off of me. He wasn't going to finance me. I had to have my own financing, but I could get his purchase price on the truck, which was about $45,000 less than if I walked into Peterbilt and bought it. So,
right.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't, though, because every single one of those trucks has spent more time in the shop. All those they're all 2023s, and they're the new 579s, and all 14 of them have been in the shop more than they've ran. I'm glad I didn't buy one. My Cascadia is still getting better fuel mileage than all of those trucks, and it's been in the shop like never. It's in the shop right now, but that's not a mechanical. That's a fuel tank's had a hole in it, so that's different, right? But mechanically wise, my truck has outperformed. My 2020 Cascadia has outperformed every single one of their brand new 2023 Peterbilts. And I say that proudly because people laugh at me, oh, cheap piece of shit Freightliner and this. It's like, you know what? That Freightliner has been nothing but a printing press for money. It has been a print.
Right. And had I not, I do wish they would fix the one box thing, thing, because one thing I do value, I love my Detroit. I love my Freightliner. I loved all that so much. And it was so hard for me to get away from it because it was a great machine for me. I got lucky at DART. I got a great, great truck, which a lot of people don't get.
Yeah.
And so I took very good care of it. I gave it the top of the line. I spent all my maintenance money on that truck because I planned on bringing it out to light trucking and finishing my lease and all of that. So I babied it very much. And so the only issue I have today after now having a different truck is just that with my International, if something in what's called the one box on a Freightliner, right?
Your DPF system.
Yeah. So in my unit in the International, it can be opened and fixed the part that breaks or needs to be replaced. And that's what Freightliner doesn't do. They lock it in a box and the whole box has to be replaced. That's my only qualm about it.
$19,000. If I have to replace the one box on my truck, it's $19,000.
Yeah.
Are you shitting me? $19,000. I'm like, holy
And
crap.
so the warranty I have covers that whole system as well, thank God.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? So it's just like, but do I love Freightliners? Absolutely. I'm
I
a
do.
fan.
You know what? If eventually, and I'm not saying we are, I'm just saying if in the future I bought another brand new truck, I'd probably go with another Freightliner. They're the best truck bang for buck, right?
Yeah.
They're the best truck bang for buck. They're aerodynamic, they're fuel efficient. The 15-liter Detroit engines are great engines.
I don't believe that motor will ever let you down. I really don't.
Well, so far to date, you know, I've owned the truck for 3 years. It was 8 months old when I got it, and I've owned it for 3 years. And I think I've replaced the water pump warranty. I've replaced both the inlet and outlet knock sensor warranty and the DPF pump warranty. That is it. Otherwise, you know, I'm doing heavy haul with it right now. And that truck is still, you know, I'm pulling over 100,000 pounds grossed out, like 102 to 105,000 pounds. That truck's still doing 6.9 miles per gallon, which is phenomenal. Shannon, when I quoted out these lanes, I estimated that my truck would probably be running at about 5.5. And that's where I quoted. So when I had the fuel mileage built in, I'm actually doing much better on fuel. And you know what? It's a great truck. It's comfortable. Is it as comfortable as a T680? Oh, hell no. Come on. Is it as comfortable as your Diamond Package LT? No. But you know, no, it's not. But I have no shame in that. You know what? I like the fact that, you know what? Bang for buck. For the amount of money I wanted to spend, this truck has paid for itself probably 3 times over right now.
Yeah. And
You know?
I will say that my truck is heavier, right? That EPU that I have has a 400-pound weight.
Exemption.
I can't think of the word.
Exemption. You have a 400-pound weight exemption.
Yes, a 400-pound weight exemption for that unit. And obviously, my Cummins X15 is freaking gigantic and heavy. The truck is heavier built body-wise, right? So I will not see your fuel mileage. I will not see the fuel mileage I was getting into the Freightliner. On average, even today, I've told you this before, but even today, all the heavy loads, and I haul a lot of heavy, all the loads put together, all the miles on the truck put together, I'm still at a solid 7.4. And I think it's going to stay there. I think that's
I think you could do better. I just think that you like to go faster than you necessarily need to go. You know, you like speed. You know, don't get me wrong.
Warlord's in here.
I don't know what I said. Do I say something? No, but you know, my truck will run, you know, my truck will run as fast as I want it to. It's just that I'm disciplined with my speed. I live on cruise control. I absolutely live on.
That's fine, but I run my business on compounding time, and so I'm running spot market loads, and they do set a lot of times, especially here lately, they're setting tight appointments and things like that. So a lot of times, and I'm telling the truth, I'm not just trying to be funny. A lot of times I have to manage my time, and I have to go the speed limit to meet that window that they have set, because I can tell they've set their math on that.
I hear you.
So I will go the speed limit. Now, I do not speed, for the record. I do not go over the speed limit. I just go the speed limit.
Right.
And so all fun and games aside, like, yeah, I'm driving faster than
I got this thing going on with my chest right now, and I'm listening to you, and it's bullshit. Sorry. Bullshit. Oh, I feel much better now. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
listen here. Look at.
First of all, you can't go faster than me because you're running 80 million pounds of ingots. So, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not talking about now, but I've only been running 80 million pounds of ingots for the last 6 months. Before that, I was on the spot market just like you, running a van, pulling a van, just like you, with, you know, and I'm loaded out to 80,000 pounds, just like everybody else, you know, maxing out 80,000. And, you know, through discipline and fuel economy and whatnot like that, my truck runs 8.8. 8.5 because it's got 530,000 miles on it. So it used to run into the nines, but I'm still running 8.8 miles per gallon.
Yeah, that's great.
So, you know, and I have, you know, I got appointments to make. My appointments are just as important and just as tight as everybody else's. So how is it that I can run a truck, you know, and I can I can make my fuel mileage. And, you know, here's an example. I'll give you an example. Like my truck makes, you know, whatever I spend in fuel, and I get my fuel surcharge every week. Now, my fuel surcharge is usually more than I spend in my fuel. I actually make money on my fuel.
That's
right?
great.
Why is that? Why is that? I'm going to tell you honestly. Do I have a Detroit? Yeah. Are they good on fuel? Yes, they're excellent on fuel.
Yeah.
But that aside from that, that takes up about 10% of why I get the fuel mileage I get. The other 90% is simply like driver discipline, time management, and driver discipline. Man,
okay. One more defense on my behalf because
hold on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
The heavy loads, I cannot even go the speed limit 90% of the time. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not doing that all the time because I can't. A lot of times I'm in the mountains over in Pennsylvania. I got freaking 44,000 pounds on there. You know, I can't go the speed limit. I got people passing me because got to turn my flashers on, even going up these little slopes and whatever through Ohio.
Okay.
So I don't want anybody to get the picture that I'm constantly going full speed because I'm not. My loads don't allow it. Okay, but yeah, on a light load, I'm going pretty good, and I'm getting 8.5. You know, with the light load.
Well, 8.5 is respectable. Like we're in a time and age now. Like 3 years ago, you know, your truck had to run 7 miles per gallon or you were losing money. Right now in today's industry, with the way fuel is and rates and everything like that, if your trucks are not running, you know, better than 8 nowadays, it's actually, you know, you're not really making all that money. You got
to put more strategies into place. You
can only cut your bottom line or put as many strategies into place as you possibly. Eventually, you're going to run out of strategies. And the end of the day is you're going to have to take your foot off that pedal and use your cruise control. Like my cruise control is like that button on the cruise control button on my truck is worn out. You can't see that. It's from.
Mine too. I cruise at those speeds.
That thumb is my cruise control thumb. I don't even have fingerprints on that thumb anymore from hitting that button on my cruise control.
Yeah, I'm always in cruise control because I have my Jake brake turned on, and I literally. I was laughing the other day because I'm literally sitting here like I'm playing a video game sometimes. I don't really I try not to touch my brakes, and I try not to touch my gas pedal. I literally am doing a lot of steering wheel control. So
yeah,
because I cruise a lot and use that cruise control. So I do stay at a steady state of movement so that I can try to save fuel by staying steady, right? You know that saves you fuel too.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I'm big on
our biggest fuel expenditure, or the fastest, is accelerating, right? When you're accelerating, usually from a stop is when you're going to burn the most. But once you get a truck up to speed, and you know you maintain that speed, then your truck is literally just sipping on the fuel to maintain that speed, right? And like my truck, I'm sure your truck has it. I've got like the E-Coast, right, where it kicks out of gear when you're rolling down the hills and up and down, all that kind of shit, right? And I don't know how much that saves me, but it probably saves me, you know, a couple $100 a month.
It does because your foot's not on the gas going down those hills.
Exactly. Right? It does. Like I said, again, the cruise control takes care of all of that for me. So I really don't have to worry about that.
So I'm gonna take a second and address some comments. Some people from my channel are trying to talk into the discussion. Fate Truckin' popped in on Wheelburner's channel. IH Guy says crack brake shoes don't pass DOT inspection, at least not here in Ontario.
So
And
hell
thank God, because that's what got warranty coverage. So I'm grateful for that. When they told me that, I was really happy because I didn't want to spend, what is it, $1,700 for a whole brake job, more.
no. Yeah.
Snorlord is in both of our channels. Chat.
He's just jumping back and forth, making himself known.
Yeah, and Sterling Wheel is in my chat saying, "Where am I?" And so is Snorlord OG. Says we're in purgatory. Tolga says at a planet called Earth. I'm tired of Earth, Sterling says. Tolga is banned over really, really sucks jokes, he says. Mr. B's and T's is in, saying, I hope that a cracked brake does not pass anywhere in the world. None of that is good. Right. Trucking with T-Bone said he even had 10 days to report any issues with his truck that he bought a used truck, and that's a freight line. And he said they took care of what I had found. Snorlord OG says Shannon owns 2 trucks now and is able to stay home now. That's awesome.
Dig. Dig.
So yeah, it does allow me a little bit more breathing room. So, that was another reason that I thought the move would be good. Sterling Wheel says it takes 2 trucks to visit home. Truman H is in the house at my channel saying, how much did you put down? Truman, I did not put anything down. I paid the whole truck there and financed it through an SBA loan. And so that was great. It's a great interest rate. And so I was able to just go pay the dealership cash for it, I guess.
And Shannon, is the SBA loan, is the interest rate lower than market, or is it at market?
So
I know
right
now that the interest rates here, like for example, if I walked into Freightliner right now and then went to my finance girl to get financing on a truck, we are in Canada right now, we are anywhere between 8 and 11% interest.
Okay, so this is probably comparable because the way it reads in the contract is that it's 2% plus prime. So right now in the US, that is approximately 10%.
Okay. So it's on par.
Right. So that could fluctuate. We have to understand that. It is a term loan. Okay. So that means every quarter the interest rate is reevaluated.
Okay. That was my next question. Okay. So that if the rates drop, you're going to pay, the rate on prime will come down. You'll just pay. So if it comes down, say it's at 8%, say it comes down to 6, you're only paying 2% on top of the 6 instead of the 8, correct?
Yep. Or it could go up.
It could, well, you know what? That's the nature of the business, right? Right now, being here, I cannot see interest rates going much higher, right? Only because in Canada, they'll run the government the government right out of the country if the interest rates get any higher here.
Okay, well, we're victims down here, so who knows? But we have structured everything involved accordingly to handle fluctuations.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Humberto put here like is 8%. Like he paid 8% for that truck. Now here's an example of the difference. Okay. When I purchased this truck, right, it's no secret. I bought the truck from ET Transport, right? I was working for them at the time, and I was on their channel and everything. And the ownership there threw me a real solid. They sold me the truck. It was only 8 months old. It wasn't ready to be sold. It's not one of their trucks that they were selling, but I wanted that particular truck, and they made an exception. They did it for me. I went to my finance people, and the interest rate on my truck right now that I paid right now until the truck's almost paid for, but it's 5.25%. So from 3 years ago to now, 5.25%. to 8%. Now, 8% right now is if you've got great credit rating, right? You've got a great credit score and you're in good standing. You can be upwards of 11%. You know, you got a credit score.
Here it's 15.
Okay, so
When
think about
talking to my salesman, because I wanted to compare if I was able to get financed by Navistar, or using this deal, right? Because 10% sounded high to me.
Yeah.
But he told me, he said, Shannon, if you had $30,000 down right now and you applied to get financing through Navistar, being a first-time buyer, he said you would pay no less than 20% in interest charges or more. He said, you getting 10% is amazing. He said, do it that way.
Yeah.
He was very honest with me. He could have not told me that. He could have run my financing through. He could have done anything. But like I said, the salesman was absolutely impeccable from day one with me. So I appreciate him so much. But yeah, so he let me know, like, no, even if you had a sizable down payment, your interest rate is going to be stupid.
Well, that's another thing that people don't think about, though, when they're financing vehicle or financing trucks. If you're a first-time truck purchaser, even with a great credit score, you're still going to pay more in interest because you're still a high risk for them, right? Like, whereas I've used pretty much the same people to finance truck after truck after truck. Like literally, like to finance this truck, I just pick up the phone and made a phone call. Right. Like that's just because I've done it so many times. Right. But you know, I get a 5.25%. But if I would have been a first time buyer, never bought a truck in my life, my interest rate probably would have been about 7.5%. And I would have had to go through the rigmarole of, you know, you're going to supply 3 years of your taxes, your corporate taxes and all the shit and all the stuff.
Oh, I had to do all that. I had to do all that.
I have to do that. Like I said, I can call my girl and I can just say, okay, this is what we're looking at. This is the ballpark we're looking at. This is, you know, I've got X amount. This is what I've got to put down on it. Like, give me some numbers here. She'll take an hour or so, call me back and say, yeah, okay, go. What's the dealership or where are you getting it from? Like in this case, it was ET, it was Ronin. So my people just called Ronin and the finance department over there and bang, the whole deal. I was driving the truck in a day and a half. Done.
So let's take you back in time to where you were in my position of sorts, and it was your first time.
I remember it like it was yesterday, Shannon. I remember
so
it was
I want to hear about your first purchase.
Hold on 1 second.
Are you going potty?
No.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna catch up on some comments just for a second.
No, here, look. I just wanted to grab this off the wall. This here is the very first truck I ever bought. And this is me.
Bring it over.
Notice there's no gray hair.
Okay. A day cab?
That is my very first truck I ever purchased. Yeah. Right? So that truck back then, that was 2003. 2003. That would have been 2003. That was a 2002 Kenworth T8 800. That truck was $45,000. I knew nothing about truck financing, obviously, my first time, right? I knew nothing about trucks other than, you know, I've driven them for all those years, and it was a mixture of being super excited and scared to death. And I'll be honest with you, I think the scared to death was probably significantly higher than the excited. I was excited because, yes, I wanted to do what I wanted to do and get where I wanted to be, but I was scared to death for two reasons. A, I've never been an owner operator, and what if what if I fail? Right? What if I fail? And the second thing is,
so that was right at the beginning of your owner operator career?
Yes, that was the very first truck. What if I fail as an owner operator?
Yeah.
Scared to death that I would fail, and scared to death that I knew nothing about. You know, I'm dealing with this guy, and there's, you know, back then, you know, $42,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, there wasn't any Google reviews to help you out either.
you know. So for me to be going out on a limb, and I bought that. I borrowed the $5,000 I put down on it. I borrowed that from Dar's mom. Believe it or not, I borrowed that from Dar's mom and dad. So I was scared there that if I failed, now I'm gonna look bad in her eyes, and I'm now gonna owe her $5,000. So walking through those steps, like back then, I remember it like the butterflies. And I'm standing there in the office, and we're dealing with all the paperwork. And back then you had a mound of paperwork like that. Sign this, sign that, and like you're not reading fuck all. You're not reading anything, right? Sign here, and it's like I was terrified. Now I was terrified. Now, luckily for me, it worked out for me with that truck. That truck worked out for me, and
That was the used truck?
That was a 1-year-old used truck. It was actually, that truck was about 18 months old when I got it. I wasn't brand new. And yeah, so was I scared? Oh, you're damn right I was scared. Did I have butterflies? Yes. But was I excited for the new adventure and what was ahead of me? Like I'm making it sound like, oh yeah, we're going to a new school, but no, it's like, was I excited about what was ahead of me and the prospects of and the challenge, the challenge ahead of me? Yes, I was willing. I was looking for the challenge. I was accepting. Guard dog, I'm going to kick you right in the pills. Anyway, was I accepting of the challenge? Yes. Do I have that feeling now? No. Now it's just a truck, right? It's like going to buy, it's like going to buy a new car.
Well, right. So you're seasoned. You've experienced truck problems before. You've managed it.
Everything that you're going through, buying this truck. All of us went through it on the very, very first truck purchase, right? These things ain't cheap. You're not going in and walking into the store and buying a pack of cigarettes, or I'm not going into the place and buying a couple of cigars. You're dropping major coin, $42,000 back then, probably like spending $150,000 today. That was 22 years ago.
And I bought 2 trailers, so it's not just the truck price.
No, exactly. So
to me, it's like, okay, I just bought 3 houses in Flint because that's what they cost here. Like as much, I mean, $20,000 will buy you 4 houses in Flint even. Like I just bought a neighborhood as far as like, you know what I'm saying? But always, especially being a female, is a challenge because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like big boy stuff. This is like, I've never owned something like this before. I've never bought something like this before. I am not a mechanic myself. I have a mechanical knowledge of things from my father, but this is not what he did. Like I can work on a car all day long before I can fix a semi truck or, all this stuff. This is just me getting to the next thing and walking in it and learning it by experience and right. It's all of that. And so
now the benefit that you have that a lot of us didn't have is, again, and I've said this 3 times, I was like, you've got a really good guy holding, he's got your back, I
can't thank God enough.
He really does. And you know that Jeff has your best interest at heart. When I bought that,
Jeff is not afraid
when I bought that truck, all I had was, I didn't even have the contract. The contract that I was buying the truck for wasn't even solidified yet. I actually gambled on the fact that contract was going to happen. And I had the truck bought and in the driveway before I had the contract. Now it worked out, right? It worked out. But you were
playing roulette, right?
Oh, I was. And you want to talk about, shitting your pants for the first, like the week that it took a week to wrap that deal up. So for a whole week, and plus I was still working, driving a company truck for the company. So for an entire week, I was a complete basket case. You think I'm a basket case now? Oh, good Lord, man. You should have seen me doing that deal. And it was actually from there, it was like, because I only kept that for a short time. I bought that truck because the contract, and it was really lucrative, but I had no intention of staying off the highway. I was going to go on the highway, and go back on
Yeah.
the highway. So from there, I went from there. Then I bought my second truck, right, which was a 386 Peterbilt, right. That was in 2009. I bought a 2008 Pete, and then
Did
from
you trade
there,
that truck in for that
yeah,
truck?
the great thing about these the Kenworth day cabs is they retain their value even back then. So I sold that, believe it or not, I sold that truck for exactly what I paid for it 2.5 years later. Right.
Fantastic.
So I got, everybody goes, oh yeah, owner operators have to be this. You know what? Every once in a while you get lucky.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that, everything that I've got has been by my own doing. I've caught a break now and then. Every once in a while, luck's on your side. So, I sold that. I got the Pete. Then from the Pete, I got the Mac to the Freightliner. Well, then I started having multiple trucks, guys working for me. Then I had the Volvo. Then I had the Kenworth, the W9. Then I've got this one. So the progression of trucks has gone on and on. So, but I'm sitting here going, yeah, I remember the guy who actually sold me the truck was the salesman of the truck. I've kept a relationship with him. He now works at another dealership where I bought the Volvo. So when I bought the Volvo, I walked in there and there he was. I'm like, son of a bitch, So I had a relationship. I had a relationship with him. So we made a good deal on the Volvo. It was another one of those. I was in the right place at the right time with the Volvo. It was a brand new truck. It was a brand new 2014. This Polish guy walked in and he bought it. He decked it out, every option on it. He turned around. He drove it for about 6.5 months. And then unfortunately, his dad was killed in a car accident over in Poland. And he had to go home, right, to take care of his mom and everything. He literally drove the truck onto the dealership at Sheehan's in Burlington, gave him the keys and said, bye, got on a plane and left them hanging, right? Left the dealership hanging. And so the general manager of the dealership knew that I'd been truck shopping, made a phone call and says, hey, this just rolled in. You want to come take a look at it? 4 days later, I was in it. Talk about luck, right? Right place, right
That's
time.
what happened with the Pretty Penny. Like we were looking for a used truck, and the salesman and there were no new trucks to be bought off a lot at the time, if you remember.
Yeah.
You had to order them and wait in line and all that. Well, this truck was a spec'd out truck from an owner operator who did not take delivery. And so the salesman, while Mr. Lake is shopping for a Freightliner for me at an international dealership, he's looking to see if there's anything I want to pick out. The salesman's like, when he's talking about warranty, the salesman says, Mr. Lake, I know you're probably not interested, but come in, I got to show you this, right?
Yeah.
And so here we are. And the warranty's the best. Like, so it just so happened there was one hiding back in the corner that somebody didn't take delivery on. But man, is it specced out perfectly? Yeah. Like, kudos to that guy. Thank you.
I seem to fall into these, right? I no, unfortunately, my Volvo was plagued, right? The 2014 year models for those things were horrible for electronic problems. But aside from that, and I blew the motor up out of it. So I had to stroke a check for 48 grand for that. But when I was ready to get rid of that, I went and bought the W9. I was looking for a pre-emission W9. I didn't want any of it. I fell into that. I mean, literally every truck I've bought, I fell into. And then, when I was ready to flip the W9, I sold the W9 for $5 grand more than garage doors opening. Sorry. I sold the W9 for $5 grand more than I paid for it. On top of that, the guy who bought it from me was out in Nova Scotia. He paid me $1,500 to drive it out there to him. And I did that. And then all of a sudden, I'm making a deal with Ronan. So I paid about $20,000 under market value for the truck. Like I said, they threw me a big solid. Again, I had, an 8-month-old truck and I was doing really, really well. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Hold on. Dar's just got to put the dog in the car. So the dogs can go to the, come on.
Okay.
Puppy.
I'm going to hit comments.
Come on. Yeah. Come on.
Okay, Snowlord OG says the Pete dealer in my town is bulging at the seams with trucks. And Umberto says, Brian, I I don't know, but my 579, I was doing way over 9 miles per gallon, and I can prove it. Don't know what engines they have there, but I was doing 9 and more. Sterling Wheel says, channel member, by the way, it says West Coast is flooded with trucks for sale. Yeah, haven't been over there yet, Sterling. Cheap Freight Hauler says, Snorlord and Pete Dealer in Nashville has had a large group of 579s for almost a year. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Kenworths, the T680s and those Peterbilts. Just, I've seen lots that have been so flooded with them that you couldn't even pull in there. T-Bone says they're okay. Umberto says, yeah, Shannon Freightliner used one full box. Cummins and PACCAR is independent. You can change only the filter if you want. Way more easy, which I appreciate very much. Comfort, Snorlord, the Metalhead Viking Caveman Trucker says, comfort makes can man soft. Wolfpack is in the house saying, no, Santa, what happened?
Close this when you go.
Umberto says, Cummins are nice, but fuel miles, you don't get that is the problem. You will not get over 8. That's okay. I've learned to adjust my business accordingly to what I'm getting, right? That's what you have to do. Snorlord says that Shannon equals Leadfoot. Thanks, Wheelburner. See what you've done now. Chief Freight Hauler says, Shannon, do you know what the factory built weight is on your truck? I do not, Chief Freight Hauler, but I will try to get that number for you. All I know is them doors, it's heavy, solid doors and body on that truck.
Yeah, your truck, when you close the door on your truck, it's like closing the door on like a 57 Chevy. It makes that thud noise,
Yeah.
you know. It's, my truck, you get a little click, you know. Your truck sounds like it's made of cast.
It's like maybe steel to aluminum.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Somebody asked, who asked this question? Santa, how fast does your sleigh go?
As fast as you want it to, baby. As fast as you want it to.
Chief Freight Hauler says, ever waited at Bobtail full of fuel? No, but I will, just for you. Chief Freight Hauler says,
didn't you have to do that for your permits? Like up here, in order for me to get like my truck plated for the license plate, you have to hand in a scale ticket fully fueled.
I didn't do that personally. Maybe Jeff did before I got my hands on it, though. I don't know. Chief Freight Hauler says, last international I drove had a sticker on the visor of the factory weight. Okay, it's probably there. I just haven't looked at that. Mr. B says, good girl, never admit anything online. I probably admit too much. Sterling Wheel says, the last LT I saw, like Shannon's, has on a scale weighed 21,006 pounds. I will tell you this. With, let's say, at least a half a tank in my thing, and all of my stuff, and my dog, and myself, my truck and trailer, my trailer empty, weighs 34,000 pounds. That's my rig. That I do know, because that I have weighed before. So I know how to book my loads. Like I have to allow for 34,000 on my rig and then go for whatever the weight of the thing says.
Right. I do my best whenever I'm picking up. Like whenever I'm doing a pickup, I always try to, if I can, try to pull in. If I know I'm going to be scaled, I try to pull in with full tanks. Right. That way, when I scale in at the facility, they know that, okay,
they don't put as much weight on your truck. Right.
It's a little more important, I think, when you're doing flatbedding, but because a lot of those weights aren't as precise as they are with a van. But yeah, I always try. And then even then, I've always emphasized to everybody, how much does a gallon of fuel weigh? Does anybody know without Googling
I
it?
do. I know how much it weighs. It weighs 8 pounds.
Yeah, it weighs 7.9 pounds, right? So it's like 8 pounds. And people should know that, because what happens is the day is going to come, you're going to roll into the customer and you got a quarter tank of fuel and you haven't had a chance to get fuel, and you roll in and they load you out and you're 79,600 pounds. That means you've got 400 pounds to play with. Well, how much fuel can you can't fill the tank, so you're overweight.
No, you can
So
only
you
get
need-
40 gallons.
You need
Right?
to know exactly how much fuel you can put in your truck, right? A lot of people don't
I've
think.
ran those like that even recently, because I was talking about on my channel. Like, I'm running one of those loads where I can only put like 60 gallons of fuel in at a time.
Exactly. But hence that's why I try to fill my truck and make sure I'm as full as possible, right? So that I can, when I load, I know, okay, we're loading out to 80,000.
Yeah, and then you can lose weight and save fuel as you go.
As you're trucking down the road, you're dropping weight as you go. So,
Yeah.
and your fuel economy should go up. Not a whole lot, but it will go up.
Yeah. So Snow Lord, I see, is being a smarty pants and put a nice little violin emoji in the chat.
Yeah, he put that up there a while ago. It was while you were talking about, oh, I have to climb all these hills and I have to do this, and Snorlord wasn't buying your load of bullshit either. So
Dewana has a question. Do all semi-trailers have tags, like cars and truck tags on them?
yes.
Well, the trailers, I just bought plates for my trailers, and they're permanent plates. So
Yeah.
in that respect, Dewana, the trailers have permanent plates. So no, the answer would be no. But the truck tags, Jeff handled the truck tags. So
Yeah, well, with your truck, you got your tags that go on your license plate, right? Every year, those tags. Then you've got your IFTA sticker, your IFTA tag. You've got your New York Hut tag. You've got, so all of that. Yeah, we probably got more tags going on our trucks than most passenger vehicles do. I would think most times.
yeah. Brian, Umberto wants to know, Brian, what is the name of the permit you have in New York for the 99K?
It's called the Brian Brown Run Around the Scale tag.
Yeah.
No, you know what? I don't know the name of it. It's a New York City. It's the New York State overweight. Actually, I've got 3 of them because it permits me to pull 3 different trailers. I can pull tandems, which I'm allowed to take. I can load up to 95,000 pounds. I can pull a triaxle. So that's one permit. And then I can pull another trailer, a triaxle. I can take that up to 114,000 pounds. And then I can pull the quad, which will take me up to 155,000 pounds. So I've got 3 different permits for 3 different weight classes that I want to pull, depending on how much I'm pulling that day, and will determine what trailer. But all 3 of them are blanket permits. It's a blanket permit. So you pay it once and that's it. It's for life. And each permit is dedicated to my truck and my truck only. So Shannon couldn't come up and I couldn't just take the paper out of my truck and give it to Shannon for her truck and her pull the load. It's permitted. Each permit is permitted to the VIN number of that truck, because I have to measure my truck, weigh my truck, and hand all of that information over to New York State, and then they will issue the permit based on the numbers that I've given them. But it's a permit. It's $1,500, but it's a one-time fee. You don't pay it $1,500 a year. It's a one-time $1,500 fee.
Umberto says on the interest rate topic, he said, I did not pay 8, I pay 6%. Rates are 8 minimum if you have good credit. I did finance with some finance company and they got me same deal. Okay, that's good, Umberto. Sterling says, I hope Dar never hears Brian talk about trucking when he's not on YouTube. Do you talk about trucking when you're not on YouTube to Dar?
No. When I'm not sitting here doing this, unless it involves my truck, like there's something wrong with the truck or something like that, I do not talk trucking in the house. When I'm with all truck talk and business about the truck stop at the front door. It doesn't come in now. And if by chance I happen to, just merrily forget, she has no problem kicking me in the ass, telling me that no, we are not talking about trucking. That's why she hates it when I'm home on the weekends and people are calling, right? Other drivers, friends, or whatever. And she rightly so. She has every right to feel that way, right? I'm only home for 36, 40 hours. So that time to her is precious. And the time to me is precious too. So I try the best I can. I'm not always successful to leave the trucking business at the door.
Turn it off.
It is, but sometimes it's hard. It's hard to turn.
No, I know. Look, who are you telling? I'm sitting here. Guess what? I missed you guys so much. I'm at home and I'm like.
The only reason we've been sitting here for 5 hours is because Dar's at work. If Dar was home right now, I can promise you right now, she's taking the dog to the vet, right? So she's probably going to be gone about another hour. So that's just about all I've got left. So when she comes home, I'm done. YouTube is done. Trucking is done. I've got another hour or so. When she gets in the door, we shut it down, and then I go in the house and I become.
Yes, we'll give you back to your wife. Yes, at that point, we'll give you back.
But that's when I have to become husband Brian and father Brian. Yes. There's no wheel burner. Wheel burner's gone, and the truck's in the shop anyway, so it's not even here, so I don't have to worry about that.
So we have a congrats in order because Cheap Freight Hauler announced that tomorrow is going to be a great day. First thing tomorrow, my wife is headed to the bank with a payoff for my truck. So congratulations to
that is such a nice feeling. Making that last payment, or like you've got enough money to just walk in and pay the rest off. That is such a nice feeling. It really is.
Yeah. So high fives, and that's an important milestone. And I can't wait till I can say something similar to that I will be paying off one of the trucks that I have.
Yeah.
Probably the ladder truck, Elvin's truck, because he's chosen to do it in 3 years. So in 3 years, my truck won't be paid off by then. So we'll be paying Elvin's his truck off first. So which is great, because then I feel like then I will be at the point where my truck will be paid down so much that it won't be a problem for me to go then get good financing so I can buy it out.
Yeah.
And then have that bill on my own self, right?
Yeah.
So that's my plan anyways, to get Jeff relieved of this truck, have this truck in my ownership, pass on the red truck ownership to Elvin, so that's all his, and then I'll be self-contained and off and running in that manner with 3 real assets. So 2. I'll have a truck and a trailer.
I got to say, Humberto, why would you go buy a New York State oversized or a heavy permit if you don't need it? It's cheaper for you. It's cheaper for you to just buy one if you're doing a load for that day. It's like $9 or $11. Why would $1,500 is a one-time payment and it's for the life of the truck, but you probably won't own the truck to get your money's worth out of it. You're not going to own that truck for 15 years, right? Pay, for you to do it, you do it on a on-use basis. If it costs you $11 for that day that you're going to be running through New York State, pay the $11. It's not worth it. It's worth it for me to do it because I do 2 loads a day, every single day, 6 days a week. So for me, it's worth it. For you, it's not worth it for you to do. It's not worth it for you to do on that.
There's somebody that said I look like Christina Freeland. Who is Christina Freeland?
That's an insult. That's an insult. We can delete that comment. Krista Freeland is the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. She's like, would be equivalent to like your vice president. She is probably one of the most hated women in the world, and she is not an attractive woman at all.
Well, that's okay. I've never claimed to be the attractive one.
Well, no, but you're still heads and tails way above Krista Freeland. Let me tell you that.
Thank you, sir. So Mr. B says, I do not see how any new drivers stand a chance in today's world. What do you say?
I disagree with that. I disagree. I think that's the, and I fall into the category as the old school trucking mentality. But I think that, no, I disagree. I think if you're in this business today, you're a new guy coming in, and if you do it, like I say, like if you do it right, you know, come in, get your 3 to 5 years experience as a company driver, learn the lanes, get as much experience as you can, learn as much as you can, learn as many different types, like we were talking earlier, learn some flatbedding, learn some, you know, build your resume. And then if you're ready at that time and you figure you can do it and you've got the financial backing behind you, no, I think you can do okay. You can do okay. Like there's guys right now that we're working with that have made that jump, and they're okay. They're doing fine. They're making money. You know, they're not making the money that we were making a few years ago when freight was $5, $6, $7 a mile. But if you can set yourself up, then you can, you know, like I said to Jeff earlier, you know, my truck can run and be profitable if I had to pull a load for $1.75 a mile, $1.60 a mile. I can still pull that freight and still be profitable. Whereas a lot of people can't, right? So if you can get yourself set up into certain positions and get yourself set up to do business a certain way, yeah, you can do okay. And I think I would not discourage anybody right now from being an owner operator or coming into this business. Absolutely not. We need more of it. We need more of it.
I'm going to say something in relation to that, because I really have I'm just a go-getter. Okay. If you know what you want, if you are passionate about this industry,
yeah.
And I would say this to myself. So that's kind of what I'm speaking to myself, but it may help somebody, whoever's out there in the audience. I don't know, but if this is your dream, it's your dream. And there's always a way to make it possible. You just have to find it, and you have to work hard. You're going to have to work hard. And so there's ways, like, especially if you're in these communities, like you'll see how somebody like myself, I came to trucking with nothing and I know a lot of people say you can't do that. Like you can't start with $0. Yeah. I'm a living example. But, and 4 years later, mind you, I've been able to, fortunately, praise the Lord, be in a position where something was offered to me so I could experience it.
Right.
I can't say that's going to happen for everybody, but I'm a walking testimony that it can happen, and to anyone. And I don't care what you want to do, chase your dreams as hard as you can, because we're only here once, man.
I think a lot of truck drivers, and it's just in their DNA, right?
You can buy trucks at $0 down.
Don't tell me that you can't do something. Like, don't tell me I can't do something, right? That's the worst thing. You ask Darlene, you ask anybody that knows me, don't tell me I can't do something, because I'm going to be like, here, hold my beer, and I'm out the door. Don't tell me I can't do it, because I'll take that, and I will do it. I'll do it. And there's been times that my own, you know, I shot myself in the foot to prove you wrong. Right. But I proved you wrong doing it. So
no, I have that same, I have that same thing,
Tell me I can't do something.
I think that's our drive, Shannon. I think that's our drive to succeed, our drive to be good at what we do, our drive to be recognized, and our drive for money. Like, I'll just face it. I'll be honest with you. I am greedy. I like money. I don't know anybody that doesn't. I enjoy it. It affords certain things in life that I like, the comfort, the way that we live. I think
look at this
wheel burner. I'm not greedy. I spread the money out.
Yeah, but that's after you got your cut too, Jeff.
No, that's even before. You can just ask Shane.
There's always an end game. There's always an end game. You know what? You can't bullshit me as a businessman. Okay, you cannot bullshit me as a businessman. That yes, you're out here and you're.
I can too. You know why? You know why I can? Because I bought my 880 Volvo from Shaheen's in Burlington, Ontario.
It's Sheehan's.
Sheehan's, right?
Who
Sheehan's.
sold that? Who sold that truck to you? Mike Murphy?
I think so. Back, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. Mike and I are old buds. We go way back.
But that truck was a lease truck.
That truck was oh, crap.
And somebody turned it back in, and it sat in the fields for like almost a year.
Yeah.
Then I got it, and I had to fix it.
Oh yeah. Those 880s were terrible. Absolutely terrible trucks. I don't know anybody that had one that ran it successfully.
They were just all chromed up. Mine was all chromed up.
Yeah.
I ran it successfully.
Well, I'm sure it cost you. I'm sure the truck. Well, I'm not sure. I know that those trucks were absolutely garbage. Those 880s. They couldn't make them work in North America because.
Well, I made it work because here's why. This is how I made it work. In America, that same truck, it had just over 100,000 miles on it. Because it had like 179 kilometers, right?
Yeah.
179,000 kilometers.
So 105,000 miles.
Yeah, I was looking. It was a 2007.
Yeah.
And this was, I want to say it was, let's see, 11. Maybe it's 2011. I bought her 2010, somewhere in there. But in the States here, they wanted 80 something, almost 90 grand for the same type of truck, but more miles. But I got it from Sheehan's for just over 50,000 American dollars because of the exchange rate. Yeah.
And then you had to pay the import fees to get it over there.
Well, that's another story.
Yeah, usually is.
because it came over, because they imported it, right? So that was there. So the IRS in America they're all over the board. So I went to the office. I asked them what type of fees I owe. They said, what did you get? And I said, well, it's a used truck.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if it's used, there's no fee. I said, but it's coming in the United States. Yeah, but it's used. Okay. So then I called the main line, asked them. They told me the same thing. And then about a year later, after I did my taxes, of course, I get a knock on my calling phone. This IRS, blah blah. Yeah, I need to meet with you. I said, well, just come over to my house. Really? I said, yeah, just come on over. And he come over and he says, man, everybody's trying to dodge me, all these truck drivers. I'm like, no, what's the problem? He said, well, you didn't pay the fee. And I'm like, I called the office and I went up there personally. They said there was no fee because this. He goes, oh, yeah, but they don't work in this import business. They don't read the fine print in the bottom of whatever, thing, whatever. And then the guy's like, since you let me in and all this, he said, I'm going to give you a break. I got to take something back. And he says, what do you got on that thing? I said, I got an APU. So, yeah, well, how much that cost? And I told him, he says, okay, well, what about this? What about that? And he kept going on to where basically it was, basically got it down to almost nothing, right?
Yeah.
Because he didn't have to come chase me down. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a good deal because I think if I'm not mistaken, if you import from Canada, you still got to pay whatever the state sales tax would be, right? Because they still want to collect. Because you would be tax exempt if you bought the truck in Canada, right? They can't charge you the HST, which is our provincial and federal tax. So you would probably be exempt. But once you brought it into the U.S. or into the state of Michigan, you might have to pay whatever the state sales tax is.
We have none. We have zero on commercial vehicles.
You do, eh? Okay, so see, that's a huge bonus for you.
So basically, it was a federal excise tax, because then the guy says, well, look, here's what they're not reading, because it says if it's used, you don't have to pay it because it's already been paid, right?
Right.
But in the very fine print, it says the first user in the country, not first user out of, what I'm saying? So that's their loophole, right? That the regular IRS agents don't know about.
Right. So you had at least somebody that was willing to work with you.
Well, yeah, that's because I answered the phone and said, yeah, come on over.
Yeah. Usually when they call, well, they don't call me very often. I've been audited. I've been audited 3 times in 22 years, which is pretty good in Canada. That's really good. And I deal with a company that does all of that for me. So I don't do my own taxes, my own corporate taxes. I have a firm that takes care of that for me. And when Revenue Canada, which is the same as your IRS, so when they come knocking for anything, I just say, hi, yeah, Brian Brown here. Yeah, nice to meet you. Okay, here, I need you to call this number. And then I hang up the phone and forget about it. They take care of everything.
Yeah, so that's what I do. I just let them in, talk to them. Plus, I knew that I was going to have to pay something. I said, this can't be right. So, of course, I put that money aside.
Well, that's more than most people do. That's more than most people do. Oh, hold on. Look at this. They're coming back in droves. You got about
Uh-oh. Now you're in trouble.
Yeah.
I just think there's a way. There's always a way. You just got to find it. If you really want to do this and you really want to fight for it, there's a way.
Yeah.
It's never a bad time to get into trucking or business as long as you have a good business plan and you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Well, Jay Breezy wants to know if you can write off your casino losses. He's down about 60 grand. Well, my accountant is pretty lenient with business expenses and entertainment, but there's no bloody way you're writing off $60,000 worth of casino losses. Why don't you'd have a better chance of writing off hookers and cocaine than you would about a $60,000 casino loss. You can probably write off your trip to the casino and back, but you're not writing off your losses.
You write off your loss on the electric vehicles.
Find an accountant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What's up, SoCal?
Not too much. Waiting in line to get fuel.
I've always found when it comes to Revenue Canada, when dealing with the tax people, is just play it straight with them. Just play it straight with them. Don't mess around. Don't give them reason to go looking at you. I think that the main thing is just don't be greedy. A good portion of people that I know that have been audited and got in trouble is because they got greedy. They really did. They overextended, or they tried to claim what shouldn't be claimed, and they tried to slip this through and that through. And you know what? We've all been doing this. I know what I can write off. I know what's a legitimate expense. I know. So as long as you don't get greedy, you play it fairly straight with them.
Let me ask you this: can you write off a paid-off truck?
Can you write off a paid-off truck?
Yeah.
You can write off everything about the truck, everything it costs you to operate.
Can you write the truck off? Can you write off a paid-off truck every year, every month?
I don't think you can do that in Canada. How would you do that there? Because basically in Canada, I would think that your biggest tax deduction would be, your payment, right? Or depending on how you do it. If you lease the truck, then you can write off 100% of the payment. If you don't lease the truck, then say you bought it and you financed it through a bank or whatever, then you can write off the depreciation and you can write off certain amounts, a certain year. But once the truck is paid for, when you write off that truck, I guess maybe on capital gains, there's something you can probably claim.
And I'm not talking about depreciation either. What do you say, Jeff?
What are you talking about?
You always hear people say, I had to go buy this truck for the write-off because I had a paid-off truck and there's no write-off on a paid-off truck. So, Jeff, can you write off a truck that's paid off every year?
Depends.
We're not talking about depreciation.
You talking about the value of it?
No, the value would be depreciation.
So how do you do it?
So, another learning lesson. That truck You can put it in a like I have a holding company.
Oh, okay.
So you can put it in a holding company or you can put it in your personal name, and your company can lease the paid off truck, lease it from you as a person, right? And
Okay.
then you can make the payment whatever you want. You can make the payment $3,000 a month if you want, and then now you got a $3,000 a month write off on a paid off truck.
Okay. I didn't think of it in those terms. I was thinking that, okay, you own the truck. How do you write the truck off? Yeah,
You still own
I
the
can do
truck.
that. I can basically have a second corporation set up, and I can have the truck leased from one corporation to the other corporation, or from this corporation to my main corporation, and I can write off those payments. Yeah, you can set the payments up any which way you want to do. Sure, you can do that. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's
That's the
what
best way to. That's the best way to do it. You're the
Well, right
bank.
now,
Again, you're the bank.
I don't have any paid off equipment right now, so that wouldn't be an option for me. Yeah, Snorlord's right. Lease it to yourself. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, there is. Jackknife, you're right. There is a calculation to write off the depreciation. It's a certain percentage in the first year, another percentage in the second year, third year, so forth down the line, right?
DIY says it makes absolutely no difference. So you make a payment to your holding company to get a deduction, then your
They're
holding
gonna
company
claim it.
income do difference at all. Oh, no
Yeah.
difference at all. The money doesn't disappear.
So is the lease payment gonna be more? Are you gonna get more back than what your other LLC is gonna have to claim in income? Because if all you're doing is just swapping one for the other and you're breaking even on both, then it doesn't work. I'm asking because I don't know. I'm assuming I'm hoping somebody in here knows, because what DIY is saying makes perfect sense. Right? If I'm leasing it from one LLC to another LLC, right? So the one LLC is paying $3,000 a month to the other LLC. Well, that other LLC is now getting $3,000 a month as income, and the first LLC is writing off the $3,000 as a write-off. So are you actually coming out ahead?
So would it depend on how much income that holding company is making altogether to determine its tax rate? Since perhaps your trucking company is making a lot more revenue, maybe
Well, the other holding company could, maybe, depends how it's set up, could absorb that that income and break even, or even come in at a loss, depending on how that company's set up and what they do. Then they could use the write-off that way.
Yeah.
So then you're making it profitable on both ends.
Well, DIY
depending
says
how everything's set up.
It's all passed through. If all you're doing is exchanging pennies on one side for pennies on the other, is it actually worth it to you to do that?
Well, it depends if the other company needs a write-off to, offset losses, right? So that way both companies would benefit.
Yeah. You see, I've always run it in a way that, my truck payment is my main write-off, and throughout a year, a fiscal year, just my operating expenses, my fuel, my payment, my maintenance, and all that. I don't really have any I don't have to go looking for tax write-off. Just my regular business throughout the year, I do well enough with that. I don't need to get that creative that I have to start doing this kind of stuff. Even if my truck is paid for, I don't think I'd have to do that. At least especially if I think, okay, well, it's $3,000 here to $3,000 there. What's the benefit of it? Okay, well, maybe like you said, one needs a bigger tax write-off than the other. Who knows? I don't know, because I've never done it, so I'm speaking out of ignorance.
I apologize, man. People keep calling this freaking phone, bro. I don't ever get time to myself for this shit. Keeps knocking me off the damn live stream. knocks the headset off. It always does some weirdo stuff. I apologize, man. They're gonna get me cussing in a minute.
Well, you keep this up, Revenue Canada or IRS is going to be at your door. You know, I'm going to start taxing you every time I got to push this button and let you in here. There's going to be a door fee to get in the door here.
So anyway,
Yeah.
you can have a corporation that buys all your equipment, and it's always better when you're the bank because you get to charge yourself interest or whatever it is you want. You be the bank.
No, I get you. That and to a degree that makes sense. So if I had a separate corporation that purchased all my equipment, right? Well, I'm not paying cash. Chances are I'm not paying cash. Say I want to go to the auction and buy 2 trucks. I'm not paying cash for that. I better have like a good line of credit, or I better have, you know, finances already lined up and ready to go to cover those notes. So if I'm doing that, let's just say you're using a line of credit. Well, you better hope your line of credit, you know, has an interest rate of say 4 to 5%, and then you're going to charge yourself, you know, say 6% on to lease it from that corporation. Then yeah, okay, you're going to make 2% on your note. Is it, again, I ask, is it worth it in the long run?
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. It's all about the red line they pay taxes on, right? Now, it depends on how much you make a year, right? So that all makes a big difference. But it's all about your taxable income, right? So you want to lower it down. You still want to pay your taxes, but, you know.
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking one company is not going to make as much revenue as the other one, right? Your holdings company probably isn't raking in as much revenue as your trucking company would show.
Right.
I would assume. I mean, I think that you, like for mine, I would pay less taxes on that money coming in because it's not the total gross that my trucks are coming in on the trucking company side.
Gotcha.
And I have more write-offs on the trucking company. Yeah, I have to think, but I think that's on the right track. Depending, again, it all goes back to what you're doing with the holdings company too, and how you got that structured.
Okay, so yeah, is it worth it? I guess it is. How about I tell you what? I'll pay my truck off and I'll try it and see how it works.
Suzanne has a question. There, you got highlighted, or I got highlighted.
Well, I want to buy a truck. How much money should I pay? And is it possible to repay a loan every week? Depends on how you finance it. You know, if you're going to the bank to finance it, then yeah, you can pay it off every week if you want to. How much should you pay? Well, it all depends on what's the price of the equipment, the year of the equipment, the equipment, the hours on the equipment. Like, there's so many things.
Burner, here's the problem. A lot of these people, you know, guys and gals will go and they'll get a loan, but it won't be for the regular bank. It'll be from like BMO.
Yeah.
Or one of these places, and you got to read those contracts with them because a lot of those say that if you pay off early, you still got to pay the interest or a big payoff penalty.
Yeah.
So they're getting their money no matter what. Whether you pay it off early or not, you're still paying whatever amount they got.
I agree.
Because a lot of people don't read the contracts.
Be
careful you don't get a penalty on that bullshit. That's crazy. But yeah, it's out there.
Every lease, like I lease my equipment through a truck leasing company, a separate leasing company. I've been using the same people for years and years and years. But it's always written into my contract that it's a no penalty payoff. I can pay off my truck right now, and all I have to do is pay off the truck and pay a $1 buyout, $1 plus tax. Is what my truck is. But I always make sure that that's negotiated into the contract. Otherwise, there's going to be a buyout on the end, right? Plus your tax, plus a penalty that you're going to pay, right? Everybody, you know, because they're going to want their interest. They do want their interest. So more interest in repeat business. You want me so they're willing to work with you on stuff like that.
The whole thing, though, bro, is like, So your payment, and don't answer this. This is just for you, right?
Yep.
Do your payment times your whole entire term, and tell me, was that truck worth it? Obviously, every truck is worth whatever you spend because it's what you make. But
Well,
just think about how much more money you're making extra over that. Like, for
yeah.
example, right now trucks are free, bro. Let's face
Okay.
it, trucks, they're
In
free.
my SoCal, yeah, it's worth it because first of all, I got an 8-month-old truck, so it was still almost brand new, but I got it well under market value, so that saved me a serious chunk there, and I put a hefty down payment down on the truck, so my terms with interest were nowhere near as long or as high as say the
Yeah,
average going out to buy it. So and
yeah,
that and as well as because I ran my truck through the corporation with a lease, I write off 100% of my truck payment. Plus, I get to claim all the tax and interest back anyway. So the way I'm set up with my business, yes, it was worth it. But if one or two of those things that I have in place weren't in place, you could probably pay a whole lot more than maybe not worth it to you.
yeah. It all depends on how you put it together and how you build it.
It's
Now,
the
keep
deal.
in mind,
It's the deal you
if you,
negotiate with yourself. It really is. If you walk in there and you just accept, and that's a pitfall that a lot of people fall into, is they'll just take the first offer that's offered to them. Right? This is the truck. You might negotiate the price of the truck a little bit, here or there, but when it comes to finance, most people don't realize that that's all negotiable too. Right? That when the finance person comes to you and goes, okay, this is the deal we got for you. Right? Most people go, oh, that's a little more than I want. Okay, but I'll take it. Well, no, that's not the case. Everything is negotiable when it comes to financing. I've negotiated. I've sent it back to the people several times, going, no, I'm not paying that. If you want this deal, you're going to work for it. You're making a commission on this as well. You're not. You're going to work for your money. I'm going to make you earn it. And I've done that several times. Sent it back, going, nope. Now, do I get exactly what I want? Hell no. But I'm not paying what they're offering me either, and neither should you anybody else.
I've been trying to hurry, man, because I got the detail guy on standby. So as soon as we hit the yard, the detail guy showing up to detail the trucks, wash them, and detail the inside, and all that good stuff.
Well, lucky you. Does he just do the truck, or is he going to detail you as well? Throw a little chrome on that flat bill.
Nah, he's a guy.
I'm not. Just what we're talking about here. Like, I'm not the end all. I don't have all the answers here. This is just what I do. Right. This is how I'm set up and how I operate. You could do it a whole lot different and it works for you and you make your money. Jeff could do it differently and this is how he's set up and he makes his money. Same with Shannon. Everybody's a little bit different, but I think the idea of what we're trying to do here is to say, hey, you know what? If you're new and you're coming into this, there are options. There are always options. Everybody's doing it a little bit different, and this is why.
There's always a ton of angles, right?
Always.
And the more angles, the more people you have in your pocket to make the money. So in any business, not trucking, in any business, and this is common sense. Do you want to make the interest on your own money or you want somebody else to make the interest on your own money? That's just what it is.
That's a good
People can't
point.
sit back, smoke a cigar, their bosses and all that, and they're financing shit and they can't pay cash. Like, where's that at? Like, you step up as a boss, stand on your 210, and you purchase cash out shit and fucking finance it to your own self, bro. I mean, especially right now, inflation is crazy as hell right now, right? It's crazy.
Well, it is.
So
You look
most
at
folks,
the price of equipment. If you've got the cash on hand to do something like that, with the price of equipment that's down as low as it is right now, that's a good idea. If I had $120,000, $130,000 sitting in cash in the bank right now, I would probably be doing that. I'd be buying 3 trucks and I'd be financing to myself. That's exactly what I'd be doing. I don't have $130,000 in cash sitting in the bank.
My biggest mistake, right? Now, some say I'm crazy, right? Like, I invested $120,000 liquid cash on my toy, which is my Harley, which is my show bike, right? But one of my biggest mistakes is when I put $80,000 down on my motorhome. It was like $400,000. Like I got some use out of it, but I got bored out of that shit. You know what I mean? But to me, that was a big mistake.
Well, yeah, you can't write that off. Or what you can write some of
No,
that
I wrote it off, but
dude.
the whole thing is like, you know, the motorhome shit. I mean, I learned I'd rather go stay at a nice ass hotel
Yeah.
and they do everything than trying to park a fucking 42-foot damn motorhome.
Well, I'm the same way with the house that we got here. It came with a swimming pool. I'll never own another swimming pool. You know, I never use. I'd rather go sit on the beach. Right.
Yeah.
I would. A swimming pool is nothing but a hole in the ground to throw money into. It really isn't. So why?
Well, it
have
keeps you wet though. It keeps you wet.
You know what? I can jump on an airplane in 4 hours.
And
Cuba. I can sit on the beach in Cuba and be wet in Cuba with a cigar.
Yeah,
and,
but you can't invite all the personal strippers over there to swim naked in their swimming pool, can you?
Yeah, well, yeah, that'll go really well when my wife rolls up and I'm sitting on the deck. I got 4 strippers out there and the music's on. You know, I got 6 daughters. You know, that looks good to them too, right? Look, what's Dad doing over there today? Yeah, okay, that'll fly.
No, it's just a joke, bro. I'm just messing.
I got you.
But yeah,
you know what, guys? I can hear Dar just pulled up. Well, I guess she's back from the vet. So my date, except for I just want to address Snorlord. What a chicken! What a chicken! Oceans have monsters. I don't swim with monsters. You know what? Real men swim with the monsters, man. Real men swim with the monsters. And with that,
I gotta agree with Snorlord, bro. Like I get on the beach, but I ain't going out far, bro. Like
dude,
I agree, man.
You're telling me you don't paddle your ass out to the beach and swim around and
I go to the beach, but I'm not swimming where I can't see over my head, like over the water. I'm saying.
I love to go snorkeling and all that kind of stuff. I love it, man. There's nothing better in the world. I can't do that in my pool, right? I can't do that in my pool. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. I got to take care of business at home.
Wilbur, thanks for having me on. I love you.
Love you too.
Thanks for having me, bro.
SoCal, always a pleasure, man. Jeff, thank you so much.
Pleasure's all mine.
Guys, thanks for hanging out with us the last 5 hours and 48 minutes. Appreciate it. Don't know if we're going live tomorrow. Not sure yet. I've got other things. Hopefully the truck will be up and running tomorrow. I'm actually going to go make another phone call here and see what the status is. And with that, guys, I'm out of here. You guys have a good one. See you later.